Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, Squirrel friends of the world. We are here for our next episode of Ezra, Wisconsin v. Ezra McCandless. So we've got a good one in store for you guys. Today, we are getting into the defense experts. Ezra has just swiftly made her way off the stand to join her counsel at the defense table. And we are going to be getting into the first of the defense experts. Now I'm trying to even remember. Did we already hear from one of them? Feels like such a long time ago. Can't even remember. Shout out to Io. Glad you're here. Trying to remember, did we already hear? So just so you guys know, I'm like way ahead of the game with the videos. So I'm like already working on closing arguments. I'm like way ahead. So to try to remember the first defense witness for their case in chief, I'm like, wait a second. Trying to think back. No, I think Ezra was their first witness, right? If anyone remembers, let me know. I feel like there was somebody before Ezra. Anyway, okay, but Ezra's done, and we are on to the bulk of the defense's case in chief. So without further ado, let us get started. Right, there was a doctor, right. That's what I was thinking, but I'm like trying to remember who it was because there's so many more doctors to come. I'm like, wait, yeah, random girl doesn't remember either. Hold on. Let me just take a look and see if I can refresh my memory here. Who it was, if there was who, if anyone, I should say this correctly, right? Who, if anyone, went before Ezra? Because, yeah, I feel like there was a doctor, but at the same time, I'm like, wait, but there's like so many doctors coming that I don't know who else it could have possibly been. So there was a doctor, right? Dr. Richard Tovar. Huh. Yeah. You know, I will say, here's what I will say, guys. This is just this reiterates that perhaps there's a bit of cumulative potential evidence for the defense because, right, there was already a doctor, Dr. Tovar. So Dr. Tovar was the emergency room doctor who got like obliterated on cross. He was the one that said, I don't understand this at all. He was the one that said he was both a police officer and a doctor at the same time, simultaneously. Anyway, right, that guy. Okay. But there's more doctors to come, so let's jump on into it.
It's a house.
It's a house. It's a coffee house.
Your Honor, yes, we're ready to go. We have a recording that
right.
believe there's no objection to our playing.
God, this is like feels like forever ago that I had made this video. Okay, so the first thing that we have is a defense video exhibit. So there's no witness. So Ezra's just gone off the stand. Okay, this is just a video exhibit, no witness. All right.
All right. Is this the recording of the Trooper Timothy or Knudsen? I don't know what his first name is. Trooper Knudsen's squad recording?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or,
this is.
I guess for the State Patrol, we say cruiser recording.
Fair enough. This
All
is
right.
the recording from State Trooper Timothy Knudsen. I'll be downloading the digital version of that to provide to the clerk over the lunch break. But the next exhibit number is
705.
So this will be exhibit 705 is
Back there, you can see Miss Fishny was talking to Ezra's mom.
this recording, and I will...
AKA, AKA Casey Anthony. By the way, shout out to Jordy.
cue it up and play it then, Your Honor. The intent, Your Honor, is to play it from the 6-minute and 50-second mark until the 42-minute and 35-second mark, for reasons I believe will be obvious once we begin watching the video.
So she literally just got off the stand. I wonder what she's thinking. Because there was not a break. She literally got off the stand and now they're going right into this video. So she's been off the stand for all of like 2 minutes.
It's a video and audio recording, Your Honor. Judge, just for context, if it wasn't clear, this is again, State Trooper Timothy Knudsen's squad cam recording from March 22nd, 2018. The initial response to Farmer Don Sippel's residence after the farmer's call to 911.
All right, in counsel of recent accommodation, there's not an objection?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just to set the stage for this, there's been much ado made about this, okay? For the entire trial, the defense had asked, whenever there were the different first responders and the different officers from the Dunn County Sheriff's Office during the prosecution's case in chief, if you guys remember way back when, early on in the trial, and they kept asking people about, you know, do their squad still, does the body cam still reach? Like, there was a lot of questions about what's the range of the recording, you know, because for the sheriff's office, the way it works for them is their equipment, if you will, is like still in the car. So like if they leave and get out of the car and go inside somewhere to talk to somebody, it records audio but not video, right? So for example, the first people from the Dunn County Sheriff's Office who showed up to the hospital and talked to Ezra, we heard audio of that, but there was no video for that reason. And so there were questions asked by the defense counsel to these different officers about what's the range, like at what point does it cut in and out, blah, blah, blah. And they were setting the stage. And there was also talk about this specific, they kept saying Officer Knudsen. He didn't testify, this officer, but there was a lot of questions about Officer Knudsen's body cam. Have you seen it? And they're like, no, we don't even know what you're talking about. So anyway, this is said body cam that they seem to think is a big deal. So Random Girl says, I'm trying to give Ezra grace with her hairstyles due to the fact that she's doing her best in custody. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. But the hair is bad. Jail, don't be for real. I don't even know what you do because the frizz, I'm a frizz fighter myself. My hair is not as curly as hers, but it's probably frizzier. And I really don't know if you don't have the right hair products. I mean, you know, I don't really know. Hopefully they have some tricks, you know, as we learn that they have in jail, prison tricks for the things. But yeah, the bangs don't help though. Honestly, the bangs don't help. She needs to not have the bangs. It's not the right choice, I think. Nothing against bangs, but when your hair is that curly and you can't flat iron any of it and you don't have the right hair products, the bangs maybe are not a good choice. Just saying. That's my 2 cents. But yes, I appreciate you giving her the cut. And the thing too, I will say about the cut is the bangs are not, it's not like, you know, she's been in custody. Those bangs are freshly cut. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like she had that hairdo and it was cute and then she was in custody and then it's left over. Like the bangs would have grown out. Like those have been cut. And maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe part of the problem. Maybe Ezra got like some, you know, a prison's fork, because that's what I've heard they give you is forks, and like sawed away at her hair to try to cut bangs for herself, to try to give herself a hairdo. Maybe that's part of the problem. I don't know, man. But my point is like those bangs are freshly cut as if it's intentional because, you know, they would have grown out. And And actually, I feel like the pictures we have seen of her prior to the murder, she did not have bangs actually in the first place. But that her hair overall was shorter. So it seems like maybe her hair has grown out, but then she cut the bangs, maybe with a fork. Potentially. Yeah, right? I know. Yeah. All right. So again, the defense seems to think that whatever's in this video is going to be really good for them. So let's see.
I'm Trooper Peterson with the Wisconsin State Patrol. Okay. Where are all you hurt from right now?
Everywhere.
Everywhere? Okay. Alright, ambulance is on their way out too, alright? You bleeding heavily from anywhere? No?
No.
So again, okay, I apologize that the sound is awful. There's nothing I can do about that. Again, this is their body cam. But this is just like what I was saying, where their audio keeps recording, but there's no video. So you could hear the door opening, like he's going into the farmer's house. So here's the thing. So this squad car, or cruiser rather, is parked right outside the farmer's house, right? She's inside. So let me just make sure we're like, okay, remember, she shows up to the farmer. She asks him to take her to the hospital. He's like, no. He calls 911. All right. First responders show up. This is one of the first responders, right? So this is right after the murder. They don't know yet that there's been a murder. She's saying she doesn't know her name. She doesn't know anything. She's covered in mud/blood. They don't know what it is. She's just like, I don't know anything, right? This is one of the first responders to show up on the scene. So they go inside the farmer's house, and from what we've heard, she's been sat in a chair and given like a blanket, right? And they're going to talk to her, and then they're going to eventually, and I don't think this is in the video, but eventually she's taken to the hospital in an ambulance or whatever. So when you hear that door open, this is one of the first responding officers to show up to the house. I'll back it up just a second now that we've just to have that context. So this is the first, contact potentially she's had anybody apart from the farmer. And the other thing I will say is that from what we can tell, this was the only officer that was there that as a first responder whose body cam, and again, it's audio only when they're inside, right? But this is the only one that had their devices working, right? Or whatever, because this is the only, in other words, this is the only body cam that exists of this first contact with her. So.
Okay. I'm Trooper Peterson with the Wisconsin State Patrol. Okay.
We heard testimony again that there's difficulty with like the range and when it works and when it doesn't. And I guess that's part of why the defense was asking those questions. I guess trying to kind of suggest maybe that it's like a bit fishy that there weren't other recordings available. I mean, but apparently this was the only one. So.
Where are all you hurt from right now?
Everywhere.
Everywhere? Okay. Alright, ambulance is on their way out too, alright? You bleeding heavily from anywhere? No?
No.
Here's the door.
My door. Nothing around here. Can you tell me that? Thank you. Everybody else can slow down.
You did good.
She said she walked away. She don't know.
So I'll just try to point out, you could hear that sounded like Farmer Sipple saying she said she walked a long way and she don't have shoes on. It sounded like he said.
In a car accident? No. Can you give me your first name, please?
They're saying, can you tell me your name? And she said, no. Can you tell me your first name? And she's saying no.
You don't know your first name?
You can hear him, the officer, you can hear him easier than her, although it sounds like she's mostly just kind of crying and, you know.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
He doesn't know.
I don't know.
Okay, you're here. Is this okay? Mark that sister on. It's okay. We're all checking on here in Montclair. Optional there. I don't know if you walk. It's from.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
You know, I have to say that I was just thinking to myself, you know, isn't this a strategy that we've seen before where somebody is just like crying so much that they're like unintelligible and they can't answer questions now? I mean, obviously there's times where that's legitimate and that's actually happening, but there's also times where people do that in a deceptive manner. So I was just thinking about that. I'm like, what's a recent example or just an example that comes to mind that I can think of where somebody did that, right? Where they're just like crying so much and you can't really get much information from them. Let me know, guys, in the chat, or if you're on replay crew, let me know in the comment section if you guys are thinking of anybody, if anybody comes to mind where the first time they're having contact with, whether it's on the phone with 911, right? For her, that wasn't the case, right? Because she didn't call 911, the farmer did. So we have to keep that in mind. We don't have a 911 call with Ezra. This is her 911 call, essentially, right? Her first contact with anybody. That's being reported with law enforcement. So let me know if you guys can think of anybody who just does this whole, like, you know, where it's just the crying sounds are so much that you can't, you know, they're not really answering. And potentially it's, you know, a strategy, if you will, or an act, if you will.
All right. You know which way she came from? I just saw her come here to be back. Yeah, which way did you walk from?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
We'll just take it back a little bit, okay?
Now, if you're the defense, why are you playing this, right? I mean, there's been a lot of testimony from all these first responders, and they've all said the same thing. They've all said she was emotional. She was very emotional. The farmer said she was emotional, right? Everyone said she was emotional. But it's one thing to hear that. Okay, well, first of all, I should add, the jury has seen her on the stand at this juncture, right? And the jury's also seen her in the courtroom, and has there been any emotion? No, not really. A little, like a stray, quote unquote, tear here and there, but like not like this, right? Not like this. Not like really emotional, right? So first of all, the jury has seen her behavior in the courtroom. But second of all, it's one thing to hear somebody say, yeah, so-and-so was emotional, blah, blah. And it's another thing to actually hear it. And I think that the point of this for them is they want, I mean, from what I can gather so far, the defense wants the jury to hear how distraught she was and how emotionally she was, right? Especially after her testimony. Why would they choose to play it at this point? That's why. I mean, Potentially, could it have been better to maybe play it before she took the stand? Maybe that would have been a good idea, you know? Maybe the jury would have, I don't know though. I don't know, because if you were to play this before she took the stand, then it might be less believable because they'd be like, oh, wow, what a contrast, right? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Like, is it better that this is after she took the stand, or would it have been better before? I guess the idea for playing it after would be that the jury would be almost, I mean, pleasantly surprised isn't the right way to say it, but the bar is so low that, you know, this emotion will maybe resonate more compared to what we saw on the stand. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think.
The whole issue with the test. Okay. So, showing her out one. Okay. Ma'am, do you know how far you walk? Are we talking a mile, 2 miles?
Is it a mile or 2 miles or 3 miles? I don't know.
Is this the first house that you came to?
No, nobody's talking now. Ryan and I need to go find their car.
You have a cell phone on here?
No.
Do you have any ID on here?
Interesting, because we know now, like, her ID is in the car, in her wallet, which she kind of strewn about to make it kind of look, in a way, like there was a robbery. Anyway, but, and for anyone who's joining, I'm just going to reiterate that this is body cam of the officers there inside the farmer's home. So the way that the Dunn County Sheriff's Office works is that their body cam continues to record video from the cruiser, but the audio records from their person. Okay. So we're hearing the audio of them inside the farmer's house with her, and we're seeing the footage of whatever's going on outside the house. So it's a bit weird because it seems like they're inside the car, but they're actually inside the house. And I know the audio isn't always great, but that's just the nature of it. You know, that's just how it was recorded. And again, you can hear the officer easier than Ezra.
Okay. Do you know if we have anything else in your pockets, like any credit cards or an ID or driver's license or anything like that? I'll hold those for you.
I can't.
In your pocket? Fantastic.
It sounds like they asked something about her pocket. Like they might be asking, like, is it in your pocket? Like, does she have any ID in her pocket? Well, what's interesting is, I will say, in this case, she knows exactly what her ID is. This isn't actually a case of her not knowing where her ID is. Like, she knows where her ID is, because that was like, of all the different cases, there's a lot of points of contention about this license, right? Of where it was, which one it is. Like, she knows exactly that license was in her wallet, and that the wallet was in the center console, which is where the knife was. And it's already been, she's had a number of issues. So she knows exactly where that ID is anyway.
No.
Mind if I just look?
So I guess my point there is, like, she would have to be doing that would be an overt lie on her part, right? Not just like a legitimate, I don't know where it is. Like, literally, if you guys saw the pictures of the driver's seat in the car with the way the wallet was, you know, anyway.
Your sleeves here a little bit, is that okay? Okay. I mean, I've got some scratches on here. Nothing else in your pocket that you know of? Okay. I've lived here 18 years. Strangest thing right here.
I'm just going to reiterate again. This is the defense's case in chief, okay? Ezra's just gotten off the stand, and the next thing that they do, there's not even a break, okay? Ezra gets off the stand, and the next thing the defense does during their case in chief, no break or anything like that in between, is they play this video exhibit. So we are seeing exactly what the jury is seeing. It's just video exhibit with no witness, just the video exhibit. That's why I have that little label there.
So you're from Eau Claire? Yeah. Do you know where your address in Eau Claire is?
No.
Okay. 1106 Monotony Street?
No.
You live there?
No.
Do you know how you got over here from Eau Claire? Did you drive? Did you drive here? So, okay. Did you ingest anything? Okay.
I think they just asked her, did you ingest anything? This makes me realize another point of interest too, is there's no transcript been provided for this video. And I don't think there was even a fight over it. Like there was, with the other exhibits that were just audio, like her other interviews and stuff, there was a transcript. There was no transcript for this. So the jury's not getting anything that we're not getting. They're getting this, literally. They're not getting any transcript to go along with it. They're having to figure out what she's saying and what the officers are saying, just like we're doing. But yeah.
What's less than you remember? How about we do that?
What's last thing?
Getting a hand? Okay, so are we talking like a man? More than one man? You don't know?
I'm going to try to back that up to hear what she says, although I don't know that it's going to be possible, but I'm going to try. It's hard to tell.
So, okay. Did you ingest anything? Okay. What's less than you remember? How about we do that? Getting a hand? Okay, so are we talking like a man? More than one man?
Oh.
You don't know?
Oh. Interesting. I didn't realize it was so soon. I thought it was much later on when she says anything like that. Okay. So he asked her, did you ingest anything? She says, no. And then they said, okay, what's the last thing you remember? Why don't we start there? And she says, I remember getting them off of me. Now that's the them. We've heard this brought up several times in the trial where they mention the defense tries to say that, that's silly. Defense tries to say that the prosecution is like trying to be like, she was trying to say it was more than one person, and they're like, we've never said that. Literally, it was just, they were confused because that could be more than one person. I think either thing is, I mean, anything's plausible, but anyway, this prosecution was not trying to insinuate anything. Like literally what happens is that these officers become confused thinking it's more than one person, right? I mean, understandably so, but they're not thinking that she's lying to them or whatever. But that's when she says that statement. But I didn't realize it was so early on in her contact with them because it's only been a couple minutes. And she's saying, I remember trying to get them off of me. Huh. That's just really surprising to me. I thought that the whole thing of like, I don't remember anything, I thought that was going to be maintained for a lot longer before that statement with this part, because we'd heard reference to this, but I just, in my mind, that she makes that statement in the hospital, I guess. Like, it just seems, I'm surprised that it happened that quickly. That's all.
Did somebody throw you out of a car or anything like that?
I mean, that's just really quick though, isn't it? Like to go from like, I don't remember anything to like, she's already starting with like, I mean, that's a self-defense thing, essentially. I remember trying to get them off of me. I'm shocked that that happened so quickly, really.
Do you work anywhere? Do you know what your first name is, man? I would like the ambulance is here. Can I check you out? Okay, I'll check you out. At least you got some scratches and injuries, or you can make sure it's okay, all right?
Yeah, so good question, random girl. This is not something we see very often. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen this in a trial. She's random girl's asking, is anyone on the stand for this? How are they allowed to just play this? They're allowed if the other side stipulates. It's, I don't know why Officer Knudsen, maybe he's not available. I mean, we don't know. He could be deceased. We don't know. That might be the case, but we just know that it's been stipulated to. And there's actually going to be some other exhibits, some photo exhibits that happen later on in the case in chief as well, where it's similar. And we will actually get to hear them argue about it a little bit, but the argument isn't about whether there's someone to testify to it. It's really just about which pictures to show and stuff like that. But they, yeah, I mean, the state doesn't object, like they stipulate to it, and they, remember the point of someone coming in to testify for something is for authenticity, right? So especially when you're dealing with law enforcement stuff, like it might be different if it was like, okay, it might be different if it was some other video, right? But remember, it's all about being able to authenticate something. So if in this case, this is law enforcement body cam, there's no way that the state could make a legitimate claim that they can't authenticate this. By they, I mean the defense. Like this is like there's no, like that's not a claim they could make or would make. This has been authenticated. And again, usually you would still have officers come in and testify to it. For example, like the first responders to the scene when they showed up at Alex's house. Now, this is what also, there's the best evidence rule, right? So the best evidence rule is like whatever the best evidence is, that should be available. So that would normally mean, again, the law enforcement officer and the body cam coming in, right? And the law enforcement officer tests, so that way they can be cross-examined and the body cam. But again, if for example, let's just say that this officer is deceased maybe, and can't testify to it, then this would be the best evidence. Because normally they would still come in. But really, again, the point is to be able to authenticate things. And so, right, for the foundation, exactly, right. Now, having said that, the foundation has been laid for this in the prosecution's case in chief, because the other officers who we've seen, for example, walking by in front of this car, and we hear in the background, they've all testified. All those, we heard from all of them. The only one we didn't hear from is this guy who's on the body cam, or this Officer Knudsen. He's the only one we didn't hear from. We heard from everybody else, which again makes me wonder if something happened to him. Sadly, I don't know, but the foundation was laid that this existed and that he was there, and it was not, there was no controversy about that. Now later on, I will say that the photo exhibits that the defense is bringing in, they're like Facebook messages. So we'll see if they have a tougher time with that, because that's a little bit different, right? Versus law enforcement body cam. So, but good question.
Angel? Is it Angel Nelson?
And
is that your name?
Angel Nelson, is that your name? I will say also the other thing to remember, as far as foundation goes, even if there's no objection, it's only like just for all of us to remember, the judge is not going to say that can come in. There's no foundation. The other side has to object, right? To the foundation. And so even though, again, the foundation was laid already for this, just to remember that, like, for an example like this, where like, it's always up to the other side to stop something from coming in. So whether it's foundation, whether it's being able to authenticate it or not, whether it's hearsay, whether it's irrelevant, whether it's cumulative, whatever the case may be, if the other side agrees to letting it come in, or if they're just dropping the ball and just like asleep at the wheel and just don't object, right? Because that happens. For example, Murdoch, right? With that expert witness, quote unquote, with throwing the phone around in the office, right? They just completely dropped the ball and they were not paying attention and they didn't say anything, and too bad, so sad. So whether it's just dropping the ball or whatever, in this case, again, it was agreed upon ahead of time. But yeah, just to remember for everyone that the other side has to, do something because the judge isn't gonna, it's not the judge's job to stop, to object, or to keep something from coming in.
Your name is an angel?
Well, those are the first responders that we heard from. I don't remember their names, but the one who was in the front was the guy who was chewing gum on the stand.
Do you know who Angel is? Is that a friend, family member? Can you tell me your name now?
That sounded like somebody else trying to ask her name.
What's the ambulance?
Okay, so that's one of the EMS people. They're saying, I'm with the ambulance. Are you hurt anywhere?
Okay.
You think we can take you down to the ambulance to check you out? They're being, I will say another thing though, I mean, that you can hear is they're being great with her, right? Patient, kind, gentle. So to any of the times when the defense was kind of trying to make it seem like it was a bunch of men asking her questions and being whatever, remember how many times, guys, that they kept saying, do you have special training and how to deal with trauma and whatever? And it was just like, oh my God, every single person that dealt with her was really, I think the only maybe potential exception to that was Officer Reeves, who came to the hospital, but everybody else, and especially Detective Proc, but even Officer Vang, I think it was Officer Vang, the two detectives who talked to her, and then all these guys, I mean, they're really doing a great job, I feel like. I mean, if anything, I mean, it could backfire, right? Because the jury is going to see the tone that they had, that they weren't forceful and they weren't frightening, and they were really, had a really good bedside manner, as they say.
Anything that happened? Anyone understand that? Yeah, I just. So
right now what's happening is, remember how we heard one of the EMS people talking to her? And he was like, can we get you to the ambulance to check you out? So this officer, Officer Knudsen, right, must have left the house and went to go move his cruiser, probably to make room for the ambulance, I would imagine. That's my guess, is he's pulling around to make room for the ambulance. And that's why we're not hearing Ezra right now, because again, the body cam is on his person and the video it records is from the cruiser and the audio is wherever he goes. So I know it's a little confusing. That's why I'm explaining that we're hearing wherever he's at, but we're only ever going to see where the car's at. So I guess he's going to go back inside and then we'll continue to hear Ezra at that point. I will say is because there wasn't, so the other thing, since there's no witness for this, right? There's no preamble for the jury. The jury doesn't get to hear, here's what this thing is, and here's what's going on. Like the way I'm explaining it, the jury doesn't get any of that. The jury doesn't know fuck all. They just are played the video. That's literally it, right? They're not told anything. Like literally, they just play the video. It's kind of crazy. So, but this is where the previous testimony and trial that I'm relying on is helpful to me, but would also be helpful for the jury. And that's why it was important, right? Because the way that I'm able to sit here and be like, yeah, so the way that the body cam works is that the audio goes with the person and the videos from the car. That's why those questions were so important early on with these other witnesses, the ones who were present, because, you know, they're just hoping that the jury's going to remember that, you know, whatever weeks later, so that when this is played, they're going to understand what's going on. You know what I mean? Yeah, witness. You can't do that in.
You want me to move yours? If you understand what you're, you walk into the home, right? So you're able to walk in there. You're feeling worse anyway when you're walking in there.
You can hear that the Officer Knudsen's gone back inside the house and they're asking her if she's able to walk.
Okay. Lucky I happen to be home. Why don't you just walk? So down in the abdominal area? Right?
Abdominal area.
Down the region? Okay. Okay. And you don't remember anything of that?
No.
Okay. Sorry. Well, we'll take you into this house and we'll probably look at
Oh,
trying
sorry.
to, get you cleaned up a little bit, check the vitals and check you out a bit, okay? And we'll take you into the hospital. Are you from the area? No?
That one thing that is really interesting too is that, like, remember we heard this from a lot of these witnesses early on, that the fact that she, like, everybody said the same thing, that they couldn't tell if she was covered in mud or blood, right? Even like with the crime scene, like the interior of the vehicle, it's like, well, is that mud or blood? And I think that's part of why they were so confused, because the fact that, I mean, makes you wonder, you know, was that on purpose on her part, right? Because the fact that she's covered in mud, because it turns out to not be blood, right? Like she wasn't bleeding enough. So the fact that she's covered in mud that looks like blood, because it was like red mud, right? It made it harder for them to discern what her injuries were. And so part of their confusion is they're trying to figure out, like, where is she bleeding from, what's going on. And it kind of makes it take longer for them to, like, you know, figure it out, you know? So I guess in another way too, it would also make sure that they would be concerned enough about her, right? And it would kind of like maybe, again, if you're thinking if this is premeditated and she's planning ahead, it would maybe give some legitimacy to her claims of self-defense that she's covered in blood, but she, you know, we later learned that it was mostly mud, if not pretty much all mud.
Familiar with Malingering? She told me that she was from Alberta. Okay. Well, would you rather us take you to the hospital in Alberta? That will maybe use their family? Yeah. We can definitely do that.
So much.
Yeah. Once you get some vitals on you there, we can definitely look at giving you some medicine for pain too, if you should like that, you know. We will get started with IV and wait to give you fluids. I don't know how long you've been out. If you're shivering and cold,
They say they're going to give her fluids because they're not sure how long she's been out there.
some warm fluids to try to warm you up a little bit, okay? Just take some nice deep easy breaths for you. You're going to be all right. Is there anyone outside? No. You got parents there? Oh, no. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. You still live?
So I think she was just saying her age is 19, which is not true. She's 20.
Or you on your own?
Oh, my dad.
Do you have a name that maybe we can give the deputies so they can contact them? Or is that okay? Okay. You know if you have any family out there? Anybody that we can call for you?
You know, the other thing that I'm just now thinking about too is like, I wonder, you know, there's so much significance to this whole thing about her with that other car. Well, there's more than one, but the car accident that happened at the beginning of her relationship with Jason. So remember, we know that she had that accident and where she drove into a ditch and then she was in the hospital, right? And that's when Jason shows up to visit her and brings her that dark green sweater, which she wore when he took the stand. And, you know, it also makes you wonder too, if like, because what made me think of this is the questions they were just asking, like, is there anyone we can call? Is there anyone who could come for you at the hospital? And I'm like, you know what? She's not, I mean, Jason being a medic, Jason being a helper, Jason being who he is, Jason being Jason, right? What's the, you know, if nothing else will get his attention or get him to be concerned, you know, or feel sorry for her, is we've got Ezra and she's in the, you know, or Monica Carlin, right? And in fact, that's what we hear. But that's what he says, is he says he gets a call and they're like, there's a Monica Carlson in the hospital, and he knows exactly who they're talking about. And he's like, oh God. And then he drops everything to go see her. And of course they said that they wouldn't let him in yet because they were doing like an evaluation, blah, blah. But anyway, the fact is he comes running right to the hospital. So.
Jason? You know Jason's phone number?
You gotta be kidding me. You know what that is? You know what that is? Did you guys hear that? They said, Jason, did you know Jason's phone number? Holy fuck. Hold on. You know what that was? It's time for me to use my brand new bumper that I made. Hold on. Let me pull my banner down. Oh my God. That's wild. Hold on. Here we go. You guys ready for the brand new bumper that I have? Literally, here I am rambling about Jason coming to the hospital. And then again, you can barely hear her, but you hear them say, Jason, and then what do they say? Does Jason have a last name or Jason's phone? Wow. So yeah, there you go. I guess I was right about that one, right? She wants Jason to come to the hospital. The first thing she says, that's, wow.
No. Do you know Jason's last name?
Incredible.
What's Jason's last name? Mengel? Yeah.
He remembers his first and last name. There's that. Now, if I were on this jury, you guys, she remembers his first and last name, but she can't remember her own first or last name.
Saw that?
I mean, and again, even if she's just like, I don't remember anything, well, it's like, okay, but you remember Jason's first and last name. I don't know, man. I don't know. And this is going to matter because we're going to hear right after this video, we're going to hear from these experts who are going to testify about. It's going to be like flashbacks to Don't Be Heard, guys. We're going to hear about the PTSD and the MMPI-2 and all the different tests. And we're going to hear them talking about the effects on memory and all this. And this is really interesting because this could backfire for the defense, right? I mean, there's things that are already sticking out to me. But yeah, okay, let's keep going.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You say you live in Alberta? How long have you lived in Alberta?
I don't know.
Where did you live before that? Remember? Minnesota or?
No.
Would it help if we got you on the cot and got you wrapped up in some warm blankets? At least we can get you warm. So maybe that'll help.
We got a real good heater in the back of the ambulance.
Okay? Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
All right. Do you need help walking to the cot over here? I would love me to use that chair. Is there on it? We'll carry it up.
Does that work? You just sit on the chair and we carry it? Or do you want to walk? You know?
Oh my God. You guys, they said, do you want us to carry you or do you want to walk? And she said, can you carry me? I'm pretty sure. Again, it's hard to hear, but that's what it sounded like to me. And we may see that. Although, again, it looks like maybe the cruiser pulled around and the ambulance is closer. But maybe we'll get to see them carrying her. But that's what it sounded like they said. I mean, of course she would say that, though. Ugh. I mean, here's the other thing, though, right? As much of, again, as much of a fuss the defense has made about it was all guys, and they tried to kind of maybe bring a lot of attention to that, and that it should have been better if it was females, which whatever. I mean, it's law enforcement; they can't just conjure up whatever. But again, their bedside manner is really great with her, but add to the fact of like, okay, if she really was afraid of men, if she really had been. Okay, I'm not saying for anyone else in terms of how they would be in this situation. I'm just saying based on Ezra's defense's suggestions as to what she was like, that she's afraid of men and that she's been, SA'd and this and that, right? I don't know. It doesn't, the thing that they've left out is her making a request that they carry her when they ask if she'd like to walk. When she's she's completely capable of walking, right? We know that. And she asks that they carry her. Like, would you? I don't know. Okay, hopefully you guys see what I mean by that. So it doesn't. It doesn't align with the defense's suggestions that they've made. I will say.
Is that your blanket? Is that your blanket? You're saying it was. With some warm blankets on you.
Yeah, great.
Across the cot and get you in an warm ambulance, right?
They just said they're going to lift her into the ambulance.
That'll get you warm, okay?
Wow.
Okay? Good luck to you. Here we go.
Good luck to you. Good luck to you, one of them said. And then, okay, here we go. They're being incredible with her, really. They're carrying her into the ambulance. Jesus. What's so interesting is like I don't think this, like some of these details didn't come in. I don't, maybe they weren't allowed because they would have had to have come from this officer, which again makes me wonder if, unfortunately, if maybe he's deceased. But I'm taking notes and I've already written down a number of things that are really interesting that we did not know before, that are only coming in from this video. Again, hopefully, you have to be able to hear it, but I'm hearing it. So hopefully the jury is too, but it's interesting, what we're able to hear even is already a lot to me.
We'll take you there. That's a good idea, especially if you have family in the area. I know where you live. She was telling me she had a lot of stuff to say in the galleries. I got your prayer. That's the first thing. Probably the sexual assault with her memory and stuff. Suspected something on board too. Listen, we got the vitals here. Either one of you guys follow a friend or ride with us like we get out
By the way, for anyone who's not yet seen Ezra's updated profile picture, I want, just because this is a good view of the glasses, now is a good chance to appreciate Ezra's new picture where she's got the same glasses, guys. Same glasses. There we go. The shark weasel with the mocha. Ezra's updated picture. Okay. I just wanted to point that out because the glasses, the little rhinestones on either side.
Right here, okay? Monitor, this is her monitor, okay? we're going to use to check your vitals, if that's okay.
We said that we're going to check your vitals if that's okay.
Don't talk to you. If we can, I'd like to take the shirt off just so we can make sure you're not hurting anywhere.
Okay. If we can, we're just going to take that shirt off so we can make sure you're not hurt anywhere. And remember, she had on like 50 billion shirts. So, you know, this would be the outer shirt.
Worse and check you out a little bit, okay?
I think
Just blankets from behind you, all right? Your clothes are pretty cut up, so it's kind of like to make sure that you're not bleeding.
Again, if the audio sounds crappy, guys, actually it's not StreamYard or YouTube. It's literally, this is how it is in court. This is the actual body cam, the video file that they're playing in court sounds like that. So don't worry, it's not issues like, you know, it's just the way it is. But it's better other times and worse other times. So if you hear it glitching, it's actually just the file that they have for the jury. So
Somewhere or anything like that, all right? You sure down underneath this or check it? We should be able to do it. Yeah, we'll keep that one. All right. Just put the blood pressure cuff on there, okay?
they said they're putting the blood pressure cuff on her.
Have any allergies? You want my ass done already? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. You put a finger in there? Oh, wait. Are you warming up? Excellent.
If y'all want me to, y'all let me know. It would take a long time, so I didn't do this already. Because I don't know if you guys would even care. But if you guys want to watch this video again, as in this particular video, the body cam with squirrely subtitles, as in when I go through and try to, put in, like I've done in other things, right? I don't do every word, but like, I put in things that are especially hard to hear, or maybe especially important, based on my own interpretation of what they're saying. I don't know if you guys can like put subtitles on your end on YouTube. Maybe, I don't know how accurate they would be, because they're usually not accurate at all. But anyway, y'all let me know if you want to watch this video exhibit again, like on the next episode, say, with me having put some subtitles in for y'all. Just let me know if you guys would like, and I would be happy to do that.
Oh, yeah. It's right there, guys. Yep. So this is a sacred principle. We're going to use the tongue, okay? Way in the back of your mouth. Almost is going to choke you in here. Moving your tongue. Doing good. Doing good. There we go. Thank you. Holy Monica, your vitals look good.
So they're calling her Monica. They said her vitals look good. Which is interesting. Thank you so much, Minute for being here. Happy to see you. But yeah, they said her vitals look good.
Okay. Something's good. So we just got to warm you up.
Got to warm you up, he said.
You mentioned, coming in your demo region. Right now, first skills you're.
What's interesting about the vitals, right? Because even if, I'm surprised, like, that's why I was like, that's surprising to me. Because even if, that's really surprising. I would imagine, okay, guys, let's just say you just committed a homicide or self-defense, either one, right? Let's just say you've been involved in whatever it was, never mind who's to blame or any of that stuff, right? One would think that, like, your heart rate would be really high, or maybe your blood pressure would be really high, or like, you know what I mean? Like, how many times do people, I've heard of this, where people are in a completely normal everyday life situation and they're just going for like a random checkup at the doctor, but like they put the blood pressure on and it's like really high, and it's like there's that whole thing of like they're just, because they're at the doctor, it's just like a thing, like, but there's nothing wrong with them. Anyway, it's just crazy. So like in this situation, for her vitals to look normal, I'm gonna add that to my list of things I'm surprised about.
Worse than ever. 9. Okay. That's generally not an area that we really check out. We let the hospital staff do that. But my next question would be, if you want us to start an IV and possibly give you some pain medication. Okay. Your vitals are.
So here's the part about the pain medication. So he said, do you want us to start an IV and possibly give you some pain medication?
Good, so I just don't think we need to give you any fluids, otherwise I'd be a little more insistent with that ID. If you don't want any pain meds, I'm sorry with you, we can go ahead and get going to the hospital. No further. Do you have a preference? Take the car to the mailman out to Mayo Claire? Okay. There's both good hospitals, so I'd say we just go to Mayo Claire. And
Okay, they said they're taking her to Mayo Eau Claire.
and once you get there, you can get checked out. They can help you from there. Maybe contact your family. Okay? You don't happen to remember their names at all yet?
It's so crazy. So she's like, I don't remember mine. Oh, well, she just says Monica, but she doesn't. So far, she's like, I don't remember my parents' names, but she remembers Jason's first and last name. But she doesn't. She's not able to give her parents' names. Wild.
Can I ask you again about Jason?
Oh my God! I did it again. I did it again, you guys. Hold on, I did it again. What am I, Britney Spears? Holy crap! I can't. That's weird. That's weird. That's very weird. The Squirrely crystal ball has been on point the past couple of live streams. I hope you guys like that. I think it's my best bumper yet. I mean, I want to watch it again because it's so magical. It just warms my heart. I love that so much. I had the best time making that. I will just say that was an absolute blast. I was like, I got this feeling where I'm like, oh my God, I'm starting to kind of see why people like doing animation stuff, like to see the squangwin and the crystal ball move together, and then the text move, and like the timing with me. I was like, oh my God, it's so magical. Anyway, all right.
How to spell his last name?
It's weird. It's weird that every time I say Jason and I pause it to talk about Jason, I pause it, I talk about Jason, and then I unpause it, and then they say Jason. It's just a bit odd, yeah.
He's a medic?
Yeah.
Or is he a medic at
He's a medic.
the Army? So he lives in Eau Claire with you? Does he live at the same address as you, or does he live somewhere else? Do you know what his last name is?
All the details.
Mengel? Do you know how to spell that?
Wow. She should at least be pretending that she can't remember something about him. Like, that's wild to me.
Take your time. You're not in any hurry. Need a glance or anything to get from there. E-N-G-E-L.
Spelling.
Looks like you got a little scratch on there, but nothing's bleeding right now, okay? I talk to him, he's the one that's in charge here, so. Yeah, tell us what you want. We tried to see if we can get this addicted blanket. Simple blanket wrap? Okay. Just slide that out from underneath you here.
Hey guys, the audio glitching is not your internet. It's not YouTube. It's not even StreamYard for once. It's literally just the way this body cam is. It's the way that it was played in court. Nothing we can do. It's just, and again, it's the only body cam that they have of anybody who was there at this, you know, first responding to the scene. So.
Are you able to boost up your bottom a little bit? You don't want to just pull it down a little bit anymore discomfort. You can't. You're actually just lift your butt up and slide it down like that. That way you should be out on the top later. Yep. Sure, in the corner there. Right back up here, all right? You're able to walk good. You didn't have any increased pain when you were walking, legs or anything, right?
there's some small abrasions and scrapes there. They're trying to check out her injuries.
Nothing big. It's just a little bitty. That little
Nothing big.
right there, okay?
I think they're trying to tell her that to reassure her, right? Because again, she's so covered in mud that looks kind of like blood, and she's so distraught, right? It's reasonable for them to think that she's distraught because she thinks, oh my God, I'm so covered in blood. I must be like dying of injuries, right? So they're trying to reassure her and say, look, it's nothing big. It's just a couple of abrasions, like, as in don't be worried, right? But like, it doesn't seem like it's calming her down any.
I'm just going to put these belts back on you. Okay, so you see it all. Nothing roll off or top while we're going. And we can get going just as soon as everybody's ready, okay? Are you comfortable with that? Are you comfortable with it? Are you okay just riding with me, or do you want one of the deputies to ride with us? It's totally up to you, Monica. You want me to ride with you? Absolutely, I can do that. I'm just going to go under your arm here, dear.
So she wants this. Sounds like it must be Officer Knudsen, right? She wants him to ride with her in addition to the EMS people or whatever. Like she wants the law enforcement officer to ride along too. Interesting, right?
And then he's coming. He'll be with us here shortly, okay?
Now, what's interesting, I'm just going to say, if that was Officer Knudsen who she's requesting that he ride along, and he does indeed ride along, what will happen is this. We will stop getting audio because remember, their body cam on their person is getting feed from the car. And remember, there was talk about this, the further away they are from their car, right? So at some point, what would happen is it means his cruiser would be like left there, I guess, and somebody else would have to drive it. But if it's not driven right along with the ambulance, we would lose audio. It'll be interesting to see what happens, but that's a way that we could figure out. But it sounded like she was asking Officer Knudsen just to ride along. So. Again, just to reiterate, we're not hearing them inside. So we're seeing the camera from inside the cruiser, but the sounds that we are hearing are from inside the ambulance, just to reiterate. I will say, I do think it's almost over. Oh, so here's the part where they give her stuff. They said, "Are you feeling sick to your stomach?" And I guess she's saying, "Yeah." And he said, "We've already given you all that we can." This is the part where she's like acting like she's going to throw up, but like doesn't throw up, according to the testimony.
Then we can give you some medicine to help with that too. I don't want you to do any more once you go to the end of the deal. We're going to take this cuff off, though, okay? I just wanted to take a look here. Kind of looks like it's a little bit dark. I just wanted to make sure you're not having any blood in your vomit or anything. No, okay. You're going to need to take this off the middle. Alright, so we can hold your extra arms, okay? You ready? Let's just see if we can flip an arm off. Take a tight band here just around your arms, just to help the vein pop out, okay? You're doing a lot, Joe. Don't touch him a point. You ever had IDs before? Alright, you can do a full over here in the arm. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There it is, well done. Okay. Even out, just a little straw in your vein there that we can get medicine through. Now have a little pressure here. Just make sure we clean the vein.
So that sounded like something about
This is just normal saline. Just to make sure you get a good deep night.
brush her hair or something. I don't know.
Stick it down. Then we'll get that medicine to help with your nausea here in just a second, okay? Have you ever had this before? Sometimes you're going to see in a pill form too with a doctor. This is just to help with your nausea, like I said. Antiemetic, it's pretty benign.
And at some point here,
And we're just going to flush out the IE again. That's just normal.
at some point they figure out that she's lied about her gave them the wrong age, you know.
Now you hold one of your arms. Do you have any medical conditions at all that I should be aware of? No? Just a healthy young girl, huh? Right now, you're keep your arms up. We'll put a blood pressure cuff on the other side, and then as soon as she is ready, you can rock and roll. Now we'll switch this arm out. Are you warm enough now? Are you warm enough now? Yeah, it's so cold.
She's still cold.
All right. Keep right on you. Why don't we flip this shirt off? Then we'll get our blood pressure up on that arm, and then we'll put a nice one on.
You're gonna take your blood pressure again.
Lift this arm up to the sleeve. Thank you. There you go. Perfect.
Hey, relaxer.
I'm just going to put this sensor back on the finger over here, okay? Can you help me to tell me your birthday?
This part. This is where they ask her about her birthday.
Do you know what your birthday is, dear?
October 6th.
Okay, October 6th. What year?
October 6th. It sounds like she leaves out the year. Now remember, at the very, I remember this is right at the end of this video, by the way, for anyone who's like, oh my God, this audio is killing me. It's almost over. But remember, at the very beginning, she told one of the responders that she's 19. So now they said, when's your birthday? And she says October 6th, but she doesn't say a year. And so if I remember correctly, they're going to like try to guess which year based on the fact that she said 19.
Yeah. Sounds great. You remember the year? 1998, 1999, 97. Okay. You said you were like 19, so.
You said you were like 19, so.
DOB of October 6th, 97.
Do you happen to remember your home address? No?
Jason, remember earlier you were telling me about Jason? His last name started with an M or an E? An M? So M-E-N-G?
Again, here she goes again. She can always spell Jason's first and last name. No trouble.
E-L?
That was October
6th, 97.
I know. How's your tummy feeling? That medicine should help you with your nausea at least. And I understand if you don't want any pain medication, but if you do decide you do want some, you can pay some anytime, okay? Give you some medicine to help with that pain, or you can give you some medicine to help you calm down a little bit too if you want. I don't like seeing people uncomfortable. Blood back there. I don't feel a pump. You got bunch of moving and shapes all over you, so I'm sure you don't feel it so much. If you want something to kind of take the edge off, it'd be fine. I'm going to check the right side, okay? I just move from here and touch your hair a little bit, right? You got that pretty much all about yourself, okay? Just let me know that, right? I'll make you feel kind of stuck, you know what I mean? Am I close to where it's sore? No farther? Like right in that neck of the woods? Alright, so good. Yeah, I don't see any cuts or anything, okay? No bleeding.
I don't see any cuts or anything, okay? I guess they're looking in a particular area or, you know.
That means I see for my eyes, okay?
And again, guys, if y'all want, just let me know. I will be happy to go through and put in some subtitles for the things that are, you know, again, the audio is terrible. There's nothing, it's just the way that it is. And as we heard, when they're behind certain barriers, it makes it worse because, again, it's communicating with the device in the car or in the cruiser. But if you guys are interested in and want me to put some subtitles in, we can watch this again on a different live stream. maybe like next time or whatever, just let me know.
You've met Joe, right? Okay, he's going to take real good care of you. This is Emma. You've been talking with him, okay?
Take real good care of you.
Because of our manpower issue right now, I need Emma to follow you. Okay? So you won't be sitting right here, but you'll be right behind you in the squad car. Okay?
He's saying we'll be right behind you in the squad car. So I'm wondering if he does follow behind in the squad car with Officer Knudsen, and then at that point, you know, like I said, if once he gets out of that ambulance, then we're going to lose the audio of her. But
Right.
yeah, it's almost over because they're about to leave. So
And we're going to make sure that you're taking good care of. We'll figure out exactly what happened. We're going to keep you safe, okay? You're safe right now. We're not going to let anything happen.
you're safe right now.
Okay? There will be another car behind you. Right out that window.
So they're saying you're going to have a number of, you know, cop cars, cruisers behind you to make sure you're safe. You know, it's interesting. She wants them around. She's not afraid of law enforcement or worried about it. You know, she wants them to go with her, you know, which is interesting, right? Because remember, she initially didn't her first request to the farmer was for him to take her to the hospital, right? But he calls 911. But so I don't know, but it is interesting. Either way, she's not afraid of them, right? I think that's really going to be clear to the jury that she's not afraid of them at all. She's not like, and they're treating her really kindly and wonderfully. So.
You'll be able to see him right out the back window, okay? So we're not going to far away. We'll only be about 15 minutes or so.
We'll do about 15 minutes or so. They're saying to get to the hospital. There it is. That's the end. Cool. There you go.
At 42:36, and that's the portion that we intended to play.
All right. And do you have any additional evidence for this story?
I know that was painful to hear, but I took a lot of notes about the things that I thought were important. I thought that was very informative. And again, I'm happy to go through and put some subtitles in if you guys want. But yeah, that's the end of the video exhibit. Yay!
No, Judge, our next witness is scheduled to be here at 1 o'clock.
All right.
I believe there's some other matters we probably need to take up as well over between now and then.
All right. Okay. Anything the council would like to put on the record other than we'll go back and take care of the sidebars?
Judge, at some point we're going to want to talk about Dr. Benson's report. The state has given me, I gave them a redacted version. They gave me a redacted version. I gave one back. We're still in the process of working that out. I haven't
Dr. Benson is the next witness.
had a chance to talk with that with Ms. Fishny. If I'd probably need it whenever we're done here, a 10-minute break, whether we want to do that before lunch or after lunch, I'll defer to Your Honor, but I just need a 10-minute break before we can go on the record with that. That's the only matter that I have.
All right. I don't know who is the part of the state that wishes to address that.
I will be, Judge. And I have
Spring chicken.
the most updated redacted version that has gone back and forth and then back again that I can provide to the court if you want to start reviewing that.
Randall, how did you get your name to be that font? That's new from last time. Also, hi. So Spring Chicken back in action. He's back and better than ever with Spring Chicken-ness.
Are blacked out areas which the parties agree should be redacted. There are yellow highlighted with a red line through them areas which are also portions the parties agree should be redacted. There are some additional just yellow highlighted areas that the state believes should be redacted, and those are the areas we'll have to be that we'll have to address.
Now, this next witness, the one they're talking about, is a psychologist who actually met with Ezra and did his forensic psychologist thing where they assess her and all that. Okay, that's why there's things that will need to be redacted. But this is gonna, you guys, this is right along Dr. Curry, Dr. Hughes, right? Treating well, having said that, I guess Dr. Hughes didn't actually meet with Amber, right? She just like gave her the test or whatever. Probably not, I don't even remember. But it was like really funny. Like it was like not enough to really have made a decision versus like Dr. Curry spent a lot of time with her, if I recall. Anyway, but yeah, so this guy, we're going to hear, he met with Ezra and he's assessing her for PTSD essentially, but he's going to be the next witness. So there's, you guys, we're going to be hearing a lot of things. It's going to be flashbacks to Be Heard. It's going to be funny. I mean,
With the court.
Whatever. Coincidental, consequential, I don't know. You guys decide the word.
As well as just the use of the defendant's statements to Mr. Benson, Dr. Benson in general. So I can provide the court this copy now if you want to
Yes.
do it before we come back in.
All right.
Just so we may agree, I just wasn't in a position yet to agree on the yellow highlighted portions. I wanted to think and discuss those matters, so it may be.
It's interesting too. Everybody uses these tiny cups, which I noticed early on in the trial. They have these baby cups and a big, huge pitcher of water, except Miss Nodoff has the entire trial had the same orange, really distinctive orange water bottle. And everybody else uses these baby cups.
That we're in agreement.
All right. Okay, well, let's, just before we forget, just go back. Okay, I think there's just really one.
Interesting, right? Because they're the wide mouth cups. I'm sorry, I'm just like shocked because they're the wide mouth cups. You don't usually see that. Like, I don't know that I've ever seen cups like that ever in a trial, ever. Now that I think about it, it's always bottled water of some kind. Because, I mean, the wide mouth cups like that, they're short and stocky. Like, I mean, you knock one of those over and there goes all your court documents, right? I mean, tech equipment, whatever the case may be. I mean, you know, I'm shocked, right? Open containers. It's kind of crazy.
Sidebar we have to address, and this was approximately 10:44 a.m. And
These would be sidebars from when Ezra was on the stand, guys. These are the sidebars from when Ezra was testifying.
And the defense objection was that the questions that Mr. DeFore wanted to ask about the Instagram thread, particularly, and I can't remember the date of that thread, but it was where Ms. McCandless was communicating with Mr. Mengel about wanting to tell Alex off or what have you and discuss punching him in the face. And we had a sidebar. Mr. DeFore, his position was you should be able to go into that because on redirect, Ms. Fishny had asked Ms. McCandless about why Alex would be afraid of him and elicited testimony that essentially he would be afraid of him because she had information about what he talked about other coworkers at Racy's that he wouldn't want her to disclose, or he was afraid of that. The court allowed Mr. DeFore to go ahead and to revisit that particular thread where she told Mr. Mengel that Alex was afraid of her. And so now I give, it's your objection, Ms. Fishny, so go ahead and make the record you'd like to make with respect to that.
Yeah, Judge, that was not within the scope of the redirect. The redirect simply asked why she said that Alex would be afraid of her. That did not answer the question that she had made some remarks earlier in the conversation. That clearly was not within the scope, and it should not have been permitted by this court.
All right, thank you. Mr. DeFore?
Your Honor, just to make clear, our response is essentially it was in fact that she said why she's now saying it, why he should be afraid of her. We were trying to introduce an alternative reason that he would be afraid of her that she specifically wrote in writing, and that included that she'd punch him in the face and punch him in the,
Yeah. By the way, are you guys enjoying the high def spring chicken? I mean, he's just springier than usual.
It was impeaching what she claimed on her redirect.
So
All right,
the
so
records are clean.
again, that's the record on that. So now, because we may have to take up this matter related to Dr. Benson, I guess I would ask that
Benson.
council be back at,
Y'all, we're going to hear all the keywords. We're going to hear malingering. We're going to hear MMPI2. There's going to be a voir dire. Y'all, this doctor is a big deal for this. It's interesting. It's a huge part of this entire defense case in chief, really, this testimony. And, he's got a lot of thoughts, I'll say.
12:50. We'll break now for lunch, and so you'll have a little over an hour and 10 minutes or so. And then we'll, if hopefully you reach an agreement, but if not, then we can address that before we have Dr. Benson. Plan on Dr. Benson right at 1 o'clock then. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, then we'll be in recess.
Inclined to reconsider the first part of the sentence, but the state's position would be that the entire sentence should be removed. Clearly experienced a traumatizing event. I don't think that's really all that in dispute, but I think the opinion can be that she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. That's the ultimate opinion. So I would just ask that the whole thing be removed, but I understand the court's.
Okay, well, I'm gonna leave it at that. I think that's fair.
So they're looking at his expert opinion. Remember, guys, with these expert witnesses, that's why they have to submit all this stuff in writing. We don't always see this. I mean, it's like, what do they say? I hate the expression, but it's the one you hear, seeing how the sausage gets made. I think that's a terrible expression, but anyway, if you guys can think of something comparable, let me know and we'll use that instead. What are the ones we made up before? Because we like making up expressions around here. So we can make up our own, but anyway, so, but this is the thing that, I don't know if it's done off the record in other trials or we just, they just don't do it. But basically, how these experts, they have to submit their reports. Well, depending on the situation, right? But in this case, he submitted a report, right? Because he's giving a professional, like a medical opinion, right? A diagnosis. He was a treating psychologist for Ezra. So they're going over that ahead of time before his testimony, right? And this is the reason, because they're gonna, Spring Chicken's looking at it. And he's saying, like, he's looking at the overall opinion and going to try to say, like, okay, this is okay. I don't think this is okay, blah, 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 right? Before it comes out in testimony. And then it's too late.
I don't like the language. I prefer that it was her behavior was consistent with, but we don't have that. But I don't think anyone disputes that it would be a traumatizing event, no matter whether the state's version is correct or the defense version is correct, frankly.
Now that's going to be something that's going to be really interesting to talk about because, let's take this out of context. Say it's not Ezra. Let's just say it's somebody else, right? Let's just say it's whoever doing whatever crime. Somebody does some sort of terrible thing and murders a bunch of people, whatever. Okay. Where they admitted to doing it, they're not claiming self-defense. Let's say they even plead guilty. Let's say there's a confession, whatever, right? It doesn't mean that event still couldn't be traumatizing. So one thing that I think is going to be interesting to talk about is does this idea that because she has PTSD, does that mean that that is self-defense, right? Like, does the PTSD is or should the PTSD be indicative, right, as to the nature of the crime, right? Because, and I think that's really what it's going to come down to is like, well, and he just said, Judge Peterson just said it himself. He's like, well, regardless of which theory, I think we can all agree that she was traumatized. That's what reminded me that as I was editing this video, it's something that I thought a lot about, which is like, well, people that we know committed a crime and admit to committing a crime and blah, blah, they could still be traumatized by what happened at the crime scene, right? Now, not all of them are, but some of them are. And that some of them might have PTSD. And we're going to hear more about that again from this next witness.
Okay, what's the next part?
Page 3, I know on Your Honor's version, it appears as if there's not agreements, but on the version that we've now come to, there is an agreement. And so there's the version that will eventually be submitted. We're in agreement as to page 3.
Okay.
Judge, and I did provide the court a second copy. I don't know if
Yes.
you have two different versions.
I do have that. Thank you.
Same on page 5, Judge. There's an agreement as to the couple of words that are redacted there. And then
So
on,
there's an agreement on that?
correct, so the sentence should read, I am really good at distracting myself during the week, but there have been times I was reliving the event. And so the reference to where she was, that is her being in jail at that time, has been redacted.
Okay. Okay, then page 6.
And then on page 6, Judge, the words that Ms. McCandless said to Dr. Benson, we have agreed, I don't know what version Your Honor has, but what she has said has, we're in agreement on. It's the sentence that reads, there is no doubt that during the events of March 22nd, Ms. McCandless's sympathetic nervous system was activated by the presence of a perceived threat. That is the sentence that we are arguing about. The state wants that out.
Yeah,
Defense
that makes
believes that
sense.
is appropriate opinion testimony.
Wow, that's interesting because that's really kind of for the truth of the matter, isn't it? Right? Did she perceive a threat or not? Interesting.
As well as at the end of that paragraph, the sentence begins, this is a concise and expected description of her experience. Both sides agree that portion of the sentence stays in. The state would like excluded the second part, which reads, in response to a perceived threat of physical injury and sexual assault, if not both.
Oh,
The state is asking that that be excluded.
And just on that last sentence, I don't think, I highlighted the second part of that last sentence because that's the objectionable part, but the first part of that sentence doesn't make any sense because the statement that is referring to has been redacted. So I think the whole sentence should come out.
You know, and in fact, Judge, I agree to that whole sentence coming out. It does not make sense with the portion that I agreed upon before, and so that last sentence we agree can be redacted.
oh, okay.
Should have read that clear before.
There you go.
But we still are in disagreement about the sentence regarding there is no doubt.
Well, again, that sounds like the language in Hazelton. And what's the state's argument on that?
Same thing, Judge. It's Hazeltine. It's going to, the no doubt is the language that's concerning, but it says she had a perceived threat, and that's the whole crux of the case.
So you guys remember like in Deppy Heard where like the whole issue where Dr. Hughes was not allowed to say that Amber was more truthful because she scored some sort of score on some test. Like she couldn't give an opinion that Amber was being truthful or not, right? Like as to her credibility, essentially, because that's a matter for the jury to decide. So it reminds me a lot of that, where it's like, you know, part of this doctor's opinion, psychologist's opinion, right, has to do with him believing what Ezra's saying, and then like her, again, it's her perception. Like, so for example, okay, what am I getting at? What I'm getting at is like, if you're on the jury, right, and let's say it's Deppy Heard, if you're on a jury and you've got an expert who's saying, well, I look at all the expertness that I have, look at how smart I am, look at all my experience, and I'm telling you that this person was truthful. Well, that's why that's not allowed, right? Because it's like a jury could be like, well, they say so, right? Because they could trust the Now, not always. There's times where juries they are like, I'm sorry, it doesn't feel right in my gut. I don't care what an expert says. But it could be like, well, so if the expert says it validates it, right? Same thing here, right? Where you've got this expert who's saying like, essentially, Ezra has blah, 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 because of, and like the sentence they were just talking about, where it's like, because of a perceived threat of danger and, you know, SA and whatever, it's like having an expert say, yep, these things are true. Whereas prior to this, they just hear it from Ezra's mouth, but it's like her word against everybody else's, right? And it's up to the jury to decide how credible it is. So you can't have an expert coming in and giving an opinion that is really invading the province of the jury, if that makes sense.
If Your Honor is asking the defense would concede, based upon Your Honor's prior ruling, that the phrase, there is no doubt that, be excluded. The defense is asking that the rest of the sentence his opinion, essentially, quote, during the events of March 22nd, Ms. McCandless's sympathetic nervous system was activated by the presence of a perceived threat. That stay in.
Okay, well, the court's ruling is going to be that there is no doubt that will be removed. You may leave in the sentence, during the events of March 22nd, Ms. McCandless's sympathetic nervous system was activated, and then the court's going to order that by the presence of a perceived threat. That goes to the ultimate issue in this case.
Ultimate issue. Yep. There you go.
So I understand by the presence of a perceived threat is excluded is what
Yes.
I'm hearing. Okay.
Yes.
Then I believe with those rulings,
To the jury.
we are in agreement. The defense is not intending to elicit any hearsay testimony from Dr. Benson regarding statements that Ms. McCandless made to Dr. Benson about childhood trauma in any way, her relationship with Alex in any way, or her description of the event in question, that is, what happened on that muddy road or in the backseat of that car. So I agree, I'm not going to ask him for the content. It's my understanding that I do get to ask him, did you talk to her? Did she make statements? Just not get into the content of that. And so I'm not trying to elicit the hearsay, but I do intend to say, did you rely upon things that she said? That
All right, I don't think we completed that, though, on page 6. I think that sentence, which is the last sentence of the blacked out paragraph.
my understanding, I
out.
agree to take that out.
Okay, that's
Sorry.
right. All right. Okay, then, anything further the state would like to say in response to the last thing that Mr. Nelson said?
No, Judge, if I could just have maybe 5 minutes to have a updated redacted version drafted and printed?
Sure.
Thank you.
That's fine. And I think I will then just go in recess for that, and then clerk can signal me when you're ready. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen,
Here we
middle
go.
initial
Look
A,
at the computer.
Benson, B as in Bravo, E.
Y'all, I've only ever seen this the one time with somebody expert bringing a computer that I can recall. And it was, who was it? It was it Karen? Hold on, who was it? Was it Karen Reed? Oh my God, what trial was it? And they brought in their computer and they had these fancy charts, and it was like they had left the numbers off the X and Y axis. Or was it Murdoch? It might have been I think it might have been Murdoch. It might have been that Mike Sutton guy. I think that's what it was. But he still did, but he didn't have the computer like this though. He had the computer like up there, but not open, lit up, plugged in, ready to go. Like this is, I mean, this, do you guys find this shocking? This to me is, absolutely shocking. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing with your computer? Like, what? It's just, talk about Dr. Hughes with her notes. Like, look at this. It's a computer. It's an entire computer. It's just shocking to me, right? Again, it's one thing if it's like closed and it's just up there and you're like, can I refer to my computer? Which already that is odd in and of itself. But like, this is on another level. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
N-S-O-N.
And Dr. Benson, what do you do for a living?
I am a licensed psychologist in the state.
First question should be, why the fuck do you have your computer up there, open, lit up, plugged in? What are you doing?
of Wisconsin.
I see you kind of set up and put some stuff up on the ledge there for your reference. Is that right?
That's correct.
Look at him smiling as if, yep, I sure did. Look at how great look, what, dude, what? I'm so, like, have you never testified before? Why do you think it's a good thing? That's not a good thing that he's saying that to
We
you.
just asked that
Jesus Christ.
you have the computer screen up right now. I can't see it, and Mr. Hahn can't see it. So is there
That's a
anything that you
problem.
have up on that screen that you're going to be reading right now?
What are you doing?
No.
Okay. So if you do, for whatever reason,
Close the computer.
reference something
Close it.
you need to do on the computer, just let us know so that we can make sure that we know what it is you're
That's
referring
insane.
to, if there's anything along those lines. Does that make sense?
Sure, it's just a copy of my report.
Okay. And then same thing, I know you had a 3.
That's not how it goes, and he should know that. They have copies of his reports. They all need to be looking at the same thing. You can't just have your computer open. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
Ring binder there, and probably lots of information in that as well.
Not a 3-ring binder. Wait. I didn't even see the binder. Hold on. Okay. This dude, homie, is sitting up there with an entire laptop and a 3-ring binder. This makes Dr. Hughes seem like Mother Teresa when it comes to having notes up there. Like, what? I feel like I'm crazy. What's going on?
Right?
That's correct.
And so again, if you need to refresh your memory or review something, just let us know. No, but we just want to make sure that we all know we're on the same page.
Yes.
Literally in that case. When I ask you about your education, in particular, just your undergrad and then your master's and your PhD. So did you get a college degree?
I did.
Where did you do that?
I can't even believe his computer is still open. Why are we looking at his computer? Guys.
I graduated from St. Olaf College in Northfield, Minnesota
And when was that?
in 1978.
And what was your major then?
Psychology?
Did you go on and get a master's? Is that what the MA is for?
Yes, I completed a Master of Arts degree at Luther Theological Seminary in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Okay. And then following your master's, did you go on and obtain further education?
I did.
Where'd you go?
I completed my PhD at the University of Nebraska.
I have to say that's something that he and Dr. Brucato, who's one of my personal heroes, have in common. Dr. Brucato is a really well-known and well-respected, those are all understatements, but there's no way I could possibly compliment him in a way that would do it justice. So we're just going to go with that. Forensic psychologist, who went to seminary school before becoming a psychologist. Sounds like this dude did the same thing, also at seminary school, which is interesting.
My field of study was clinical psychology. And from there, I went on and completed an American Psychological Association approved residency at the University of Texas Health Sciences Center in San Antonio.
Okay. Is it after that then you became a licensed psychologist?
That is correct.
You're a licensed psychologist here in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
How long have you been licensed here in the state of Wisconsin?
Since 1987.
And I know on here you also have your professional experience, and I'm sure there's many details we want to go into, but for now, can you just give us kind of a broad stroke summary of your employment, I guess, over those past 30 years or so?
Sure. I worked for the first 4 years at North Central Healthcare in Wausau, Wisconsin, after I completed my PhD. North Central Healthcare is a community mental health center and inpatient psychiatric hospital, and also a rehabilitation and senior citizens living facility. I also, after that, entered into private practice, and I was in private practice since 1990. So I entered into private practice shortly before I left North Central Healthcare. And in that capacity, I worked with individuals, I worked with couples, I also worked with families, both in inpatient and outpatient settings.
Do you do any forensic work as a part of that?
My initial forensic work actually started back in 1981 when I was at the University of Nebraska. We have a joint PhD JD program there. And as part of that program, I was a member of the forensic assessment team.
And so when you talk about forensic work in your field, what does that mean?
Forensic work at that, well, what I typically take it to mean is that I was dealing with cases involving competencies, looking at the question of criminal responsibility, also looking at guardianship issues, and also looking at psychological evaluations to provide a diagnostic picture of the person who was being charged with the crime.
Okay. I think I interrupted you when you were talking about your professional experience. Was there anything else that
What are you doing with your computer, sir?
you were going to add before I cut you off there?
What is going on? What is happening?
3 years ago, I started working, moved from doing part-time practice of doing forensic work to doing full-time forensic work through the Wisconsin Forensic Unit.
What's the Wisconsin Forensic Unit?
This is an agency that is contracted with the state of Wisconsin to perform competency evaluations on whether or not a criminal defendant is competent to proceed to trial.
In those situations, so if a court wants to appoint an expert regarding the, what we call in our field a 97114 or a 97115 evaluation, do they pick somebody that's on that forensic unit team?
Oftentimes, yes. Not exclusively, but oftentimes.
Okay. And how many professionals are within that the Wisconsin forensic unit? Approximately.
Approximately, I would say 15.
All right. And you're one of those 15?
Correct.
Have you been appointed in this neck of the woods to do evaluations by courts
Yes.
in Eau Claire County?
Yes.
Just name some of the other, again, counties in this neck of the woods that you've been appointed by judges.
Chippewa County would be another one. Rusk County would be another. St. Croix County would be another. Trempealeau would be another. Grant County would be another.
All I can think about is Bannock County, Canyon County, Nez Perce County, Ada County. All the counties I know are happen to be in Idaho.
Not recalling any others at this point.
But you go across the state. Would that be fair to say?
Places outside of Madison and Milwaukee would be fair to say.
So in what I think those of us that live in this area, that everybody else down south calls it the northwest corner of Wisconsin, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, it's a pretty big area, but
What the heck is happening? Why are they having what is happening? You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of in Murdoch when they would all start talking about, oh, those gamecocks and chit-chatting about people that no one's ever heard of and aren't related to the trial and sharing their stories. This kind of reminds me of that. What is happening?
once you get outside of Milwaukee and Madison, you cover that whole area, right?
I have done cases in that area, yes.
All right. Move for the admission of Exhibit 711, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 711 will be received.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 712. Is this a copy of your report that you made in this case?
I'm just checking here because of their blacked out sections, and I just want to make sure we're on the same page, literally.
Did you guys catch that? This is bizarre. Okay, so what happened was early on, when he first took the stand, Mr. Nelson said that joke and was trying to be funny. He was like, I just want to make sure we're on the same page, literally. And I even commented, and I was like, he didn't think it was funny at all because the dude didn't laugh. And now he's saying it back to Mr. Nelson, and Mr. Nelson's not laughing, and neither is the dude. What is going on? It's weird. Are they being, I don't know. I can't tell if they think it's funny or let me replay that part. I don't understand. Why are we not they were just laughing, but now is when they should be laughing, right?
What's been marked as Exhibit 712.
Why are they laughing at the wrong time?
Copy of your report that you made in this case?
I'm just checking here because of their blacked out sections, and I just want to make sure we're on the same page, literally.
Why are they not laughing?
I'll give you a copy that you can refer to with the portions that are, as you said, crossed out. Does that make sense, Dr. Benson?
Yes.
Does that Exhibit 712 appear to be a copy of your report with some redactions?
It is a edited version of my report, yes.
Okay. Move for the admission of 712, Your Honor.
You guys, you can,
All right,
tell he is not happy about that. He's like, my report was perfection. And he's like, this has been edited. I mean, surely he's seen redactions before, right? I mean, come on now.
712 will be received. And ladies and gentlemen, there are redacted portions on the exhibit. And the parties have reached an agreement that those portions that have been redacted are not relevant to this trial. So it's something that you should not speculate about what is redacted, and but the report is received for what's relevant. Okay? Council satisfied with that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 713, is that a addendum to your report that has additional information regarding your diagnosis and opinions in this case?
That is correct.
Again, move for the admission of 713, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, again, Exhibit 713 will be received, and again, there are redacted portions of that, and the parties agree that those portions that are redacted are not relevant and not admissible in this trial, and therefore, I ask that the jury, or instruct the jury, to disregard any redaction or to speculate or wonder what was redacted.
All right, so you're certainly welcome to look at your report, but I want to just ask you some questions about what you did in this case, okay?
Yes.
Were you hired to do an evaluation of Ms. McCandless and answer certain questions?
Yes,
Did you do that?
I did.
All right. And in your report, you talk about, I believe, you list sources of information. Is that in your report?
Yes, there is a section entitled Sources Information.
So is one of the sources your interview of Ms. McCandless?
Interviews,
Yes. And in your report, you list how many times that you'd met with her.
the report 3 times.
Since the completion of this report in March of 2019, have you met with Ms. McCandless again since then? And I see you're using your computer. So
One moment, please, I just need to check on that.
Dr. Benson, while you're just, can you
I
let
have
us know what you're looking at?
Yes, I'm just looking at the times when I met.
Dude, the way he just held up a finger and he's like, 1 moment, let me just check my computer. You can't just use your computer. What is happening?
With the defendant,
Okay.
and I wanted to make sure I had the exact dates. So I previously met with her in addition to what was specified in the report of March 18th of 2019. I also met with her on March 30th and also on October 5th.
So you've met with her 5 times.
That is correct.
Okay. And the March 30th, was that in 2019?
That is correct.
And the October 5th, that was
2019.
2019, 20-some days ago, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And were each of those 5 times, was that what you would consider a clinical examination?
Yes.
What's a clinical examination?
It simply means that I'm looking for evidence from a diagnostic standpoint now. When I use the word evidence, there's a difference between
So Super Planner Girl's asking a great question. The prosecution absolutely could be putting up a fit. I would be. I am putting up a fit about it. This is crazy. I don't know why they're not. Spring Chicken, I believe, is going to be doing the cross. I mean, I really don't know. I really don't know why they're not putting up a fit about it. It's horrifying to me. And no, I have not seen any of that trial. But I've been scrolling away at these videos and getting stuff prepared for the Koberger live streams and whatnot. So yeah, I know I've not seen any of that trial. But yeah, the laptop is, and the way he's like not even asking to look at it. He's just like, hold on, let me look at it first and then I'll answer your question. You can't just do that though. Like, it's insane.
Psychological or psychiatric concept of evidence and a legal concept of evidence. And so for my purposes, I was looking for evidence of diagnostics, looking at what clinical diagnoses may be present to describe Ms. McCandless's current functioning, and then also looking to see if there had been any changes over the period of time from when I first met with her on May 8th of 2018 to when I met with her most recently.
Okay. So under the diagnostic clinical interview, you have listed the 3 meetings, and now we've learned about the 2 other ones. You also list neurobehavioral status examination. Is that right?
That is correct.
What is that?
It is a standardized process for establishing, does the person know who they are? Do they know where they are? Do they know the time, the date? Are they oriented in time? And do they understand the purpose of why we are meeting?
Okay.
It also looks at a number of other things relative to presenting mood. It also looks at executive functions like memory. And
I'm
it also
pretty sure
looks
this
at
is like that same test that they gave Trump, like the man-woman TV thing. Pretty sure.
what we call thought organization, thought processes to see if there is any evidence of any formal thought disorder that would qualify as mental illness.
Okay. You also list on there consultation with the Dunn County Jail nursing and correction staff. Is that right?
That is correct.
So is that something beyond just reviewing records?
It would have been simply posing the question to them, how's she doing?
Okay. And again, we can't get into the content of what somebody else told you, but just you've spoke with other people who'd been with her, around her.
That is correct, in addition to reviewing the medical record.
Okay. Judge, my preference is to just keep the lights on unless you want a different. I don't know if you want to ask the jury if they can see it with the lights on. I don't.
Yes, anybody feel they need the lights on? Okay, nobody's indicating they want the lights on.
Okay. And so up on the screen there, Dr. Benson, is the Exhibit 12, the 712 that you see, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You guys see it? Do you guys see it? There it is. MMPI-2. There it is.
So we went through the sources of information, diagnostic, clinical interview. Was there also some testing that you did?
Yes, there it was.
And again, they're listed up there. Can you just tell us what each one of those tests? What's the first test?
The Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, 4th edition, is a measure, an objective measure that is based on norms of similar adults of the same gender, looking at intellectual functioning, which has to do with things like verbal comprehension, ability to reason, cognitive processing speed, and working memory, which has to do, think of working memory as being like problem-solving memory.
And on Exhibit 713, which I believe you still have up there on there, that's the addendum that we previously talked about. That's the detailed results of that test. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay. And so we'll get into the actual results of that later. The WAIS to 4th. Did you do that one time, 2 times? When did you do that?
WAIS 4.
WAIS 4.
WAIS 4. We're going to teach you how to talk like a psychologist today.
All right. I'm not sure who will appreciate that other than you, but when did you administer that test?
That was on May 8th.
Okay. Have you done it since then?
I only did it the one time.
Okay.
And the purpose in doing that is that's typically a test because it's an ability-based test, that it's sufficient to do it one time as long as it's within the past year or two.
Okay. And then the MMPI-2, what is that test?
The MMPI-2 is a 567-item forced choice. And what forced choice means here is that a person reads a statement and they have to respond to the statement as either being true or false as it relates to a description of how they tend to think, feel, or act the majority or 51% of the time. What it gets at are a number of different types of diagnostic conditions. And it's a diagnostic tool that is recognized as the gold standard in doing any type of a clinical assessment.
When did you administer that test?
That was administered on May 8th.
And the MCMI-4, what is that?
That is another forced choice inventory that looks at personality features, or what we would prefer to refer to as the more enduring traits of character or personality, meaning when you see a person, what are the things that tend to be consistent about them from one time to the next?
When did you administer that test?
I administered that both on May 8th and then again this past October 5th.
And why would you administer that test 2 times?
Because one of the things that particular, and again, this is not a test, it's an inventory.
I apologize.
The WAIS is a test because the WAIS has right and wrong answers. The MMPI-2 and the MCMI-4 are inventories in that they register the person's preferences or way of looking at what happens around them. The reason for administering it twice is because one of the things that I'm concerned about whenever I meet with somebody is I want to make sure of the accuracy of what they're reporting. And so one of the things that I look at across the course of those different interviews has to do with credibility. It has to do with whether or not there is some attempt to malinger or feign, to represent themselves as someone that they're not. And so the MCMI-4 has a link to different types of personality disorders. And I wanted to see if any of the ones that were linked to the presence of malingering were evident on the results of her MCMI-4s.
Okay. And I'm going to talk a little bit more later about those results and how they impact your opinion. But I just wanted to get the initially here. So thank you.
The
And then
malingering ends up being a big issue here in a little bit.
you have the post-traumatic distress scale. Is that right?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a clinician-administered interview that follows the criteria, the diagnostic criteria in the DSM-V. And then based on those criteria, it makes ratings in terms of the frequency of those criteria as they're experienced by the person who's completing the scale.
Okay. And when did you administer that scale?
I administered that on the initial appearance with Ms. McCandless on May 8th. And then I also administered it back in this last month, on October 5th. Not this last month, but on October 5th.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then lastly up there is this one is a test, or at least its label is the Wisconsin Card Sort Test. What's that?
Wisconsin Card Sort Test is a neuropsychological measure that is computer administered. And what's important about this measure is that it is sensitive to prefrontal functioning in the brain. The prefrontal cortex is what we refer to as the executive center of the brain. The executive center is where we make decisions. It's where we weigh possibilities, and it's where we look at what possible actions are available to us. It's also available to us in terms of retrieving memories that could be useful for what to do.
When did you administer that test?
That was May 8th.
Then I'm not going to get into the details, but it has on there, and I believe continue to the next page, review of legal documents. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say that.
Yes.
Fair to say that you've reviewed thousands of pages of documents, or at least you were provided thousands of pages of documents.
I have 2 hard drives here that I reviewed.
Okay.
I didn't do an exact page count, but something like that.
Okay. At the bottom of page 2, you go into a section that's called clinical findings. Is that right? See it up on the screen there, Doc?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about that. Did you, to a reasonable degree of professional certainty in your field, come up with, have an opinion as to her diagnosis?
I prescribed 2 different diagnoses for the defendant. The first was post-traumatic stress disorder with depersonalization and derealization. And I also diagnosed the presence of persistent depressive disorder with anxious distress.
And that, I know, is referenced eventually here on the last page, just because I'm jumping ahead a little bit. On page 8 of your report, under the paragraph diagnoses, that's what you're referring to there. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So when we go back to page 2.
Can we approach real quick?
Sure. So I believe I was asking you about, again, I lost track myself, so I apologize if I'm repeating, but you were going over your diagnoses here from page 8 that is up on the screen. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 2 of your report, you have a section called clinical findings. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so I want to go down and talk to you about this sentence here beginning, "It is my clinical opinion," okay?
Yes.
So you put on there, it's your, can you just read that sentence, I guess? Maybe that's the best. It's your clinical opinion that what?
It is my clinical opinion that she continues to experience the event, and this is in reference to why we're here today. in the form of intense and distressing recollections, the avoidance of exposure to the cues that resemble or symbolize aspects of the event, recurring nightmares or flashbacks, and persistent depression.
Okay. What's post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well, what we look for in that is that it's defined in the DSM-5.
What, and I'm going to cut you off, I apologize. What's the DSM-5?
DSM-5 is this particular book, which is everything you want to know about diagnosis. It lists all the diagnoses that we currently use relative to mental disorders. And there is a specific section in there that's entitled post-traumatic stress disorder, but it's also titled stress-related disorders because there's more than one. And in that particular section, it outlines the diagnostic criteria that are associated with a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder.
So before we get into the criteria for diagnosis, just in broad strokes, you know, we hear the term PTSD or what's post-traumatic stress disorder? What is it? In just layperson's terms, if you can.
Well, I'll do my best. The first thing that has to be present is that there has to be a credible threat of serious injury or death or sexual violence. That has to be met first. That's the first criterion.
And are these criteria, again, that are in the DSM-5?
That is listed in DSM-5. That has to be met. It is an exclusive criterion. It has to be met first before you can go on to the other criteria.
What are the other criteria?
Without going into all of the specifics on them, the other criteria have to do with intrusive symptoms. Think of this where you have thoughts that come into your mind without wanting them to be there. They simply are popping into your awareness, or they're intrusions, or they're unwanted recollections, or they're flashbacks. The second part of that, of those criteria, has to do with avoidance, where you don't want to be reminded of something, where you try not to think about it, you try not to talk about it, you try not to have feelings about it. And then the third part of it has to do with the fancy phrase that's used for it is autonomic hyperactivity. And autonomic means that it's not something we have conscious control over, it's involuntary. And so these would be things like tachycardia, heart racing, hyperventilation, breathing very rapidly, increased perspiration, typically a sign of stress. That's the sort of thing where, again, there's a sense of feeling, an interior sense of being charged up.
Now, remember, one thing that's interesting about that is, like I noted from that video we watched with the body cam, when the first responders were there at Dawn Sippel's house, it was so interesting that her vitals were completely normal, right? Like I said, it would be understandable for her to have a fast heart rate or, you know, her blood pressure or whatever, but her vitals were normal. So find that interesting.
Energized or tense. Those would be the three criteria that we look at for basic criteria.
And I know your diagnoses had the term with depersonalization and derealization. And so I want to get into that in more detail later, but that is a part of your diagnoses?
Those are in the DSM-5. One of the things that it asks for there, there are modifiers that can be attached to the diagnosis. And those are two of the modifiers that can be attached to it.
Okay. So before we get into the details about kind of the criteria in which you evaluated Ms. McCandless for regarding PTSD, do we need to know a little bit more about depersonalization or derealization, or can we talk about that later? You tell me.
Well, let me put it very simply. Basically, with depersonalization, it's a feeling of being outside of one's body. It's a sense of observing yourself as if you're up in the corner here, looking down, watching yourself as you're doing something objectively as you live your life. So it's a sense of being kind of stepped apart from, or sometimes we use the colloquial, everyday language of saying, he was beside himself. That, in a sense, references the notion of depersonalization. Derealization is a sense that what's around us doesn't feel real at the time of it being perceived. So it feels like it has a sort of fantastic quality to it, or as if it's not grounded in reality, or as if it's not quite objective or something that can be touched or felt or sensed.
I
Is
mean,
that,
I would agree that Ezra's version of what happened was not grounded in reality. So
I've heard the term surreal. Is that similar?
Surreal
to
could be
that?
one word you could use for it.
Okay. So back to the diagnosis about, or the description about post-traumatic stress disorder. Did you evaluate Ezra for that?
I didn't go into the initial meeting with Ezra, with Ms. McCandless, with a particular diagnosis in mind. That's not the way clinical assessment works.
Okay.
A clinical assessment is a process that we call it an actuarial assessment. And what that means is that we use a combination of clinical interview data and also objective test data, looking at what type of diagnostic conditions best explain the person's behavior that I'm being asked to look at and to provide some understanding about.
So just if I get this right, it sounds like you gather information and you go through a process with that information to come to a, for lack of a better term, an opinion or a conclusion.
Or a conclusion would be a good way to look at it. So it's a gathering information. And as the information is being gathered, you look for what I call a convergence of findings. That typically when you're looking at who the person is, you're listening to their answers, you're looking at the results of their testing, things start to funnel down to the point where we then come up with, okay, here's what I think we have based on what's been provided to me.
And that might be the opposite of, say, reaching a conclusion and then looking for evidence to support the conclusion.
Yeah, I don't do those kind of evaluations.
Is that something, have you heard of the term confirmation bias?
Of course.
What is that?
It's where it's essentially you've already defined it. I mean, it's where you go looking for something that you've already determined is there before you've met with the person.
Okay. And sounds like that's bad practice.
It's an unethical practice.
Okay. And so in this case, you met with Ezra to just gather information.
That was the initial intent, yes.
Okay. And at some point, upon meeting with her and the tests and the other information, you came to this diagnosis.
Or diagnoses, yes.
Diagnoses, apologize. What role did your clinical interviews with her play in your diagnoses?
Well, that's critical because one of the things that you look at with actuarial assessment is that you are trying to understand what is the context for what got the person there in the first place. And when we talk about context, it's not just a matter of what is the presenting issue. Context is also determined by what goes before. And so at that point, it'd be important to get a good sense of history, comprehensive history, talking about important events that have preceded the event in question, talking about past styles of addressing those types of events, how much resilience was present or lack of resilience. In essence, trying to put into some sort of picture, who is this person and how are they likely to respond when stressed?
And what's the important, you said again, 5 times, what's the importance of, why didn't you just meet with her once?
Well, that certainly can happen where there's only a one-time meeting, but I think that this is a fairly serious issue here that I was being asked to draw some conclusions about. And one of the things that I always look at when I do a forensic assessment in particular is that the reality is that people lie. And so one of the things that I do in terms of trying to examine the possibility that I'm being presented with a story that may not be accurate is that I prefer to do multiple interviews. Because the context for that, the reality is people tend not to remember their lies. And so when I'm sitting with somebody for 2 hours or 4 hours, or the one day I sat with her for 8 hours and took notes for that entire time, I have all those notes available to me over that approximately 18 hours that I met with Ms. McCandless.
So this brings me to the term malingering. Have you heard that term before?
Yes.
What is malingering?
Malingering has to do with a person presenting a picture of themselves that is not accurate or realistic. Typically, they present that picture for some type of secondary gain or benefit.
Are there other terms that are commonly used or commonly perhaps thought of in conversation that are similar to the clinical
Sure,
term malingering?
sure.
What would those terms be?
Other terms that are used, one would be feigning. Typically feigning, F-E-I-G-N, is meant to symbolize some aspect of trying to present that you have a diagnosis that in fact you do not have. Other terms that are used are fake bad, where you try to present yourself as having every diagnosis in the book in a sense, or a significant number of them. Another term that is frequently used is fake good, where the person tries to present themselves as being overly virtuous,
So like Amber Heard did both of those things.
or possessing the kind of values that would never allow for any type of wrongdoing. In essence, a fake good profile would be similar to saying that they could never do anything wrong.
Is that, in your 30 years of practice, do you consider malingering when you meet with people and make evaluations and offer diagnoses?
Judge, I'm going to object, and I think I need explanation on a sidebar.
We're going to have you step out for a few minutes. Sorry for this, but it should only be 5 minutes more. I certainly think we can begin. So, okay, Mr. Hahn, you made the objection, and I'd just like you to go ahead and express your concerns for the record.
Judge, I anticipated when there were questions about malingering that it was going to delve into really two different areas that I think are potentially off limits. One, I believe, based on some of the testimony Dr. Benson provided already, that part of any opinion he would have in that regard would be based on the two more recent evaluations he did of the defendant, which nothing from those evaluations, and the state didn't even have knowledge of those evaluations being done, has been turned over as part of the discovery process. And I know defense counsel said that because there wasn't a report provided to him, he doesn't have an obligation to turn that over. I disagree. If there's an expert opinion, there needs to be notice provided in an adequate time frame prior to trial, as well as mental health testing as required by statute. The secondary issue is that if Dr. Benson is in a position to say that the defendant was not malingering, that's essentially saying that that she is telling the truth about what happened, which again is, I believe, off limits. There's maybe a little wiggle room for him to say that she was, it's his opinion she suffered PTSD, and on cross-examination I'll get into the inability to distinguish whether it was unprovoked homicide or whether it was self-defense, but I still think that's tiptoeing up to that line of him vouching for the credibility of the defendant. So it's really a twofold objection that started with just the scope of what has been provided as discovery and kind of transformed into both of those things.
Mr. Nelson?
Briefly, Your Honor, we provided the state a copy of Dr. Benson's March 18th, 2019 report, which is the redacted version has now been marked as Exhibit 712. Within that report, he mentions these 5 psychological testing, some of which are scales, some of which are inventory, some of which are tests. The state has this report, and they have the fact that he did this testing. The state has never done follow-up discovery requests to the defense saying we want the results of any of that psychological testing. They've not asked for that. They've never asked us for that. They followed up to say we want to know what his sources are for some of his articles, and we provided that. But they didn't ask for the rest of the stuff. His opinion today is the same as it is in the March 18th, 2019 report. I'm not asking him if he's changed his opinion. I'm not asking anything along those lines. We have met our discovery obligations. We've given him his written report. We've given them the subject matter. They've not followed up. For whatever reason, they've chosen not to follow up to ask for these specifics. I don't have those specifics. I understand if they asked, I would have a duty to go and get them, but they didn't ask. And so I didn't go and get them. I don't have anything more than what I've given them.
And so beyond that, I think it's somewhat, they have to say, hey, now that we got this report, we want these other things. And when they did do that, we followed up and gave that to them. Second part, Judge, regarding malingering. Malingering is different than Hazeltine issues. This isn't about credibility. Malingering is my understanding, and perhaps Ms. Fishny's looking up, it's a medical, something that they consider, psychiatrists, psychologists consider in their medical diagnoses. And as I said at the sidebar, when my understanding of Dr. Benson's testimony is whenever he gives a diagnosis to anybody after an evaluation, he is always implicitly checking for malingering. And when he offers a diagnosis, it is based on the fact that he has concluded that there is not malingering. So it is in his initial report, because I cannot imagine Dr. Benson or any other professional ever issuing an opinion to say, I diagnosed this person with post-traumatic stress disorder, unless implicit in that is they're not malingering. And that's all I was going to ask him about. I'm not asking him to say in particular about Ms. McCandless, but that they check this out. It's not like he's got the wool pulled over his eyes. That's a consideration in their field. He has considered it, and despite that consideration, he has offered an opinion, and his opinion is in this report. And so I think that's much different than Hazeltine, and I don't think there's been a discovery violation. And if Your Honor wants to instruct the witness how to answer those questions so that it's framed in the way that I've just described, I understand and I appreciate that. I'm not trying to get in some credibility backdoor, some Hazeltine backdoor, some character backdoor. I'm just, do you consider this?
Well, the problem lies in giving an opinion as to whether she was malingering or not. Because that is, so, I mean, you can ask about a diagnosis. I don't think that you need to get into the malingering part of this. This is not a personal injury case. It's a criminal case. And obviously the credibility of Ms. McCandless is a critical issue in this case. And to have a psychologist sit up here and to say, my opinion is she was telling the truth about this would be certainly impermissible. Okay, well, I'm just saying that would be, and that's what the state's objection is. So how do you get what is admissible without crossing that line? That's the concern I have. And Mr. Hahn, from the state's perspective, where is that line? Any suggestion from your perspective?
I think, well, really two things. It doesn't really matter if the test, everything I already said still stands. I think there's a discovery violation. The statute pretty clearly says mental examinations need to be turned over. There's no requirement that the state know that Dr. Benson went up and met with the defendant multiple times after reports were already provided. So the fact that we didn't continue to follow up weekly or daily or monthly with requests for those records, I think fails miserably. The line.
There's a statute section? What's the statute?
It's 971.23 sub 2M AM. Sub 7 discusses a continuing duty to disclose, which applies to both parties.
I have the statute if I'm prepared to respond, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and respond.
It says, first regarding the discovery, any relevant written or recorded statements of a witness named on the list, Dr. Benson, including his reports or statements of experts. We gave them his report. And then after that, it says, or, if he doesn't provide a report, we need to do other things. And then at the end, there's the and, including the results of tests if we intend to offer that into evidence at trial. The only results that I'm offering are on 713, the addendum about the IQ testing, which was already provided to the state in the February 1st report. And so I'm not offering the results. I've asked, did you do these, again, tests, evals, other things, which the state has been made aware of. I'm not asking for the results. I'm not offering those into evidence in any way.
So what occurred on March 30th and October 5th of 2019 that then you would intend to offer a trial?
Well, those are the results of tests. He gets to talk about clinical interviews. There's nothing in there that says he can't talk about clinical interviews.
Well, hold on. His testimony was about he likes to interview people on multiple occasions to see whether the facts change, because he said people can have a hard time remembering what lies are.
Correct.
Or what lies they may have told. And so, what was the reason that he followed up after having prepared a report that was provided to the state without any additional? So that's what I'm concerned with there.
I'm not sure how, I don't follow Your Honor's question in relation to, are we talking about the discovery? What we're talking about from a discovery standpoint? I'm not following.
What occurred during those, maybe we have to bring in Dr. Benson to voir him on that, but why are those two meetings relevant to his testimony?
We'd have to ask him, but I believe he'd say that he did additional clinical interviews. My understanding was the reason that he did the additional ones was in his March 18th report. I believe he even makes reference to, on page 8, the top line, when he's talking about self-cutting behavior in that paragraph, and then on 8, I'm currently unable to offer conclusions or draw inferences to a reasonable degree of professional certainty regarding this issue. In my opinion, further examination of this issue is warranted. So I believe he went there to do further examination based upon those issues. I am not offering opinions regarding the self-cutting behavior that he references in this here, in which he says he's going to do some follow-up on. It happens to be that when he's doing that follow-up, he's met with her. And that meeting supports his prior opinions that he's already disclosed and told them. It's not, I didn't tell him to go and take another test.
But to the extent that it goes to his continued opinion, implicit or otherwise, that she was not malingering, that, in the court's opinion, is not admissible.
Well, so, again, I'm lost because I've never asked him his opinion if she's malingering.
Well, but you're getting into talking about malingering, which is the foundation that goes there.
As I said on the sidebar, I do not intend to ask him that opinion. I intend to ask, do you consider whether somebody is malingering when you offer a diagnosis?
Well, it's pretty much saying the same thing.
It's not the same. That is not the same. I'm not asking for his opinion. The state is going to be, if not their whole case has been, and I don't want to get into the credibility, that she's making this up, right? I mean, broad strokes, I understand.
Oh my God. Sorry, I also have to add a broad strokes to my mini counter, but I mean, I feel like if I recall, he gets kind of testy in this housekeeping session, Mr. Nelson.
I think I'm able to ask, did you consider malingering, this medical concept, when he met with her?
Yeah, but the problem with that is that it is going to invade, in the court's opinion, the province of the jury to decide. And so, implicit is what you're saying is that Dr. Benson believes Ms. McCandless.
I didn't ask that question. I don't.
No, you didn't ask that question, but as you said, in a diagnosis, it's implicit. So if you then you don't need to ask him about that. You don't need to ask him about malingering, and that here's how we're going to handle it. There's going to be no more testimony or talk about malingering, and then we're going to ask him about the March 30th and October 5th examinations, see what it is that he did, what was the purpose of those, and if it, before we bring the jury in, and if it was, again, to see whether she's giving me different, alternate facts or.
That's not a test.
Well, it's not a test. It's not a test, but if it's part of his opinion as to whether she's malingering or not, in a sense,
if we're not allowing the malingering, I'm not going to ask him about whether on March 30th or October 5th he tested her for malingering. I mean, if Your Honor's ruling is you can't get into malingering, then I don't get into malingering, but I still get to talk about the fact that he's met with her. So, I mean,
What would be the point of that?
because it's part of his basis for his opinion is he's met with her 5 times. As far as PTSD goes, I won't mention malingering. I disagree with Your Honor's ruling respectfully, but I heard it, I get it, I'm not going to persuade Your Honor, I'm moving on. However, I still get to ask him about those because those meetings support his diagnoses about post-traumatic stress disorder. And he'll talk about post-traumatic stress disorder. Not malingering.
All right, Mr. Hahn, do you want to be heard on that limitation?
Just briefly, it's either irrelevant because he didn't provide any examination of the defendant, or it's a discovery violation because the statute says a written summary, if a report's not done and his previous report doesn't include doesn't excuse him from providing a report or the defense from providing a report or summary for all future examinations, but it says if a report was not done, a written summary of the expert's findings or the subject matter of his or her testimony and including the results of any physical or mental examination, scientific test. He's already testified that he administered mental examinations on those dates, and if those are at all the basis of his opinion, then he doesn't get to talk about those things because they haven't been provided to the state as required by the statute.
I disagree. I understand Your Honor's ruling about malingering. This is not a discovery violation. We gave them his report. We're not offering into evidence test results. These were
All right, what I need to do is,
examinations.
I need to hear from Dr. Benson before I can make a ruling. So,
Do you want me to go get him?
yes, let's go get him. All right, I'm going to, Mr. Hahn, do you wish to voir dire the witness related to those 2 meetings subsequent to his report? that was
Yes.
provided.
Dr. Benson, there were 2, your report mentions May 8th, December 15th, and December 16th, all in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And what was there was one October 5th, 2019. What was the other date that you met with the defendant?
I believe it was March 30th. 1 minute, please.
And while you're checking that, whatever the exact date is, that was 2019?
That's correct.
And that's my recollection as well, but if you want to confirm that.
Sure. March 30th.
Thank you. Now let's look first at March 30th, 2019. What was the purpose of that meeting with the defendant?
Can I pull up my note here on my computer?
Absolutely.
All right. I was looking at the types of cutting that she had engaged in the past in order to understand the psychological dynamics behind the reasons for cutting previously.
Were there any other additional reasons for that meeting, or was that the sole purpose?
That was the purpose of the meeting.
Did it, at any point during that initial meeting, evolve into any other examinations or inquiry?
During the March
30th meeting.
Just going to scroll through my note here and make sure that there's nothing else that occurred. There were 2 other issues that were discussed.
What were those issues, if you could go through them one first?
The first issue was the high conflict divorce between her mother and stepfather.
What was done to address that? Were there any examinations involved or simply conversation?
That was well, I would submit that it was an examination by virtue of conversation. What I was looking for in particular, because one of the incidents of self-cutting was tied to the divorce itself. And then, if you're ready for the second one?
Yes, please.
The second one had to do with the second issue had to do with a person that she identified as being a positive influence in her life, a teacher in the Stanley School District. And what I was looking for at that point were characteristics of resilience.
These, I think, are her claims of SA, which we heard about in Jason Mengel's interview.
How she handled conflict, how she handled stress.
Is it fair to say, I'm sorry, is that all the topics that were covered?
Those are the two additional ones. The primary topic that was covered was to examine the number of incidents involving self-cutting, and then to talk about the dynamics involved with those particular incidents.
Now, as you sit here today, do any or all of those three categories impact your diagnosis of PTSD?
I would say that the cutting is not a primary determinant, but it is a reflection of an attempt to deal with the PTSD.
And what about the other two categories you discussed? Do those impact your diagnosis of PTSD as you sit here today?
My diagnosis was rendered only with respect to the incident of March 22nd of 2018. I did not speculate at any point in my report about possible diagnoses preceding that event.
Is it fair to say that that background information may make somebody more susceptible to PTSD?
The background, what information are you, I'm not sure what
The two categories, the high conflict divorce as well as the positive influence you're looking for resiliency, are those things that...
The resiliency does not make a person more susceptible. And I would say that without going into detail, there are aspects of the divorce which I think were causative in the sense that they laid a groundwork for what came later.
So that, I just want to make sure I understand, the cutting is a reflection of dealing with PTSD?
It can be, yes, it can be one of those things in terms of addressing the experience of highly intense negative emotions.
And the positive influence, that really didn't have an impact on PTSD diagnoses?
Are you asking my intent in asking about that? Is that what you're
I'm asking you if, as you sit here today, you'll eventually you'll be asked what your opinion was.
Right.
Does this background information in any of these categories, we've talked about the cutting, the resiliency determination based on the positive influence, does that factor into your opinion as it relates to
The relationship with the teacher was not a primary factor.
Was it a secondary or a peripheral factor?
I would say it was not that.
Okay. A factor at all?
So what I'm looking at here is that I'm looking to do an assessment. But I'm also a person who, by virtue of my code of ethics, is sworn to help. And I was looking for something that I could provide to Ms. McCandless in terms of her ability to work through difficult events and what she had done previously to make that happen.
Okay. So let's move to the high conflict divorce. Does that background information affect I think you said it lays the groundwork or framework, I forget which term you used, and I apologize if I misstated, for potential PTSD later. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And in specific, it's not the high conflict divorce per se. It is behaviors associated with one of the parties as part of the divorce.
And in that meeting, did you learn specific, without getting into the content, specific information about that divorce that made it, as you described it, high conflict?
I learned about it in the previous meeting that I'd had with Ms. McCandless, but I felt a need to go back and clarify some things to make sure I understood it fully.
Okay. And those were all the three topics, correct? For that first meeting we talked.
I take verbatim notes, and those are the topics that were covered, yes.
Okay. Now let's move to the October 5th, 2019 meeting. What was the purpose of that meeting?
Again, I'm just going to my note here.
That's fine, thank you.
Let me just
And
check
so
the
what I
computer.
did at that point is I was looking back at the notion of recall memory, because one of the things that occurs with post-traumatic stress disorder is that the ability to recall events tends to coalesce over time. So in other words, the closer we are to the actual traumatic event, the more fragmented the memories. And I was looking to what degree Ms. McCandless had been able to recall aspects of her past behaviors. relative to the event in question. I was still trying to see where there were parts that she could not recall what had happened. And I was also going through and wanting to do a re-administration of the post-traumatic distress scale to see to what degree of consistency was there, because again, I'm always looking for veracity. I'm looking to see, is this following an expected course of development that I would typically see with a person who has been diagnosed with PTSD?
So you're looking for something to either help confirm or help not help call into question, but potentially call into question the truthfulness of her initial assessment?
Well, it's not just a matter of that. It's also looking at to what degree she was continuing to report the clinical signs of PTSD. Now, if I would have seen wildly different reports during the times that I administered the PDS, that would tell me something about her approach to the examination.
Can you explain that?
Yes, there are 37 different items that are on the post-traumatic distress scale. And then what occurs is that we review each of those items, and then we talk about the frequency with which she's experiencing those things. And based on that frequency, I assign a rating in terms of an overall score as far as what the degree of impairment is. And so what happens at that point is I'm trying to see to what degree her memories are coalescing or to what degree she's continuing to experience a sense of distress. Because typically, one of the things that I had also talked about with her during that time was whether or not she was getting any mental health assistance while incarcerated. And the purpose in doing that was to basically to see what's happening with how she's processing this event. Because one of the things that occurs from a diagnostic standpoint in terms of trauma and addressing the residual effects and ongoing effects of trauma is that at some point we want to make sure that there's treatment. Because the sooner we're able to start providing treatment, the better the prognosis is for recovery. And so that's more of a clinically driven issue, I appreciate, but I also I am not here solely as an officer of the court who's been appointed to do an evaluation. I'm also a clinician who's looking at the necessity of saying, where do we go from here? What do you need?
Now, let me just make sure I'm understanding, that was the PDS exam test that you gave, or
it's not
inventory?
A test. Thank you.
I'm learning to be a
psychologist.
Psychologist, yes.
University of Nebraska is a JD, PhD.
Yeah, you already told us about that.
It's actually a protocol for going through that mirrors the diagnostic criteria in the DSM-V.
But it gives you a result of some sort, correct?
Yes, it's based on some research that was done by Edna Foa, F-O-A, who looked at PTSD and then was able to qualify different severities of PTSD based on what the person was experiencing.
So sitting here today, testifying, is it accurate to say that that examination as well as your meeting on October 5th, 2019 is part of the things you consider in diagnosing or in testifying about a diagnosis of PTSD for the defendant?
It would provide me information that, yes, I would take into account.
Were there any other areas of inquiry or examinations administered on October 5th?
I'm just going to scroll through my note here.
Yeah, just go ahead and look through your whole computer while you're at
The
it.
other part that also occurred at that time is that I had Ms. McCandless review the documents that I had produced that were summaries of our meetings. And the purpose of that was to have her offer me what changed, if anything. And then the second purpose of that meeting was to administer it's not up on the screen anymore, but if you remember one of the inventories was called the MCMI-4, which looks at personality characteristics. And that inventory also has a set of validity indicators on it. Validity indicators? Do you want me to spell that? Okay. Has a set of validity indicators, and I wanted to make sure that her orientation to the assessment process was still reflective of a sincere demeanor.
So in a different terminology, is that a potential assessment for malingering?
I'm always looking at that. But it's not just about that. I mean, that's one of many things that I look for when I conduct an assessment.
What else, maybe I'll ask it a different way, is, I assume there are results that come from that MCMI-4?
There are.
Is the administration of that inventory something that you would rely on if you were to testify today that you are of the opinion the defendant suffered from PTSD?
Yes, it is.
Now, were there any other examinations or areas of inquiry that I'm missing as it relates to the October 5th meeting?
There was discussion relative to the police interviews. There was also discussion of what occurred at Mr. Sippel's house. And that completed the time I spent with her.
Were there any inventories or tests administered or just discussion in that area?
No, that was just discussion at that point. I was just trying to see what she had access to consciously.
Now, does that conversation about those two areas, the police interviews as well as the events at Mr. Sippel's house, are those part of the things that you would consider if you to testify today about an opinion that the defendant has PTSD?
Absolutely.
That's all I have, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, do you have any questions?
Your March 18th report, you opined, as we talked about, that she has, that you gave her a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with aspects of depersonalization and derealization. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you had that opinion at the time that you wrote that report, correct?
Yes.
And anything about that these additional meetings that would change or influence your original opinion?
The follow-up meetings confirmed my original opinion.
Would you, and I'm not asking that you do, but you still stand by your March 18th, 2019 report, agreed?
I do.
And it sounds like, again, in broad strokes, these additional meetings gave you, for lack of a better term, additional assurance in your original opinion.
They provided confirmation for what I had developed over the first 3 meetings with Ms. McCandless, yes.
But if you never met with her on March 30th, 2019 or October 5th, 2019, you'd still stand by your report and the opinion that you've offered?
I would stand by the report, but I would have to make a qualification at that point that my report would be indicative of her psychological status and functioning as of that date, as of the last date that I saw her.
Okay. That's all. Those are the only questions I have.
Okay. Anything further? And I don't know that we have to have Dr. Benson leave. Mr. Hahn, anything further?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. Well, the court's...
Judge, I'd
Yes.
like to argue a point of law.
Go ahead.
Since I've been busily legally researching, what is the definition of rebuttal evidence? Because rebuttal evidence does not have to be disclosed to either party. That makes it very clear. If you look at section 971.23, what the defense must disclose and what the prosecutor must disclose in the subsequent case law, it makes it clear that reports, even names of witnesses, don't need to be given to opposing counsel when it constitutes rebuttal evidence. And in fact, there are 2 Wisconsin cases to that effect, State v. Novy, N-O-V-Y, and I'll have to go back to get you those sites, and State v. Sandoval. State v. Novy is from 2009. It's a case I'm very familiar with because what happened in that particular case was that the prosecution had an expert witness. It was I believe it was a homicide by intoxicated use or injury by intoxicated use of a motor vehicle. What happened in that case was the prosecution had an expert who had declined to disclose to the defense. However, the prosecutor was able, once the defendant testified as to what their theory was about what occurred, the prosecutor was able, notwithstanding the fact that the witness had never been disclosed, to put it on as part of its rebuttal case. The prosecutor had actually planned I think, on using that witness in its original case in chief, unless I'm conflating the Novi case with State v. Sandoval, which is a 2011 Wisconsin case. But the ultimate result in both of those cases was the same, which is that it doesn't matter if somebody planned to call, if a party planned to call a witness or held a witness out for rebuttal, even though it could have called that witness in its case in chief, if the prosecutor could have, if it was what the court called bona fide rebuttal evidence, there was no need for discovery to be provided to the other counsel. So then the issue becomes this: is the testimony and the opinions of Dr. Benson bona fide rebuttal evidence when the defense is putting it in its case? And so what I did was research Wisconsin law on this issue, on whether or not the defense case can be considered, quote unquote, rebuttal evidence. Wisconsin case law is silent as far as I have been able to determine. However, I was able to find two cases from other states that I think are instructive as to this point, particularly the latter case. The first case is People versus Parker, found at 65 Michigan Appellate 592, a 1975 State of Michigan Court of Appeals case, which says, rebuttal evidence is limited to the refutation of relevant and material evidence hearing on an issue properly raised in a case either in the prosecutor's case in chief or by way of defense. What our argument is, and then I'll read you the second case, is that in the prosecutor's case in chief, the prosecution has clearly, even before Ms. McCandless testified, but from the moment of its opening statement, argued that Ms. McCandless has been a liar, that Ms. McCandless has essentially lied to the police about what has happened. It was basically discussed throughout its case. She was called a liar. She was called a faker. They were talking about her lying and faking. And our evidence, as it concerns Dr. Benson, is based.
What did she say? What year? She said it was Michigan from 1975, and it was Court of Appeals, not even. Yeah, so that's not too good.
Basically, to rebut this proposition, which has clearly been put forward both in the opening statement and in the evidence put forth by the state. If we look at the case of Ford versus
trying to make and say, it's like they really were banking on the fact that the prosecution would call her a liar, and they've not done that.
State, a Court of Appeals Maryland case, 462 Maryland 3, which is much more recent. It's from October 26th of 2018. And what I think is really instructive is it cites Black's Law Dictionary. And what that case says is Black's Law Dictionary defines rebuttal evidence as evidence that is offered to disprove or contradict the evidence that is presented by an opposing party, and states rebuttal evidence is introduced in the rebutting party's answering case. It is not adduced, for example, through cross-examination during the case in chief of the party that is to be rebutted. Rebuttal evidence is also, the court goes on to say, defined as evidence that tends to refute or discredit an opponent's evidence. And there it is citing Merriam-Webster 2018. These definitions demonstrate that the very concept of rebuttal is that procedural matters limited admissibility, and it's got a footnote. The very concept of rebuttal evidence is to disprove or contradict evidence that was presented by the opposing party. In other words, first there has to be evidence provided by the other party. In this particular case, factually, what has occurred here is the state has produced this evidence.
Okay.
We are, in essence, rebutting it.
Here's what she's saying. So I don't know why she's arguing, because this is Mr. Nelson's witness, but she's making a whole separate thing. He was trying to get in this thing about malingering. Okay, here's what's going on. Mr. Nelson is like, look, this opinion about malingering or whatever was in his report or whatever. And then the state's like, well, he didn't turn that over. There's a discovery violation. She's like, there's no discovery violation. They didn't ask for it, blah, blah. And then meanwhile, before the judge could rule on that, now she's coming in with a whole other thing, saying the opinion about malingering is allowable because it's to rebut what the state has said. as if the state has said point blank that she's a liar, and the malingering is him giving a professional opinion that she's not a liar. But the problem is the state has not done that, madam.
Now,
Right?
because
I
of the
know.
order of the
I
way
know.
trials play out, there would be no need for us to call Dr. Benson if it were not to rebut the state's assertions that Ms. McCandless is a faker, a liar, and that
You already had, dude. I think she's a faker and a liar, and here's why. Because Dr. Benson had already met with her 5 times and was already hired to be an expert witness in this trial long before the trial started. Like, you were going to have him testify. Like, she's trying to say, like, oh, we wouldn't have him unless to rebut what the state. No, he's one of your experts. Like, you didn't just, after the state, finished their case in chief, you didn't decide to have him in last minute. No.
came out in several different ways, both in argument and the case in chief, to not allow this witness to testify as to his opinions as to the diagnoses would be essentially to deprive Ms. McCandless of effective assistance of counsel. And while the basic report that turned over his diagnoses was done by the defense, the fact that he went to go confirm his diagnoses by meeting with Ms. McCandless on a subsequent occasion basically just enhances the defense's rebuttal case. So therefore, we have no legal duty to have advised the state of the fact that he subsequently went and met with Ms. McCandless, spoke with Ms. McCandless. He had no written reports that he created, which there, of course, would have been a duty to turn over to the state because it's a prior written report of a witness.
I thought he did have.
So this cannot be excluded simply because he did not draft a report, which, according to his testimony, has simply reconfirmed or reaffirmed for.
Well, he said he always takes verbatim notes, though. I mean, I know that they could quibble about what's the difference between notes and a report, but still, I'm confused because didn't Mr. Nelson argue that they turned all the discovery over, and now she's like, we didn't have. I mean, I feel like they're kind of arguing all the different things, but some of them are contradicting each other in a way here.
Him, what his previous diagnosis was. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We're welcome.
All right, Mr. Hahn, do you want to respond to that as briefly as possible?
Judge,
Bring-
I just
bring
direct the court
case
to
law.
State versus Gribble, Gribble. That's
Here we go.
248 with
Bring
second
chicken.
409. And for
We'll just bring chicken with the Wisconsin case law. There you go.
Attorney Fishny, 2001, WISAP 227. Because I didn't anticipate this being an issue, because I wasn't aware of the 2 additional examinations, I'm just reading over the case myself, so I don't have
I'm sorry, my site came out wrong. 2001 Wisconsin app, what?
227.
Oh, I made a mistake.
So I'll just need, if the court wants me to elaborate, I'll just need a few minutes to review the relevant portions.
That's fine. And in the meantime, Mr. Maxey has been so good as to give me the citations to Novi and Sandoval. Judge.
But you go ahead with Novi.
Novi is, do you want the Wisconsin second or the open site?
Wisconsin second.
That would be 346 with second 289. And, oh, so that is actually 2013. I'm sorry, I got the case of the years backwards. State v. Sandoval is 318 with second 126. Now, I hope I've not conflated the facts in these, and if I did make a mistake, I just want to advise the court with good faith. But the basic proposition of law, I know I've cited accurately.
Okay.
And I would also argue that the Gribble case cited by counsel is an opposite to what we're talking about. I have read the case before, and this is refreshing my memory, but basically just to tell you the overview, it says defendant's conviction arose out of the death of a 21-month-old child who died as a result of severe head injuries. At trial, the defense attacked the credibility of the child's mother. The Court of Appeals affirmed on all issues except one. It held the defendant's rights weren't violated by the trial court's questioning protective jurors on hardship. Testimony from, well, that has nothing to do with this. Testimony from a private investigator was properly stricken because the defendant had failed to turn over a recording.
You're going too fast.
I'm sorry. Testimony from a private investigator was properly stricken because defendant failed to turn over a recording made by that investigator as required by 971-23-2M. So that's quite a bit different than the situation we have here, than where this is in fact bona fide rebuttal testimony, and this doctor has simply gone and reaffirmed his original opinion by a subsequent follow-up visit.
But it can't be both, though.
I'm limiting that to.
How are you? Oh my God. She's saying it's bona fide rebuttal testimony, but yet it's not really that big of a deal because he was just affirming what he already knew. So which one is it, though? I don't.
Visit, because it really appears that only the October visit even played a role in that at all. The second visit was really about other issues.
Oh my
Thank
God.
you.
Judge, and perhaps it helps the court if I inform the court of what the state believes is the appropriate remedy. There was an evaluation done. The report had been provided March 18, 2019 is the date of the report. I would ask that any portions of an opinion that are based on anything beyond that, so if there's a confirmation of that opinion or a different facet of that opinion that stems from the two subsequent examinations and meetings, then those be, the witness be prohibited from talking about those. I don't have an issue with him as it relates to his initial diagnoses with the limitations we've already discussed about malingering and other sorts of information.
Okay, no, well, I've heard enough for now. First of all, I don't necessarily see it as bona fide rebuttal evidence.
Right? Thank you.
I appreciate your quick research and your argument. However, there are facts that
Yes.
Dr. Nelson is not aware of. He hasn't. Benson, I'm sorry.
I appreciate
Attorney Nelson, Dr. Benson. It's not what's happening to me. Okay. In any event, and to just have him testify, again, that based upon her facts being consistent with him every time he met with her.
Yeah, this is a great point. He's saying that he doesn't have all the facts of the case, right? He only has, I mean, it's a great point. This discussion could be very different in different contexts, especially if it's a civil trial or if it's just, there's no trial at all. But because this is a criminal trial where there's evidence, right? And there's things that Dr. Benson wouldn't know that wouldn't come out until trial. It's a great point.
I mean, there's nobody there cross-examining. You don't have other information, being put to him and so forth, as this jury has. This jury.
He's saying no one is better qualified to determine Ezra's truthfulness or lack thereof than this jury. He is saying essentially this jury is more qualified when it comes to this criminal trial. They are, or not, maybe not more qualified, but in a better position with the correct information to assess Ezra's truthfulness or lack thereof, more so than the psychologist, right? And of course, I mean, I don't know that he's going to say it, but I'm going to say it. Part of it too is like, well, she was just, she was consistent with him when they met, but that doesn't mean she's not lying, right? That means that she had a lot of time, potentially, to kind of like get her story straight, or, you know what I mean? Like she answered it the same way every time. That doesn't necessarily mean it's true though, right? It could just mean she's actually lying all the time. So anyway, okay.
They are the ones who will decide whether the defendant was telling the truth or not. Now, I understand that Dr. Benson, is mindful of his ethics and all of that, and that's terrific. But I am going to, again, because of all of the circumstances, these follow-ups, we're not allowing him to testify about what she told him. He can testify as to what his diagnosis is, but we're going to stay away from the whole topic of malingering or not, because otherwise what you're really trying to do is to say, look,
here it is.
The state accuses Ms. McCandless of being a liar, but this fine psychologist, he says she's not a liar.
That's it. That's exactly it right here. And that's exactly what they tried to do in Dep v. Heard with Amber, with Dr. Hughes. Same thing. Yep.
That's really what you're trying to do, and they
Yep.
can't allow you to do that because that's invading the province of the jury. So you can testify as to his diagnosis, but we're not going to,
Judge.
counsel will not go into the area of
Didn't beat around the
malingering.
bush.
Understood?
I understand your ruling.
As well as anything, again,
Yay, Judge.
that confirms or strengthens or his opinion from information he learned after the report turned over to the defense in March 18. Okay, so you follow that, Dr. Benson?
Do.
Okay,
They really wanted to get that testimony in from Dr. Benson after Ezra took the stand. And it's like, did the jury buy it? Did they not buy it? Well, here's this guy telling you, yep, it was all true. Yeah, not going to happen.
so that's what we'll do. Are we ready for the jury? Or do we now, anyone need a restroom break, or can we
I
get
would
through
love
this?
to do that if that's okay, for like 2 minutes. Do you
Well,
think-
if Ms. McCandless needs a break, then we have to do a recess, and we're going to need 10 minutes, right?
I'm fine.
Okay, so
I'll
I'll
just be-
give you 5 minutes, but please,
I won't even be 5 minutes, Judge.
okay, all right.
Can we start with our?
You don't need to be that specific about how long.
Okay, I prefer to bring the jury in because they've been out. I hate to keep them waiting. Okay, let's bring the jury in. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may continue.
Dr. Benson, I want to ask you some questions about
Malingering. No, just
the
kidding.
three, what I've got, at least the three sets of symptoms regarding post-traumatic stress disorder. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Is that, I think you'd previously testified about these sets of symptoms. Is that a good term to use, or is there a preferred term?
That would be appropriate.
What are those, so the first set of symptoms, can you tell us about that?
Yes, those are what we call the intrusive symptoms.
And what does that mean?
And those are defined by having distressing recurrent thoughts that come into awareness without being bidden, without being asked for, without being contemplated. They just simply appear.
Magic.
Second part is having bad dreams or nightmares about the traumatic event. The third one is reliving the trauma as if it's happening all over again. The fourth is feeling emotionally distressed when reminded of the trauma. And the fifth is experiencing physical reactions. Again, when reminded of the trauma, like breaking into a sweat or chest tightness.
So these are the five, what do we call these? The five sets of symptoms regarding that first category of symptoms?
The 5 symptoms that are indicative of intrusive recollections.
Okay. You met with Ms. McCandless on May 8th, December 15th, December 16th, and you made out a report regarding how those symptoms that she had, is that right?
Yes.
Did she display, do you have an opinion as to whether she displayed any of those symptoms regarding that intrusive and distressing memories?
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
With respect to the unbidden, distressing thoughts that came into mind spontaneously, that was a daily, multiple times daily occurrence.
And you respond, yes, it's hard to try and stop thoughts, but it's not hard to replace them in positive ways. And the more you do it, the better it will get, correct?
Correct.
With respect
I
to
just
having
figured I'd let her give herself her own advice. You know, that's why I included that.
bad dreams or nightmares about the trauma, she specified 4 times per week.
Jason sends a text to you. It's the second last one on there. Says, I'm worried right now. If I sleep, what will happen? Correct?
Correct.
And continues, what will I dream? Correct?
Correct.
And the next text is, and the new trauma really draining my hope. Correct?
Correct.
And what he's referring to there by the new trauma is the information he got from Jenna Van de Zandt, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And then you respond, if you let yourself only think of negative things before you sleep, you let yourself lose, correct?
Correct.
Again, just trying to let her take her own advice here, right?
And you state you become nothing, correct?
Correct.
With respect to reliving the trauma as if it was happening all over again, reliving the event, that was specified as weekly, 1 time per week. With respect to feeling emotionally distressed and reminded of what occurred on March 22nd, that was multiple times daily. With respect to the experiencing the physical reactions, that was multiple times daily.
And now you showed the different hard drives or thumb drives of additional information, is that right?
That is correct.
And then which included medical records surrounding Ms. McCandless on March 22nd through, I think it was the 27th, is that about right?
Yeah, at Mayo Systems, yes.
As well as medical records from staff, including nurses here in Dunn County. Is that right?
That is social worker and nurses here in Dunn County.
And is that something that you check to, you looking for collateral sources of information other than just Ms. McCandless's reporting of this?
It's a rule of practice that whenever I do a forensic evaluation that I consult collateral sources, which could include past medical records. It also could include persons who have ongoing contacts with the defendant.
You did that in this case?
I did.
And did that confirm your opinion that those intrusive and distressing memory symptoms were present?
I have one technical issue here. The diagnosis of PTSD was referenced with what occurred, with the assessment that occurred at Mayo Health Systems. But by definition, the part that we did not get into is that you do not look at a diagnosis of PTSD until 30 days after the event.
So I want to follow up on that. And so let's put that to the side.
I understand, but I just wanted to get...
And I appreciate that, but putting that aside, and I think you're talking about Dr. Barthelow's opinion within those Mayo records, is that right?
His name was attached to it, but it wasn't, I believe that there were other names attached as well to those records.
And so, again, I don't want to get into the content of that now. So let's put that aside.
Understood.
The other collateral sources that you looked at, did that support,
My guess is their findings were that she did not have it. That would be my guess.
you use or consult that to support your opinion?
It was, remember before I used that image of a funnel?
Oh, boy.
That was all information that went into the funnel to see what was going to come out at the bottom.
I don't know why. I just feel like that's just a really weird way to describe this process of making such an important diagnosis for somebody.
And so to answer your question, that would be information that went into my consideration in order to determine what I felt was the most accurate diagnosis given the experiences and perceptions that have been reported to me and the records that have been provided to me.
Okay. And now I do want to talk about this without getting into the content, but it sounds like you're critical of an opinion based upon the timing of when that opinion was given. Is that right?
Object relevance.
I think it goes to, well, I'll back up.
My guess is they said she
back
didn't
up.
I'll sustain the objection.
When you're evaluating the criteria under DSM-V for post-traumatic stress disorder, is there a timeline that you are to consider?
Yes.
What's that timeline?
When there's been a traumatic event, typically there is, if you look at the section of the DSM-V that has to do with trauma, there are different diagnoses that are available. And so the first diagnosis that you would look at is that whenever there's been something which is defined as a disruptor, this is a very broad category diagnostic, but it's done this way because the belief is we need to gather information in order to understand what happened. So the first diagnosis would be an adjustment disorder, which means some disruption in personal, social, occupational, emotional functioning. The second fact that one would look at, or the second diagnostic category, would be an acute stress disorder. But one doesn't begin to look at that until after 3 days have passed. And that's a point of practice that's defined by the DSM-V. I mean, just as a legal professionals, you have points of law, we have points of practice. And then we begin to talk about PTSD after a lapse of 30 days or more.
So there's, in that first 72 hours, based on the DSM-5, there's only certain diagnoses that are even permissible. Is that fair to say?
With respect to a traumatic event, yes.
These stress disorders, which is all we're talking about, or the traumatic event stress disorder.
Correct.
Okay. And so within that category, there's limitations in that first 72 hours.
That is correct, but unfortunately, sometimes people tend to jump ahead instead of being mindful of the time limits that are imposed by the DSM.
Okay. And so why is that? Why is there this limit, that 72 hours to say, look, don't go do something too quick in that first 72 hours? Why?
Because the reality is that not everybody who's exposed to a traumatic event necessarily develops PTSD. There can be other responses as well that are equally valid. A person can become depressed in response to a traumatic event. They can become anxious in response to the event. They can become dissociative, and by dissociative, what I mean is that they, in a sense, block any remembrance or awareness of that event so that it's not accessible by memory. And they can also have what we would call a somatic disorder. And again, I apologize, this is the language that I have to use. But what it means is that certain physical parts of the body are seen as being highly distressed, but it's the kind of thing where that distress is seen as being or interpreted as being indicative of some type of underlying psychological difficulty. So for example, if a person were to have an unremitting headache, that would be an example of a somatic symptom that could be reflective of an underlying psychological issue. If a person were to have some type of GI distress, one of the explanations for that can be that that's indicative of an underlying psychological issue. Or we know from the research studies that have been done that fully 1/3 of all presentations at emergency rooms for cardiac problems are actually due to anxiety, where the anxiety is so intense that it mimics the person having a heart attack.
Again, that's why it's weird that Ezra's vitals were fine when they checked her in the ambulance.
So why
That would be an example of him not having all the facts right there, right?
Why does the DSM-5 say wait 72 hours?
Because I think it's reflecting that there needs to be time to gather information. It also reflects that when you have a traumatic event, it's kind of like it takes the experience, what could I compare it to? It's kind of like taking an experience and ripping up a piece of paper and throwing it up in the air so that it no longer is a coherent piece of paper, it's no longer a whole piece of paper, and then trying to gather it all back together again. Or it's like taking a deck of cards and flipping them, and so they all scatter across. Because a traumatizing event is one of those things that by the very nature of the event is that the person's ability to understand, to comprehend, or to perceive what just happened is compromised by the very intensity of the event.
So the DSM-5 recognizes that and says you shouldn't start an evaluation or come to a conclusion in those first 72 hours at all.
Well,
At least as regards to post-traumatic stress disorder.
What I would say, I'm going to pick on you a little bit here. What I would say is that it's saying that when there's been a traumatic event, the biggest mistake that's made from a treatment perspective is people treating professionals, try to rush the person through to get better as quickly as possible. Or they try to rush to judgment as far as this is what we're dealing with. But in fact, you need to allow enough time to pass in order to know fully how is the person responding to the trauma? What is the diagnosis that's specific to that trauma? Because diagnosis drives treatment.
So this piece of paper that's torn up and thrown in the air and scattered around, does that need time before that can get put back together in a cohesive manner?
The way that the research literature that has been developed with respect to the issue of PTSD is that, again, the biggest mistake, as I said earlier, that's made is trying to push a person too quickly to recall what occurred. So
Tell me more about that. What do you mean by push a person too quickly to recall?
Trying to ask them to recall events prematurely before they're ready to describe them in their totality. And the danger in doing that is that there's something called secondary.
was going through this whole thing, this line of questioning to get to this whole thing about trying to, I mean, where he's going with this is that the problem with the interviews, it wasn't Ezra. It wasn't her memory. It was like they were trying to ask her too quickly to the event or too soon after the event what happened. A random girl said, is he talking about her state of mental mind? Yes, absolutely. Her state of mental, yes. But like the problem, I mean, okay. One problem is like, well, when you've got an event and the only person who can tell you what happened is the person who was there, like, you can't just say, well, let's wait 30 days and then ask them, right? I mean, you know what I mean? It's like she was a victim, or, you know, they thought. Anyway, that like his answer here, which is like, you can push them too quickly they can't answer. Like, well, how does that help though in situations where that's the only person that has the information? Anyway.
Traumatization. And so if you push them to recall the event too quickly, you actually, from a professional, from a treatment point of view, run the risk of re-traumatizing them. Because as you heard from that first set of symptoms, without even taking into account the second two sets, is that one of those things that's happening is that there are episodes of reliving the incident as if it's happening all over again. But then as a treating professional, you then ask them to recall the event. To me, that borders on malpractice, especially if they're not ready to recall it, because that's the part where you're pushing the mind when it's already dampened down the emotion associated with this terrible event. You're pushing the mind to say, we don't care if you're dampening it down. We don't care if you're trying to suppress it or repress it more accurately. Tell us all about it, which is just another form of re-traumatization.
Okay.
That's not acceptable.
And so that's...
I've said it before, I'll say it again. Ezra's vital signs right after the event would say that she actually was not traumatized at all. Again, that was something that I don't think we knew until we heard that that video or saw that video. Well, heard and saw the video. That was new to me, and so that's why I keep mentioning it. So
I want to come back out of that, I guess.
Sure.
What we were talking about regarding this different diagnoses, and you had to wait until 30 days according to the DSM-IV, before you can get to a post-traumatic stress disorder.
Correct.
Okay. And so part of what you had looked at is reports, and you were critical about whether or not those guidelines had been followed within some of the records that you reviewed regarding some of the treating professionals.
Objection, relevance.
The sustained relevance. This is not about treatment, Mr. Nelson. So
I'll move on.
It's not relevant for the purpose for which this witness has been called to give testimony.
His face. I should have done a replay built in on that. Let's watch his face again. Oh my God, that was so funny. Hold on.
Until 30 days according to the DSM-IV, before you can get to a post-traumatic stress disorder.
Correct.
Okay. And so part of what you had looked at is reports, and you were critical about whether or not those guidelines had been followed within some of the records that you reviewed regarding some of the treating professionals.
Objection, relevance.
The sustained relevance. This is not about treatment, Mr. Nelson. So
okay, I'll move on.
It's not relevant for the purpose for which this witness has been called to give testimony.
Okay. You reviewed some records. Well, I'll just move on. Mm-hmm. The second set you talked about was, I labeled as persistence avoidance. Is that a fair title for the second set of symptoms regarding post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, the sense that there is a persistent sense of avoiding reminders, yes.
Tell me more about that.
So that one is composed of 6 different sets of symptoms. One is trying not to talk about it. And this takes something which, most people tend to use as far as normal psychological functioning. It's what I tongue-in-cheek call the golden rule of Midwestern living, which is that if we don't talk about it, it'll go away.
Okay.
And so, but what happens when there's been a trauma is that this issue becomes intensified. So instead of it just being, a bad thing happened, I got a bad grade in a test, I don't want to talk about it, or I didn't pass my course, I don't want to talk about it, or I broke up with my boyfriend, I don't want to talk about it. This is the kind of event where you cannot suppress an awareness of it because it's continually breaking into your consciousness. You're continually see flashbacks. From my point of view, it's what we call Polaroid moments. For those, maybe I'm too old at this point. We still had Polaroid cameras when I was younger, but they're Polaroid moments were like these photographs that would develop within 2 minutes.
You mean like an image flashes in someone's
Image
mind?
flashes and you see everything that happened, and then you have all the physiological recollections that go along with it.
So you were listing the persistence avoidance. I think you listed the first one.
Yep, and then you try to avoid activities or people or surroundings that remind you of the event. And then you try not to remember it, which is basically just a way of saying, I don't want to think about this.
Okay.
One thing I will say is that is it in the next episode? Wait, not the next episode. It's the following episode, which is the one I'm already almost done with, is when we get to the jury instructions. So in terms of this, so check it out, guys. So what's going to be really interesting, especially those of us who watch Karen Reed, which is probably everybody here, there's going to be lesser included. So first of all, we're going to get to hear them argue. And it's not like Judge Bev, as you guys know, that we get to actually hear it and it's not cut short and both sides are listened to and, it's actually done correctly. And they are arguing over what, if any, lesser included should there be, right? And I'll just say there's lesser included that are included. But what's really interesting is we get to hear, thank God, right, them talk about how important it is to have it instructed to the jury correctly. And in fact, I'm not going to spoil it, but there's a certain clip in there that I have already with a built-in replay with Judge Peterson saying something, and I'm like, holy shit, there it is, about how important it is to make sure that when you've got lesser included, that the wording is correct in the jury instructions and on the verdict slips, and that has to be done really carefully. So we're going to get to hear, and a lot of it there's some overlap because there's like reckless homicide and stuff like that. So there is some overlap to the lesser includeds. Even though the circumstances of the cases are very different, there's some overlap as to the charges, and there ends up being numerous lesser includeds. So we will get to hear them talking about that with the jury instructions, and it's really interesting. And really, we'll get to hear them talk about what is that distinction, right, for a lesser included, and it really goes to intent. And premeditation is really what the intent is. The premeditation, right? That's where you go from like first degree versus second degree versus like reckless homicide. There's like first degree reckless homicide. There's like second degree reckless homicide. There might even be a third degree reckless homicide, but there's a number of lesser includeds that they end up talking about. Who's Harley Quinn? I don't know who that is. So yeah, so that's the thing, is it's really more about the intent, like the premeditation, right? They end up talking about how the weapon could be indicative of that. Like, for example, Mr. DeFore even says something really interesting. He says, if she had brought, for example, he says something like, if she had used a steak knife or a kitchen knife, right? Versus the knife that she ended up using. He makes a distinction about that, which is the reason I think that's so interesting, is because remember, she had 3 knives. She had the National Guard knife from Jason, and that was in the trunk. She had that steak knife, which I think she took from her mom's house, which was also in the trunk. And then she had the EMT knife, or whatever it was, EMT, I think, that belonged to her dad. And that was the one that was the largest one, that was like the most dangerous, like a buck knife. So oh, your sister's the one that's in Wisconsin, right? Or close to it, right, random girl? That's right. I know, the Wisconsin squirrel. We need Jordy, because where is Jordy anyway? But he said he's pretty close. He's in Chicago. I know. But and that's one thing I've talked about, but we haven't really, I've brought it up, but we haven't really talked about it. But the 3 knives, I think, is really interesting.
you know, because we know, like, okay, I guess now's the good a time as any, you know, we learned so much from Jason's interview, right? And so I'd already been thinking about this concept of the 3 knives before then, but we learned about one thing that was interesting was we learned that she got like kicked out of her mom's house, right? It wasn't just like she just left. And then, but what we also learned was like, she was really running out of options. Like she was bringing out her welcome, right? Like she'd done this before. Her parents were getting fed up. Her mom kicked her out. Her dad was like, this is your last chance or whatever. Her dad was like possibly going to kick her out if she drove, which was a whole thing, right? And in fact, Jason even said something like maybe that's part of why she wanted to do it was because then she'd have like, you know, a reason to be like, oh, I have nowhere to go. And then she'd have to move back in with me, you know, me being Jason saying it. But I thought it was so interesting because we know there's a knife specifically from Jason that she'd already had, right? We know that she has a knife that she took from her dad's house. And then there's that one knife that's like a steak knife type thing. Looks like a steak knife, right? That is, you know, pretty ubiquitous. It's not anything distinctive about it. And my thought is, what if she took that from her mom's house? Now that would make sense, right? Her mom having like, it looks like a regular knife like you'd have in the kitchen. And then she'd have a knife from each place. A knife from her mom's, a knife from her dad's, and a knife from Jason's. Again, she already had that knife, but she would have had to actually take the knives from her parents' house. And I thought about it, and I was like, was she maybe thinking about trying to, yeah, I don't know, set one of them up in a way, right? Or frame, I mean, I don't know. It's just interesting. And then she had she decided which knife to use, and the other ones were in the trunk. It's just a bit fascinating to me. Okay, yeah, on the other side of the state. Okay. Yeah, so and then I had to wonder too, like, did she make the decision to use the knife from her dad because she was the most pissed at him at the time, because he hid her keys or whatever? I don't know. The 3 completely different knives is interesting. So anyway, all right.
Can't contemplate it. It's terrible.
So what's the 4th?
4th one is having less interest in participating activities. There's a loss of pleasure in things that have been previously enjoyed. 5th has to do with feeling numb, emotionally numb, and cut off from other people.
Wait, sorry, I'm going to make a joke right here, guys. Is he referring to Ezra enjoying being prone or not? Sorry.
Well, and the last one is a sense of, I'm sorry, 5th is feeling distant or cut off. The last one is feeling emotionally numb.
Okay. And
comfortably numb?
do you have an opinion, you put in your report of March 18th, as to whether those avoidance symptoms existed as part of your diagnosis in this case?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
Again, in my report, I documented the frequency of their occurrence, and I listed the frequencies in my report. And if you wish for me to review those again, I can do so.
And the report, I think, speaks for itself, and maybe this is a good time where we go through those. I can put that up again. So just page 4 of the report, just so we can, I'm going to go quickly here, but on page 4, you listed, to begin with, the intrusive symptoms. That's what we went through before. Is that right?
That's correct.
Oops. And let's go there. And then you also got this avoidance symptoms that you just talked about now, and those are what's listed in your report. Is that right?
That's correct, except there's number 7, which is on my next page. And that's the one that you can see there as far as a sense of the future plans are not going to be, or dreams are not going to be realized.
Okay. And so now again, in your report, in coming to this diagnosis, did you consider collateral information as well as your interview with Ms. McCandless?
I did consider it, but what I'm focusing mostly on here is repeated interviews with her. That's the purpose for doing the 3 different interviews on the date specified in my March 18th report. And it's also looking at it in terms of the psychological testing that I performed relative to diagnostic formulation. And the purpose in doing that is because of the materials that I had reviewed, nobody had done that type of comprehensive assessment.
showing you what's been marked and admitted in evidence here as Exhibit 290 is a transcript of interview 2 of Ms. McCandless on March 24th. I know you don't know it by line, but you've seen that before? If not that exact copy, you've certainly had a transcript of her interview with Investigator Proc from the 24th?
Yes.
Okay.
And conclusions from the, yes.
All right. I want to turn to page, I believe it's 55. And on line 2491, I want to ask you some questions about excuse me. And on line 2491, there's a question that's asked of Ms. McCandless why she didn't ask Mr. Proc about it, and her answer was, it was too scary. Would that be something that would fit into one of the categories that you just talked about?
It would.
How so?
Judge, I just ask for an accurate reading of her response, please.
Sure.
Do you guys remember how much this came up during Ezra's direct and cross examinations, where he kept reading it wrong or whatever, or who was it? No, sorry, it was with Detective Proc. Mr. Nelson, it was the same too. It was Spring Chicken and Mr. Nelson, and they went back and forth about this whole thing about if it was versus is. Do you guys remember? It's hilarious. Nelson's still trying to say this incorrectly. I can't.
I summarized, but the exact words, the exact question as it shows up there and as part of Exhibit 290 is, the exact question was, you're just now, how come you didn't tell me this yesterday when we talked, Ezra? Question. And her exact response was, because I didn't, it was too scary.
Judge, again, it says it's too scary.
Yeah.
Agreed, it's an exhibit.
Okay.
But it's up there, everybody can see it.
Thank you.
What is insane? Why did he read it wrong again? What the hell is that?
But it's sustained or noted.
Okay. Is the answer that you see up on the screen, is that something that would fall into one of those categories?
Sure.
How so?
Well, two ways. One is it's reflective of the fact that she does not want to, in a sense, re-experience the trauma. It's an avoidance. But the other aspect has to do with what we know about trauma, which is that when a person is first traumatized, which is when this interview occurred, within the first 72 hours, that the way that trauma is incorporated into memory is that it's not immediately available for conscious recall. Now, over the course of time, more and more elements of that experience will be recalled, but it doesn't happen that quickly.
Okay. I want to come back to that, but I want to follow down on the transcript here. She's then gives another response that's up on the screen, and her response is because it was just because it.
Yeah, it's interesting because she does the same thing here. I think that's why Spring Chicken is always pointing that out, because the whole thing where she says it's too scary. It's like combining the past with the present. She does the same thing again here. Take a look at her answer here. She says, because it just was scary and I can't get it out of my head, as in present. It's same thing. First, she makes a statement first where it's like in the past, but then she adds something to make it in the present, which is really interesting. Huh.
Just was scary and I can't get it out of my head. Do you see that on the screen?
Yes.
Does that also fit into any of these categories?
It does.
How so?
Well, it's a fact that the scariness refers to the avoidance aspect. When you're scared of something, you typically don't want to move toward it. Also, is that what occurs is that when you can't get something out of your head, I mean, that's the very definition of the intrusive set of symptoms. I mean, you can't get it out of your head.
And on page 61 of that same transcript, Ms. McCandless makes a statement at line 2771 that I'm putting up on the screen. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And can you just read that? Because apparently I'm having trouble reading. So can you read that for us?
Oh, for Pete's sake.
2771?
Yes, please. What shows on the screen?
Mr. Nelson, you have every ability to read things accurately if you so chose. Don't be snarky.
And it was just so scary. Everything was just so scary. And I don't know what to do about it. Did you want me to continue to?
Yes, please.
Interesting.
I don't. It's just so scary, and I just want...
Same thing here, where she's changing. That's wild, man. Let me read this. And it was just so scary. So was, past tense, right? Everything was just so scary. And I don't know what to do about it. That's present tense, right? I don't. It's just so scary that, again, now that sounds present tense. And I can't get anything out of my mind. Present tense. Wild. Huh.
I can't get anything out of my mind.
How, if at all, does that fall into any of the categories that you've been talking about?
Well, I think it simply reinforces what I've already stated.
This intrusive memory matter that you've been talking about?
I find it crazy. Here's the thing. The fact that he's not automatically addressing what I noticed, I'm not a trained psychologist, and I'm like, that's glaringly obvious. The fact that he's not addressing that when his entire thing he's talking about is memory recall. So it's like certain times that you're going to like push memories away, right? Other times you can't get them out of your head. It's intrusive thoughts. He talks about how that's the wrong time to interview someone after PTSD. You have to wait a certain period of time. So this whole thing about how memory works with PTSD and trauma and when it's going to be in these different phases, the fact that he's not mentioning that, which is glaringly obvious, it's actually way more obvious when you see the transcript versus when you hear her say it in the interview. To me, his credibility, at least in my mind, has just gone way down because he should be addressing that. Really, like that's, and also I'm just going to pull this up because Shark Weasel, Ezra. Yeah.
Correct.
On page 55, it was right back where we started, yeah. Sorry.
And it's interesting too, because he talked about like the validity measures, right? And he brought that up of like how you can tell that her answers are consistent and that went to the malingering, which can't come in, right? But still, I mean, again, if you're ignoring things like shifting tenses, right? Which again, that's twofold. Like that could go to deception or, truthfulness, but also again, that like doesn't align with what he's just testified about in terms of the way the brain processes trauma. Because it's like she's in the two phases at once, right? So whether it's lying and being dishonest or whether it's her trying to fake PTSD, either way, it's interesting that he's just kind of ignoring it, really. But yeah, they totally would have something to say about it for sure.
Line 2504. Can you again read what Ms. McCandless says in that transcript?
And it just keeps replaying and replaying and replaying. And I wish it would go away.
How, if at all, does that fit into any of the categories that you've been discussing?
Again, it'd be evidence of the intrusiveness of the event. Push back into her awareness, or at least the visual scene of it.
The third set of symptoms you talked about was this, I believe, marked alterations in her physiological arousal and activity. Is that
Sure. It's or hyperarousal.
Can we please not talk about Ezra's arousal, please?
Tell me about that.
What that has to do with is that what is examined or what is asked about is sleep pattern. Whether or not there is insomnia where it's difficult to fall asleep or stay asleep or to have a satisfying night's rest.
I'm sorry, but no one, dude. He's just going to ask Ezra how her sleep is, and then that's going to be the answer. And then if she answers it again the same way the next time, he's like, yeah, she's telling the truth. I mean, but really though, like, come on now.
Or hypersomnia, where the person is sleeping much of the day, far beyond 7 or 8 hours that we would normally expect. The second symptom would be a heightened sense of irritability or anger. Third is having trouble concentrating to the point where this is the executive function piece where there's evidence of having difficulty.
I'm just thinking back to like her time on the stand, and I can think of examples literally from Ezra's own testimony that refutes every single one of those things.
Difficulty with focus, sustained focus, and being able to inhibit getting distracted. The fourth part is being overly alert. That's what we would call an exaggerated startle response. Someone comes around a corner and it's not just a matter of jumping as would obviously happen with most people, but it's like a huge response, much more than what one would predict. And then the fifth.
Oh my god, the way he demonstrated that. Let's watch that again. So do you guys think he moonlights as an actor? And if so, what kind? I'm thinking he probably would fancy himself a Shakespearean. That's just my personal opinion, though. Let's see that again, please, sir. Good sir. You haven't dazzled us enough yet with your expertise. Let's watch your acting skills.
Ability or anger. Third is having trouble concentrating to the point where this is the executive function piece where there's evidence of having difficulty with focus, sustained focus, and being able to inhibit getting distracted. The fourth part is being overly alert. That's what we would call an exaggerated startle response. Someone comes around a corner and it's not just a matter of, jumping as would obviously happen with most people, but it's like a huge response, much more than what one.
I'm dying. I love it. I want to watch it one more time. Just one more time. It's like he needed to demonstrate it. I just love it so much.
Alert. That's what we would call an exaggerated startle response. Someone comes around a corner and it's not just a matter of, jumping as would obviously happen with most people, but it's like a huge response, much more than what one would predict.
Oh my God, I'm dying.
And then the fifth one has to do with, again, at that being easily startled or jumping.
So again, in your report, you list on page 4 those 5 categories and the
He demonstrated it. I would never have known what he was talking about had he not demonstrated it like that.
information that you
Yeah.
received from Ms. McCandless. Is that right?
That is correct.
And again, did you consider collateral sources at all?
What if he only auditioned for things where there was a leading role as a psychologist? He's like, I'll play the psychologist.
For those?
I have to say I don't recall that because that was something which had more to do with this is a month after, well over a month after the event. And so as it became apparent that I was looking at PTSD at this point, the collateral sources did not have the kind of information that I needed.
And so we have listed here, as you can see, this is all information you'd obtained during your May 8th clinical interview. Is that right?
Oh my God, and there it is. Do you guys see that? What have they been trying to get in this whole time? The freaking other prior car accidents with the Amish horse and buggy thing that made no sense because a horse doesn't just go through a windshield. You guys remember that? Look at the top paragraph up there. Mr. Nelson, he's trying to get the horse thing in. Oh my God. I swear.
Yes, that part there is correct. Yes.
And we went through those 3. And then on page 5, you do a similar
Great point, random girl.
listing of these based upon your December 15th meeting with her. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then
I wish we could ask him if he's a Johnny Depp fan. Are you a big fan of Johnny Depp? Have you ever seen Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
again, you go through the intrusive symptoms, the avoidance symptoms, and the hyperarousal symptoms, and those are all included in your report.
And I'm trying to show a consistency of response here. I mean, it's not everything is exact, but I am trying to show that there's a consistent set of responses, and that what I'm looking for at that point is I ask for details. I'm trying to see, is there again a convergence of the narrative about how the defendant perceives these different aspects that are indicative of PTSD.
Okay. What, if any, impact or effect does a person's past trauma have in regards to a diagnosis of PTSD other than the perhaps what I'll call main event?
Ew, that face was awful. Oh my God, that face was just awful. Who is it? I'm trying to remember. There's someone in particular who really can't stand his face. Who is it? Someone in the chat. I'm trying to remember who it was. But like this one, this is a good one. This is like honestly a classic Mr. Nelson face here. Hold on, let's watch that again.
Impact or effect does a person's past trauma have in regards to a diagnosis of PTSD other than the perhaps what I'll call main event?
It looks like he's got something wrong on one side of his face. Oh Oh my God, what is happening? Yeah, thank you for quoting law. Yeah, right. I know that was a double whammy because he says, "What if?" He started that whole thing with "What if any," and then he ends it with this face. Incredible. Look, the dude behind him is like, "Whoa." He's not even facing him, and he's like, "I can tell there's something weird going on with that face." It's amazing. That is a face right there. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that to save that to do something with at some point. It'll probably end up in the thumbnail. I'll figure out a way, something to do with it because that's such a good one. I can't pass that opportunity up, you know? Man.
The implication of past trauma is such that what occurs with that, from what we understand from the research literature, is that the more traumas that have occurred previously, the more easily it is to become re-traumatized with future or trauma that follow after the previous ones.
Oh, so wait a second. Is that why they want to get in these other car accidents that with the Amish buggy and whatever and yet somehow they're not producing medical records, but they really want to get these accidents in? Is that why, maybe?
And so this is something which has been well established. The whole notion of re-traumatization is problematic because there's no guarantee that when someone's been through one trauma, like say, for example, if they've been through a sexual assault, if they've been through a second sexual assault, it's going to bring memories flooding back, not just from the second assault, but also from the previous.
I hate this because, you know, we heard a lot about this in Jason's interview. It's like she'd been making these claims for years and like none of them made any sense. Ugh. So the problem again with his opinion is he's basing it off of these things that were all completely fucking made up by Ezra, right? Ugh. It's like, you know how we were talking about how Ezra's game was like on another level? Like, I mean, it appears to me that she fooled this psychologist in a way enough to where she could pass his tests and shit, to where Amber Heard couldn't do it. Amber Heard failed miserably, like, you know, taking the same, like, honestly, it looks like the slew of tests that Ezra took were actually more tests than Amber Heard took with Dr. Curry. Like, we saw the list at the beginning of his testimony. It was like every fucking test possible. And he met with her 5 times. I mean, that's pretty big, right? When you think about it, like Ezra managed to fool this dude. I guess, you know, she's a better manipulator than Amber Heard or a better liar, you know?
Assault. Likewise, if it was a motor vehicle accident and they're involved in a second accident where, say, somebody was seriously injured or killed, they recall not just the immediate accident, but also the accident that occurred previously to that.
Oh my God, look at him doing that. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. If there was any actual thing that came of any of that, right? Yeah, 100% it would have come in. I mean, the closest thing is the John Hanson matter, but like, I mean, that got shot to shit because the jury saw text messages. You know, the text messages came in after the date that Ezra alleged the SA, where she's like, "Hey, tie me up next time," and blah blah stuff, right? Like those text messages were unhinged, man. Wow, yeah, and like the date was after the alleged assault. I mean, and I think they may have heard at some point that the investigation just didn't, you know, like it didn't really go anywhere. I mean, the thing is that the reason that the defense isn't trying to get those in is because honestly, all it would do is it just prove that she has a pattern of making this shit up. I mean, that's exactly what it was with that's the thing with the John Hanson matter, right? It's like either you believe her and somehow she's like a repeated victim of SA, right? Or you don't believe her because there's no evidence to support it. And in that case, she has a pattern of accusing people of SA, which is that means A, she's a liar, and B, you can't, I mean, you know what I mean? So it's like, so I think that is, you know, it's interesting, right? That they must have been able to see that, you know, in order to, but again, there wasn't any evidence to support any of it. So, yeah.
So when you start stacking these up on top of each other, when you start putting more and more of these out on the table, basically what happens in terms of neurochemistry is that the person becomes much more easily traumatized.
So let me ask you about the depersonalization and derealization aspects of your diagnoses, okay?
Okay.
You talked a little bit about it before. Is this, is what you're talking about, is this an altered state of consciousness?
What happens with that is that you are not processing what's going on around you as if you're currently grounded in reality. That's correct.
Now, I will say there's something else interesting here too with this whole thing about depersonalization or derealization. Again, is he going to completely ignore Ezra's entire life story, right? Because okay. I know completely very well what he's referencing, right? However, somebody who has changed their name and also has, and I'm not saying anything about gender fluid people that, I'm saying specific to Ezra, right? That Ezra changing her gender identity back and forth, changing her name, remember her own testimony. I tried on names like as if it's trying on a shirt, which is just gross. I tried on a couple names, tried them on to see what fit. What? It's like you're changing an outfit, right? I mean, and then even the fact that the day of the murder, she gave her the name Monica, or she said she couldn't remember her name, and then eventually she said Monica. So, and then you have to add to that, she also gave the wrong age. So, I don't know. Again, if he just doesn't address those things, I think it's a red flag.
Tell me a little, what do you mean by not currently grounded in reality?
It means that basically what's happening is that when we talk about the depersonalization aspect, it feels as if you're observing yourself or you're removed from yourself. Would be, to keep it in down to earth terms here, there's a sense of being beside yourself. You're observing yourself as if you're outside of your body. It feels like you're not currently present or being able to operate. It's as if you're distant from yourself.
And is there, depending upon, just in general, is there an awareness of this at times? Is somebody aware of their depersonalization or aware of their derealization?
Typically, it's something which there's not always an awareness of it.
And so that's why I think it's interesting, right? Because like with Ezra specifically, her personality, right? She makes conscious decisions to change. Like, in other words, these things, like he's saying, they may not be aware of it. These are things that happen as a response to trauma. They happen like subconsciously. It's not someone's like. How does that factor in though when you've got someone who has a history of intentionally changing their identity, right?
I can tell you in terms of treating individuals with this condition that there can be a developing awareness the further out from the traumatic event treatment is occurring. But typically there is not an awareness of it happening, and this is referred to as losing time or losing awareness. Or it's like someone says, well, you were doing this at this particular time, and the person responds, I have no memory of that. I'm losing time. Okay. And that's literally what they mean. They're losing blocks of time where they have no recall.
Is this altered state of consciousness, is this a voluntary response, an involuntary response? Is that the wrong way to categorize?
It sounds like he's kind of describing what in Breaking Bad, like I think it's in the first season. Do you guys remember that? The fugue state, which I've never heard of except for that show. Sounds kind of like what he's describing.
Is it?
It's not necessarily the wrong way to categorize it. It's basically, this is the response that's imposed by the exposure to the trauma, that there is this huge dampening of awareness. And again, this is meant to be a protective factor in order to give the person time to sort of reassemble what happened.
What do you mean by protective factor?
Trauma by its definition is something that's viewed as being so intense that it's overwhelming. It's so overwhelming that it makes you question whether you should oftentimes even consider living. It's so overwhelming that it makes you feel as if you may not want to go on living. It can be so overwhelming that it makes you feel as if this whole thing just seems unreal. I can't believe what just happened.
I've heard you use the term before, and I don't know if this is the right place to put it. I've heard you use the term regress under stress.
Yes.
Does that have anything to do with what you're talking about here, about this response to trauma?
It does.
Tell me about that.
Well, the example that I saw, at least in the records that I reviewed, is that very shortly after the trauma occurred, is that Ms. McCandless referred to herself by her previous first name.
Here we go.
She did not use her current name.
Oh, speak of the devil, you know what? This is a perfect time for me to display, for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, my newest bumper, which I am going to use every chance I get. And luckily, I make a lot of predictions. So I was just talking about, this wasn't really a prediction, but I was just talking about her calling herself Monica. And so let's go ahead and roll this one. Oh my God, it's so magical. I have to see it again. You guys, it makes me smile so big because it's so magical with the squinguin. I just love it. I hope you guys like it. It makes me feel so happy in my heart. I don't know. It's like all my favorite childhood things. And well, not even. It's all my favorite adult things. The castle. It's like a Harry Potter style castle. And there's like, I don't know. It's just all the things I love. And I picked a font that's like a medieval font. And, anyway, all right. I'm not going to squirrel tangent right now. We're going to stick to Dr. Benson.
And so it's oftentimes the case that when you put a person into a very traumatic or highly stressful situation, that they're not able to function appropriately because it's usually something that they've never encountered before, or something that they never contemplated before, or something that they've never had any practice with addressing before. And at that point in time, again, the mind's response is to basically shut down because it's overwhelming, it's so intense. And that's where it goes back to either earlier memories or earlier ways of functioning. The recall of the previous first name is an example of that.
And so that's what you mean by the term regress, is to kind of fall back to some previous default?
It's to fall back not just to a previous default, but it's a fallback in terms of not being able to respond adaptively in the moment.
Okay. So now this is probably a horrible analogy, but regressing, I'm not even going to go there.
Mr. Nelson, I don't know how much more time you're planning on, but I don't know. I don't believe that Dr.
I
Benson
forgot about this. He gets in big trouble for the time. Oh, this is great.
is planning to come back tomorrow. And we have a time limit here, and you have to have enough time for the state to cross-examine. So as interesting as it is, we've got to get to it. I'm going to either that or put a time limit on you. So.
Oh my God, that coming from Judge Peterson is kind of crazy because he's given them so much leeway and he's never scolded the attorneys in front of the jury. Holy shit.
Okay, let's move it along.
As he sits there with his stupid computer.
How would a prior depersonalization or derealization experience impact or affect somebody's response to trauma?
Well, it's going to make them more susceptible to it.
How so?
By virtue of the fact that whenever a person is traumatized, it becomes much more quickly available to them about prior traumas. So it's not just the immediate trauma that they're reminded of past traumas as well, or past events and they're overwhelmed. The experience was just so intense that it was difficult to conceptualize or to put into words. The phrase well-worn pathway, does that have anything to do with a prior derealization experience? Well, that's what we talk about from a neurochemistry standpoint, is that when we talk about these pathways that are associated with trauma, with the trauma response, we know that there are areas of the brain that are basically going to respond each and every time there's exposure to trauma. But I have to probably say that, again, I'm a clinician who treats patients, and I think you have somebody coming up, Dr. Hopper, I believe, who is more of an academician who can talk about those neural pathways.
You know who Dr. Hopper is?
I do.
Is he a recognized expert?
Objection to relevance.
Sustained. We don't have time for extras.
You do have time, Judge.
Well, let me ask you this. Mr. Hahn, how much time do you need for cross-examination?
I guess it depends on how much longer defense counsel goes.
All right,
I
well,
don't think it'll be all that long, to be honest with you, but it depends on where we go from here.
okay. I mean, you can continue. We don't have time for extras that are not relevant to this witness.
Oh my God.
Okay, so let's go.
Can I ask the question? I mean, it was the
Well, the last question was about Dr. Hopper, and I don't think, he'll be here as a witness, so we don't need to talk about Dr. Hopper.
yeah, I apologize, but can we approach on the side, Judge?
Oh my God.
Staying on the depersonalization, derealization, I believe you put in your report a sentence talking about a causal perspective.
You guys see Ezra's face? She's like, oh my God, I don't even know how to call it. Watch her face. As Mr. Nelson's like pushing it and like getting scolded by the judge, probably at sidebar. Hold on, let me back that up a second. Watch Ezra's face when he comes back over to the
That are
table.
not relevant to this witness. Okay, so let's go.
Can I ask the question? I mean, it was the
Well, the last question was about Dr. Hopper, and I don't think, he'll be here as a witness, so we don't need to talk about Dr. Hopper.
yeah, I apologize, but can we approach on the side, Judge?
His side. Dude, watch Ezra's
Staying
face.
on the depersonalization, derealization.
Look at her face. What is that face? Is she trying not to laugh? Because he's getting, you guys.
I believe you put in your report
What is she trying not? Is she trying not to laugh?
a sentence.
Hold on. Because like, what? Because, I mean, he's fighting for her, right? He's fighting for her. Hold on.
That are not relevant to this witness. Okay, so let's go.
Can I ask the question? I mean, it was the
Well, the last question was about Dr. Hopper, and I don't think, he'll be here as a witness, so we don't need to talk about Dr. Hopper.
yeah, I apologize, but can we approach on the side, Judge?
Watch Ezra's
Staying
face.
on the depersonalization, derealization. I believe you put in your report a sentence.
What is she just, it seems like she's making a face there, right? Like, am I crazy? Also, I missed that, but did Mr. Nelson make up a word? Is that what that is? Oh my God.
Talking about a causal perspective. You remember that?
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
Basically, that dissociation occurs as a result of exposure to traumatic events that are overwhelmingly distressing. And it serves as what is termed a psychological dampener of the intensity of those emotions in order to protect that person from that intense distress.
By the way, I didn't want to forget to say this. On the next episode, it's the last defense expert witness who's on the stand on direct for like, I don't know, a really long time. I don't know, maybe 2 hours or something, really fucking long time. And I have to say, I think it's Spring Chicken's best cross. I know he's going to do cross on this guy, and I don't remember as much because, again, I prepared this episode such a while ago compared to where I am now in the videos. But what I do remember is this next episode has the cross with Spring Chicken doing cross. So this expert's on the stand on direct for like 2 hours, something long like that, right? And the Spring Chicken cross is like 18 minutes. And I think it's his best cross in my opinion. And he doesn't even I don't even think there's recross. It was so good. I'm really excited for that one. But anyway, so it is a word. Okay, interesting. Academician. I don't even know. I missed him saying it, and so I'm not even sure how he pronounced it, but interesting. What did you make of Ezra's face, random girl, and anyone else who's watching?
What you're talking about now is what I think I have on page 6, the paragraph that the causal connection between, whoops, I'm on the wrong one there. Here's what I wanted to ask you, but I apologize. The sentence talking about the more severe the trauma.
Yes.
Can you read that sentence and tell us about that?
The more severe the trauma, the greater the likelihood that the person will be driven by the experience into an altered state of consciousness.
So what do you mean by that?
So if you were to look at different kinds of trauma that a person could face, I mean, one type of trauma might be an involvement in a motor vehicle accident. I mean, certainly it could overwhelm some people's defenses, where they feel overwhelmed by being involved in an accident, having their car totaled. But that would be very much in contrast with the kind of trauma that would be faced by a soldier in combat who's faced with imminent death, or by a person who's being sexually assaulted, or a person who's being assaulted violently in a physical manner. There are degrees of trauma. I mean, that's simply the way it is. And so, depending upon the degree of trauma of experience, that is correlated with the amount of traumatization that occurs. I mean, that's just the working understanding that we have, and that's what the research is bearing out.
Is everyone's response to trauma the same, or is it unique? Does it depend?
There are differing responses to trauma, and as I mentioned earlier, not everyone is exposed to trauma develops a diagnosis of PTSD. There can be other diagnoses that apply as well. But the part that we don't know, I mean, we have to be realistic. There are some things that we don't know scientifically. We don't know what's the difference with respect to why one person develops PTSD in response to trauma and someone else develops a depressive disorder or a somatization disorder or dissociative identity disorder.
I just have to say, I'm going to try to quote Michael Scott from The Office here if I can. We just don't know. Oh, what is it? Hold on. Let me look up the right quote. I don't want to butcher it. But it's very relevant to what he's saying. He said, look, let me just be on. He's like, I'm paraphrasing. He's like, let me be honest with you. We don't know everything yet. We just don't have the technology, basically, right? So hold on. And he's talking about like people's heads, right? Hold on. Here we go. Excellent. There is no way of knowing what goes on inside the tiger's head. We don't have the technology. Yeah, relevant. That's the quote I was looking for. There it is. We don't know. I'll read the full quote. This is like a jungle, and I am like a tiger, and Dwight is like a monkey that stabs the tiger in the back with a stick. Does the tiger fire the monkey? Does the tiger transfer the monkey to another branch? Pun. And there he gets amused with himself because it was like an accidental pun. There's no way of knowing what goes on inside the tiger's head. We don't have the technology. Okay. I feel better now.
Can you categorize any particular response as normal or abnormal when it's in response to trauma?
True. That's true.
The response that I can say is normal is the one that occurs immediately after the trauma, which has to do with the fact that the person needs to collect themselves, to appraise what happened, and just to give time. I mean, again, when you think about the very nature of trauma is so intense that it's overwhelming. And so what is needed most particularly at that moment is that you need to have a sense of safety. You need to have a sense of sanctuary.
You know what's really interesting is because him saying that is, remember the video that we watched, again, the audio was terrible, but one of the things that was really interesting was they kept telling her, like he may not know this. I mean, I don't know. It's crazy because remember, those law enforcement officers were great with her and they kept telling her, you're safe now, like, and all that, right? But also, I'm just going to look over my list here. Because there were some things that were really interesting where, right, this is right after the event, right? She has no memory of anything, but she remembers her age, except she gets her age wrong. She remembers her name, but she gets her name wrong. She doesn't remember where she lives. She can't give her parents' names. But do you know how many times she says Jason Mengel? I should have counted. It's like 8 times, maybe more. It's like a lot. And she spells it out, and then she gives it first and last name and spells it out, Jason Mengel. But it's the only thing she can freaking recall, right? And then again, I know I've said it before, and the fact that her vitals were normal when they got her on the ambulance. So, You
need to feel like you're surrounded by the love of people in your family or your close friends. That's what's most important immediately afterwards. Later, we'll pick the pieces up. But the mind has to be given time to recollect those pieces. This is what we call trauma-informed care, which has only now become more popular and more used within the delivery system in the past few years.
So would you agree that individuals' response to trauma is unique?
It is it's unique, although there are some things that we know are likely to happen, but we can't tell which path they're going to go down.
Okay. And some of the things that are likely to happen, or what you've already talked about, the three the three sets of symptoms, those are likely.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Nelson, you're on borrowed time. Why are you going over same stuff again? Cumulative.
How about self-cutting?
That can also occur. That's been well established in the research literature.
Oh, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And actually, I think you might have missed it. I did a Squirrely crystal ball because I was like, I had paused it because they were asking her, like, they said, okay, we're going to take you to this hospital. And they said Mayo Eau Claire. I paused it because I was like, you know what? I just had a thought. And this is what I said at the time. I was like, I just had a thought. I was like, you know how when she had that car accident, right? Early on in their relationship, and then Jason came and visited her at the hospital and he brought her that green sweater. And that's the sweater that she wore when he took the stand. And she learned that he would, and again, him being a medic, right? It's so clear his personality is always going to try to help if someone's hurting. And I actually said, boy, I wonder if that was part of it, because I said to myself, she would know that if she's in the hospital, he's going to come running. And then I elaborated and said, and in fact, we know that that's what happened. We know that Jason got a call from Dunn County Sheriff's, and they said, yeah, we have a Monica Carlson who's here in the hospital. And he already knew exactly who they were talking about because the name was close enough to Monica Carlin. And he came right over and all that. So, and then literally I hit unpause and they're like, is there anyone who we should call to come to the hospital? And she goes, Jason Mengel. And then she repeats it and starts spelling. And I was like, oh my God, that was, so yeah, it was absolutely 100%. Yep. I mean, that's why it was actually, even though it was so hard to hear a lot of that, there was a lot of really, really crucial moments in that video that made it worth suffering through some of the terrible audio from the body cam, because there's a lot in there. And actually, I don't know that it helped the defense. I think it probably hurt the defense, to be honest with you. It was, to me, before that video was played, I could have maybe bought the idea that potentially could Ezra have been traumatized to a certain extent, even if she intended to kill, okay, the idea that someone could commit a murder on purpose, right? Or whatever thing on purpose, and they could still be traumatized by what happened. I could have maybe been convinced of that, but after that video, nope, certainly couldn't, because it's really clear. A lot it's very similar and reminiscent of in her interviews with law enforcement, including the one where she's there for the John Hanson matter, where it's all she's doing is talking about Jason, but she can't remember anything else. And then also, again, the fact that her vitals were normal. And then the fact that she wanted the law enforcement officers to carry her, to carry her when she could walk. She opted for them to carry her. She wanted them to ride with her in the ambulance. It's and then, so how does that go along with her being afraid of men or just being unsafe? It doesn't, right? It's the opposite. It's attention from men. It's of being a victim. But she talked about Jason so much in that video, man. I'm gonna have to go back through it and watch it again and actually count, because it's really crazy. And again, but she can't remember anything else. So to me, that, and when you add to that, just her behavior in that, and then her vitals being normal, to me is she actually wasn't even traumatized. Her heart rate wasn't up. She didn't have high blood pressure, which, like I mentioned, there's people that will have that happen if you slap a blood pressure cuff on them, even if they aren't in trauma. It's just a normal thing. And hers was normal. So, for me, it was all an act, and she couldn't even, but I guess it's harder to fake your heart rate and blood pressure, but
As a response to
that's all good.
As odd as it may seem, one of the things that I do as a psychologist is I look at what's the protective nature of symptoms. And if you're feeling overwhelmed by something, and if you cut on yourself, and again, a cut may be a very superficial cut, just enough to cause pain. If cutting actually produces a sense of feeling in control of your body at that moment, that is adaptive. So it's a different way of thinking about normal functioning. But this is one of the ways in which the person
And
begins to
again,
take back a sense
Is he
of.
just going to gloss over the fact that she lied about it and said Alex did that to her initially? That's not memory problems. That's not memory recall due to trauma. That's just a flat out lie. Like, that's not, I don't know, I can't remember trauma. That's like, she just literally lied about that. And that was one thing she did from the get-go.
Control.
Okay. Now I want to move on to what I was talking about before, where you'd, the sentence here, beginning with the concept of disassociation is described as the disruption or discontinuity in the normal integration of one or more aspects of psychological functioning, including recall, memory, identity, and consciousness. What does that mean?
Well, this is a response to an article that was published by Spiegel.
Wait, Spiegel? Which Spiegel? Dr. Siegel? Hold on, you guys. I doubt he published a book, but where's the citation for that? Oh my God. Did Dr. Siegel write a book? Hold on. What was his first name? Hold on. We have to, this is stop everything and find this out. Is he, if he's actually using, quoting Dr. Siegel in this, then yeah. David, Dr. David, hold on. I'm looking it up. I'm going to lose my mind if that's what it is. Okay, maybe I need to do. It looks like there's like lots of David Spiegels. I don't know. There's more than one David Spiegel who does. Oh my God, that's bad. There's like a David Spiegel out of Stanford. That definitely not him. Definitely a different David Spiegel. Interesting. Wow. And this guy published. That's probably who it is. Okay, so I think this is a different David Spiegel. That makes me feel a lot better. Because there's a Dr. David Spiegel. He's a associate chair of psychiatry and behavioral sciences at Stanford and like director of Center on Stress, and he's published 13 books. It's got to be that guy. That's good. Okay, phew. Crisis averted. I was about to have him do research on me after how much I would have been freaking out if that had been this one and the same Dr. Siegel right there.
Normal integration of one or more aspects of psychological functioning, including recall, memory, identity, and consciousness. What does that mean?
Well, this is a response to an article that was published by Spiegel and his colleagues back in 2013.
Not
and
Dr. Siegel.
It's a little bit wordy. I don't always like the way other people write. I prefer it be a little bit more down to earth. But the basic part of that means that there can be altered states of consciousness where they're not aware of immediate events or experience. It means that there
No one asked him to give a book review.
can be difficulties with recall memory, or recall memory is not reliably available. And the third part that you see up there is that there can be identity disturbances where a person feels as if they don't know who they are. That's the whole notion of depersonalization.
Okay. Tell me more about that. You don't know who you are.
It's simply a matter at that point in time that this is a sense that something has happened to me that I never fathomed could happen to me. How could this have occurred? How do I make sense out of this? Because it's so totally outside the realm of experience up to that point in time.
So where does this fit in with Ezra changing her name and being gender fluid and, you know, the adventures of Timothy, whatever the last name was? I don't know. Because those seem to just be like, I mean, well, you guys heard her, how she talked about it. It was like trying things on to see what fit. Doesn't sound like it's a response to try. I don't know.
that there's no framework for understanding it or for being able to appraise it, or what do I do in response to this?
You know, she was doing it anyway. That's my point, I guess.
And that could result from the causal perspective into this altered state of consciousness.
That's correct.
Okay. You talked about an exhibit 713, what I think of it as a intelligence scale.
Intelligence test, yes.
Some people think of it as a IQ test. Is that what it is?
Yes.
So on exhibit 713, as I'm putting up on the screen, are these the results of that test that you administered to Ms. McCandless?
Those are the results as administered on May 8th of 2018.
So, and I know it's up on the screen, we can see it. Can you just walk us through, you don't have to read line by line, but just the four parts at the bottom, verbal comprehension and on from there. Tell us about that and what each of those means.
Okay, so the first thing I have to say here is that there's not an overall IQ that's listed there. It actually is up in the first paragraph, but the problem with that is that there's so much variability when you look at the factor scores that make up the overall IQ, ranging from a standard score of 69 on working memory up to a score of 110 on verbal comprehension. And so what verbal comprehension looks, so how we interpret that.
Well, let me do this. And I know you wanted to do that. Can we go verbal comprehension and then go down, and then we'll kind of sum it up at the end, and you can tell us what 84 means or doesn't mean in this context.
Will do. Verbal comprehension is a measure of a person's range of vocabulary, their ability to
Her vocabulary is not the greatest,
engage in abstract thinking, and also looking at range of information available to them.
And her score there was a 110.
In a 75th percentile. So a percentile simply means that if we were to take a random sample of 100 people, she would fall within the top quartile, the top 25%. Perceptual reasoning looks at basically puzzle solving, being able to see how things fit together, looking at eye-hand coordination. And what we see here is that her score is at a 79. And this is at the 8th percentile. So again, taking that supposed sample, random sample of 100 people, she would be 8th from the bottom. Working memory, this has to do with executive functions, prefrontal cortex. This has to do with making decisions, being able to recall relevant experiences when faced with a problem. And what we see here is a standard score of 69, 2nd percentile. Again, that random sample means she's 2nd from the bottom of those 100 people at that point, when I measured her back on May 8th of 2018.
So he's saying from the bottom, as in those scores are really terrible. That would make sense if I'm understanding that correctly. Her perceptual reasoning, that would make sense. That's terrible. I would agree. And then her, what was it? The prefrontal cortex, making decisions and stuff. Yeah. Clearly not the best, I would say.
Cognitive processing speed just simply indicates how quickly and efficiently she's able to process information, how sharp she is in her thinking, and where she falls in that sample of 100 people is she's 14th from the bottom. So this is low average ability.
The thing is what she lacks in these other things, these are intelligence levels. She excels at, she was overly gifted, I would say, when it comes to emotional manipulation, right?
These are not good scores with the exception of the verbal comprehension.
So I'm going to come back to that, but I know in your report you make mention of the connection between post-traumatic stress disorder and the scores on this scale. Is that right?
That's correct.
Tell us about that. What's the connection?
Basically, what's happening here is that the working memory has relationship to this notion of recall. It's talking about, it's not giving me specific information, but it's telling me how well is this functioning right now when faced with a unique problem-solving event. And so what this information tells me is that it's not functioning. Now, that's a part where it's concerning to me because when you look at this is consistent with the research literature. That we talk about a trauma happening, the ability to think in the moment is compromised significantly.
And that's reflected, was that reflected in the test scores that you saw from Ms. McCandless?
That is correct.
How so?
Because of the fact that we're looking at the sense that on verbal comprehension, that's relatively immune to the effects of trauma. And she scored in the high average area, 75th percentile. That's great. But then we look at the working memory piece, which is the part you would think would be most affected by her exposure to trauma, and it fits beautifully. That this part became, in a sense, incapacitated. It became almost, well,
You don't know what it was.
I would say disabled, not knowing how to respond. And there's a carryover effect to that continues forward.
And that,
Right. I'm with you on
this was done
that.
on May 8th.
Of 2018.
I'm with you on that, random girl, 100%.
Correct.
So
Yep.
approximately
Yep.
45 days
Yep.
after the event that we're here talking about.
Yep.
Yes.
How is, maybe I'm using the wrong terms here, and maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow with somebody else, but is working memory the same as like a person's memory about past experiences? Is that different? Is it the same? Is there a distinction?
It's
Yeah, I
different.
would say it's
How so?
really,
And the way it's different is that
I mean, it pretty much is calling her dumb though, isn't it?
we talk about working memory, which is, again, like I said before, problem-solving memory. When you're faced with an immediate problem, what do you access in order to solve the problem? On the other hand, episodic and remote memory are experiences that we've had in the past that are simply there and available.
I have a remote memory of when this doctor first took the stand. Remote in time, I mean.
For use, but that's its own kind of memory. So if you were just sitting down saying, I remember when, that would be an example of accessing episodic remote memory.
A million years
There's a
ago.
connection, though, between the two, between working and episodic or remote memory. Working memory pulls from that episodic memory when it needs it, when things are working properly.
So is working memory, again, this is my layperson's, the ability to hold certain information in your head at one time while you're processing and
No, it's like, yep, you're definitely a layperson.
having a conversation and worrying about what other people think and all of that? Is that
Or you have to solve a problem and you want to come up with a solution and be effective in doing so.
okay? And that might be different than what you call episodic memory.
Correct.
The person remembering about what they did in an event.
I remember when my first child was born.
Okay, and that might have, that's not necessarily related to your working memory,
Correct.
Unless perhaps there was trauma involved in some way.
Unless I was having a second child and I was taking my wife to the hospital and she's delivering in the back seat and I stopped the car and proceed to deliver the baby.
Okay,
That would be working memory,
all right.
based on what I saw the first time.
Now, cycling back to what your initial, we're talking about the overall, what I think of as overall IQ when somebody is presented with a score like this on 713. Is this, are you able, do you think, to give an overall IQ based upon these results?
No.
Why not?
Because one of the things that we talk about, and this is again, not only a warning from the test publisher, this is a very objective test. It has thousands of people that's been normed upon. And the warning from the publisher essentially is that when you have this much variability, so you take the highest score of 110, subtract the slowest score of 69, and so, we're looking at that point of basically 41 points difference between the lowest and highest score. The overall IQ becomes suspect when the difference is 18 points. So we're at 41 points. This is a huge difference. And so what the warning is at that point is that you cannot interpret an overall IQ when you've got that much variability. I mean, we're almost, I'll use a statistical term, but it may not have meaning. It's the 3 standard deviations. It's a huge difference. I mean, this isn't just a little bit of difference. This is like
Why the heck would you use it if it doesn't have meaning?
this much difference between that high score and low score. So overall IQ does not make sense in terms of talking about the defendant's intellectual functioning.
Okay. Now, this was done on May 8th, after whatever happened on March 22nd.
Yes.
Would you or anybody else be able to say, well, what somebody's IQ would have been on March 1st or March 15th or March 20th?
Because I'm going to object relevance.
Sustained irrelevance.
You've talked about how, I believe, at least a little bit, how
trauma may impact memory. Could trauma impact behavior as well?
Yes.
How so?
Well, if you go through and look at, I think this is why I went through and specified the frequencies. In terms of looking at the post-traumatic distress scale, is that many of those things that are on there are behaviorally specified. And so you can see what the changes are in behavior following a trauma, because all of those events are indicators of trauma. And so we're looking at the behaviors would be a sense of this, when you're going through, if you've ever witnessed somebody go through the traumatic event right in front of you, I've had I won't call it a privilege, it's actually quite scary. But if you've seen somebody reliving a trauma as if it's happening right in that moment, it's something you'll never forget. I mean, it changes them in terms of who they are as a person, and you can't see them in the same way. I really think that it's difficult to imagine that if you haven't ever witnessed it personally. In terms of the other behaviors under avoidance, I mean, again...
Judge, I'm going to object to cumulative. We've gone through this list in detail.
And I didn't mean to...
Sustain on cumulative. And again, if the testimony we anticipate tomorrow will be cumulative to what we're hearing now, then... So how much more time do you need? I'll give you that time, and then the clock is up. So how much time you need left? You said a little while ago we're past that point.
I believe I said at 22 that I needed 20 minutes.
Okay, to 4 o'clock then, however you want to use it.
Do you, what's the term inter-evaluator reliability?
Inter-rater?
Inter-evaluator reliability.
Where are you at?
It's not in your report. I'm just asking you about that term.
Oh.
Have you heard of such a term?
Not inter-evaluator typically. The phrase that's usually used that I've ever come across is inter-rater reliability.
Okay. What is that?
Reliability is looking at the issue of that when you measure something, are you likely to get a similar or the same measure the next time you measure it?
Okay.
So it's asking the question, how reliable are your measures?
Okay. Do you have an opinion whether the information that you reviewed regarding Ms. McCandless's behavior on March 22nd, 2018, post-traumatic event is consistent with your diagnosis?
It's listed in the conclusions section of my report, and that is to the requisite degree of professional certainty.
And just so we can do that, then let me just finish up with the conclusion then. Your conclusion is listed on here. To a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, it's your opinion that Ms. McCandless's difficulties with PTSD, depressed mood, impaired executive skills, poor recall memory following the events of March 22nd are most likely the result of what?
The traumatic circumstances associated with the death of Alex Woodward.
I'm going to have to repeat that. You can read a little louder in the microphone.
I'm sorry. Are most likely the result of the traumatic circumstances associated with the death of Alex Woodworth and the historical presence of prior traumatic events.
And how is this type of traumatic stress demonstrated to impact brain functions? Is that what you put in there?
I did. And so what ends up happening, again, I'll defer to Dr. Hopper on this because he will talk much more extensively about hippocampal functioning post-trauma.
So let's do that then. I don't want to.
I think that would be fair.
Okay. And then you talk about studies indicating extreme psychological or physiological stress. Is that the same? What you're talking about here is how trauma impacts the brain?
That's correct.
And then again, you go on to talk about how that may impact somebody's ability to do all the things listed there, plan, learn, or even recall information. Is that right?
Especially when triggered by reminders of or behaviors that resemble past trauma, yes.
Those are the only questions I have for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hahn, you ready for cross-examination?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Dr. Benson, I want to clear something up for the jury. before we really dive into a few things. So post-traumatic stress disorder, you talked about the different criteria, so exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence in one or more of the following ways. That doesn't have to be occurring on the person or to the person that is suffering from the post-traumatic stress disorder, correct? Do you need me to rephrase since you...
I do not need you to rephrase.
Okay.
What it states explicitly in the DSM-5.
Is that a correct statement, what I said?
No, it's not.
Okay, please explain.
Is that there has to be exposure to actual or threatened death, exposure to serious injury, or exposure to sexual violence. And then it lists 4 different ways in which the exposure has to occur.
And that's what I said, right?
You left out the part about sexual violence.
Okay, I apologize. That was unintentional. My point is that doesn't have to be directed at the person who is suffering from PTSD, one of those different categories, correct?
They could be observing it happen with someone else or something else, yes.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be directed at that person. It could be something they're seeing in real life, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, your diagnosis of PTSD with depersonalization and derealization has I don't want to say a caveat, but an additional component. It says childhood onset, correct?
What's happening there is that you're in the wrong.
I'm sorry, page 8 of your report, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. That was part of your diagnoses, right?
Just a minute, please.
Sure.
Yeah. I see,
Okay.
I see where you're at now. I thought you were still back in the DSM.
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. Now, childhood onset, what does that mean in the context of this diagnosis?
It simply means that there was something that occurred in childhood that was traumatic.
Okay. Now, different things could constitute traumatic events. I think that's pretty clear, correct?
Yes.
So you could be a wartime traumatic event, right?
Combat veteran, yes.
Could be a sexual assault traumatic event, correct?
Yes.
It could also be an unprovoked stabbing of another person that could cause the stabber to have PTSD, correct?
You know, that's the difficult part. I went back and I looked at the research literature on this, and I looked at what's out there, and there's a very little about that particular event.
Would you agree? I'm sorry. Would you agree that?
May I finish? So the research studies that looked at that indicate that they cannot make that association. Because I raised the same question, and that's what I was intrigued by that.
PTSD in and of itself isn't going to cause somebody to lie, correct? That's not one of the things listed in the DSM-5. It's not going to, in and of itself, make somebody lie, correct?
No, that's not quite accurate, because you have to look at lies as being lies of commission, which are voluntary, and lies of omission.
So let me rephrase it then. PTSD in and of itself isn't going to cause somebody to say something to somebody else that's a lie, correct?
I'm having difficulty with the form of your question because it doesn't quite fit the experience of PTSD.
Well, you just said that you're drawing a distinction between lies of commission, which would be an active lie, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And is it just for the court reporter? That's a yes?
I'm sorry.
Just for the court reporter?
Yes.
And a lie of omission, which would be withholding information, correct?
Again, it'd be involuntary withholding of information.
Okay. But what my question is, so you drew a distinction there for a reason, right?
So, for example,
For a reason, because
Ezra saying that Alex carved boy into her arm
Because
was a
there's
lie.
that one-
Was a lie of commission.
part with omission where they don't have access to it just because of repression of the memory.
But if somebody has access to it and they tell somebody that's not true, that's not explained by PTSD and the DSM-5 or what you've testified to about today, correct?
I appreciate you pushing on this because I think it's an important point. And the best way I can answer you is to say that I think that there are difficulties with this diagnosis with variable recall. Sometimes I remember one thing, sometimes I remember another, but it's not intentional. That's why I'm trying to be as clear as I can with you about the nature of the diagnosis, because most people don't get that.
If it is intentional, if somebody acknowledges, yes, I told somebody something that's a lie, that's not explained by PTSD, correct?
You're pushing for a distinction here that I think is not warranted by the clinical picture.
And let me just
put it.
I believe that you just said there's a difference between somebody intentionally and unintentionally telling somebody a lie, correct?
That's one part of it. But then when it comes to the commission part, where there's an actual lie that occurs, what I'm saying is that there may be a part where that's intentional, but there may also be a part where where they say one thing because they believe that's what the case was based on what they can recall now.
That's not what he just said, though. What he said was that the lie of omission would be unintentional. He didn't say it about a lie of commission. He's changing his answer.
Is it fair to say that, well, let me step back. PTSD can be caused by, as we established, all different types of circumstances, correct?
Correct.
And that includes observing violent things, correct?
It can, yes.
And in wartime, there are people who, combat veterans who have PTSD based on what they've seen and not necessarily what's happened to them, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So in a domestic violence situation, there are children who have suffered PTSD or suffer from PTSD based on seeing their mother or father strike the other parent, correct?
That is correct. Okay. There's ample research evidence for that.
If I want to go back to the lie situation again, because I think we got on a little bit different pages, and I interrupted you during a couple answers because I want to make sure we're all understanding the hypothetical. So if somebody has information that they know to be untrue, and they intentionally tell somebody else that information that they know to be untrue, and at the time that they tell it, they know it to be untrue. If they're not actively in the PTSD, the event that caused the PTSD, is that something, the lie, an intentional lie of information they know to be untrue, is that explained by PTSD?
It can be.
Okay.
And that goes back to that part I was saying earlier that, we're picking those pieces back up, and the further we get away from the event, the better the recall is. But the difficulty is that the closer we are to the event, the more problematic the recall is. And that's just the basic research that's involved with PTSD at this point. I mean, if I were going to hang my hat on anything, I'd hang it.
He's not answering the question. It's not about recall, it's about lying, right?
On that, because there's solid research basis for that.
Now, we talked about, or on direct examination, you talked about a couple specific passages from the transcripts. Do you remember those passages?
Yes.
And
I personally think Springfield could have pushed him more to answer the question.
You need to see the transcript again. I can bring that to you. But the gist of those, I'm going to go to counsel. I'm going to refer to Exhibit 290, page 55. Starting on line 2491. Do you still have the transcript up there?
I do not have the transcript.
Okay, I'll bring that to you. Line 2491. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now the question is, and you're just now, how come you didn't tell me this yesterday when we talked, Ezra? Right, that's the 2491 and 2492?
That is correct.
And the response is on 2494, because I didn't, it's too scary. Correct?
That's
the line.
Yeah, that's exact.
And you said that could be consistent with I think it was termed intrusive memory, correct?
Intrusive recollections could be, but what we're looking at there is that there's that sense of terror, being terrified.
Okay. That also could be, and I'm not looking for a broader explanation, but just a consistent or inconsistent, that also could be consistent with somebody concealing information intentionally, correct?
So this goes back to that.
And is it consistent or is it inconsistent, sir?
Restate the question, please.
the line that was stated, the response, because I didn't, it was too scary, or it's too scary, that could be consistent with somebody intentionally withholding information, correct?
If that's all we're looking at is just that, with no other context, correct.
Okay. Now, even in the context of this case, that could be consistent with somebody intentionally withholding information, correct?
That's not my opinion.
I didn't ask what your opinion was. I said, could it be consistent with?
I would disagree with that.
Now, 2499, because it was just scary, because it just was scary and I can't get it out of my head. Again, that could be consistent with somebody intentionally withholding information, correct?
I would disagree with that.
Now, Dr. Benson, you were asked to be here by defense, correct?
That is correct.
And you were asked to meet with the defendant by the defense counsel, correct?
That is correct.
And you met with the defendant. Let me rephrase the question there. You were provided documents by the defense, correct?
Yes, the hard drives that I held up.
And the documentation that you had there was what, as far as you know, that's what you had access to because that's what the defense gave you, correct?
That is correct.
And you're actually hired by the defense as well, correct?
That is correct.
Hired to do the assessments as well as provide reports?
That is correct.
Okay. And to be here today as well?
That is correct.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect, Mr.
Yes,
Nelson?
please. Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Well, I'll just stay sitting. I'm tired. Dr. Benson, is your opinions that you've given today based in any way on money?
No. I'm not, I want to be very clear about that. I'm not a paid hired gun. I'm not a mercenary. Again, that would be very unethical. That's not why I do this.
It usual or typical or common, you pick the word, for people who have suffered from trauma to sometimes not want to talk about it?
That's very common.
Is it even, again, you pick the word usual, common, typical for someone suffering from trauma to perhaps even lie to get out of talking about it?
It's possible. And again, I want to put a caveat. It's the closer to the event.
And by the term lie, I meant to say, I don't remember when maybe they do remember, but they're saying I don't remember because they don't want to talk about it. Would that be common?
It happens with considerable frequency the closer to the event that they're being questioned about it.
And why is it, how is it related to the closer to the event?
Because what happens at that point, I mean, I hope I've made this clear, that when a person is traumatized and overwhelmed by such an intense experience, the ability to function normally goes out the window. It takes time to put the pieces back together again. And they need, more than anything, support, love, understanding, compassion, in order to put those pieces back together. Without those things, if they're just going to be questioned directly, I mean, I think it'd be fair to say that for most of us, somebody comes at us and says, I want that report in my desk, or I want this job done in 15 minutes, we might have a certain set of words that go through our head that are very short and to the point. But for a person who's been traumatized, that's exactly the wrong response. They don't want to be pushed or shoved or put into a corner. They want to have time to be able to feel, I have to put safety back together here. Safety is one of the most important human needs that we have, dating all the way back to infancy.
I have no other questions.
All right, any requests?
Just briefly, Dr. Benson, there's a difference between between treatment and gathering information for other purposes, correct?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Benson.
Thank you.
You may step down. Okay, and then there's a stipulation related to those photographs.
Yes.
And why don't we, if you would, just
This is what I referenced this earlier, just like how they put in that video exhibit without a witness. They're about to put in these photos without any witness.
Give us a brief description. Well, have counsel look at them first.
My request would be to put it on the Elmo, and I'm happy to give a description myself, but perhaps just, or Your Honor wants to give a description. I don't want to, however Your Honor wants to do it.
Okay. Is the state stipulate to the introduction of those exhibits?
Yes.
Okay. So exhibit 706.
Yeah. So there's the example from what we talked about earlier. The state stipulated. So we were getting to actually hear this process now, where there's no witness for the photos before it was a video, but the state is stipulating. So
707, 708, 709, and 710 will be received. And I'll let Mr. Nelson, you can present them any way you wish. And I will make my notes as to what they are when you do that.
Judge, the state's preference would be just to show the photos and let them speak for themselves.
That's fine.
All right.
If Your Honor wants to describe them, I'll defer to Your Honor.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to describe them for myself.
I'm going to first publish Exhibit 708, and I believe there is an agreement that the photos that we're showing were taken by the crime lab as indicated on the bottom as part of the photographs of item B, a vehicle by Brooks Laxton of Ms. McCandless's vehicle. So that's the first photo is Exhibit 708, and I think it's fair to say that they're all photographs of the back seat, including the ceiling of the vehicle. Anything more on 708, Judge?
You're good.
And then putting up on the screen is Exhibit 709. And I just, from the glare, I'm putting certain portions, so I just want to show the rest of the photo. And then next up is Exhibit 710. Next up, then, Judge, is Exhibit 706.
If you guys have an idea of what the point is, let me know. I really don't know.
And with permission of Ms. Nodolf, we'd agree this is another picture of the ceiling that I think is the same as the previous pictures. And then lastly, another picture of the same spot, Exhibit 707. At some point, Judge, I'd ask, just because I think there's a glare on this, and whether it's today or tomorrow, permission to pass these 5 photos to the jurors if you want to.
It's fine. I think we have time now. I didn't know we were going to have a surplus of time. I thought we were going to be running short.
I appreciate that,
Okay.
but so can I pass?
It's because Spring Chicken kept that cross short, that's why.
You may.
Them? Thank you. Judge, that's all the defense has for the day then.
Right. Door is closed. Okay. Anyone need a break at the moment?
If I could, Your Honor, I know the sidebars aren't going to relate to me. Is it okay if I?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
All right. So I think we only have sidebars from this afternoon at this point. Let's see.
And for what it's worth, I believe the first sidebar was taken up then when we excused the jury and went through everything. So the defense has nothing to add to the first sidebar that happened prior to the voir dire of Dr. Benson. Everything that we wanted to say was then put on the record after that.
All right. Was that about 1:29 p.m.?
Sounds about right.
Court had received Exhibit 712. That was his report.
Well, that's a different one. I apologize. I think the one you're referring to now is something that Mr. Hahn probably wants to take up.
Well, there's one here I've checked off because I think we started talking about it on a sidebar and then excused. Let's see.
I apologize, Judge, but I believe there was a sidebar
About the first sentence of Exhibit 712 on page
Oh, yes.
2 under the word clinical diagnosis. I just agreed to not publish that portion of the report to the jury. I don't know if Your Honor wants to take that up now, but we essentially agreed to not show that, and if it becomes an issue later, we can argue about it later.
All right, well, yeah, I did have a first sidebar, but I think we did clear that up already, and that was just about the redaction instruction. I gave a redaction instruction, improvised basically, and asked counsel. I think that was related to both 712 and 713, so I've already marked that as checked off. Okay, 146 was a sidebar about Exhibit 712, and I have in quotations threatened death. And Mr. Hahn, anything else you want to say about that? I believe it was your request for a sidebar.
It was, I'm sorry, Judge, it's on page 2 of that exhibit. It's the first full sentence of the clinical findings at the bottom. As you recall, my report documented the presence of PTSD. I'm sorry. Presence of PTSD due to exposure to threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence on March 22nd, 2018. I expressed that was similar to the types of statements that were previously redacted. It was something that I missed, and I think there's a little bit of an explanation because it falls into the category laid out in the DSM-V. But in the way it was written here made it seem as if it had to, at least the way I read it, had to be presented to or onto the person having PTSD or being assessed. So it was a little bit misleading, so that's why I wanted to approach before testimony was elicited about it. Attorney Nelson simply didn't publish that portion to the jury, and I think in line with that, it's something that shouldn't go to the jury later on as well.
All right, and Mr. Nelson, anything further you'd like to say about that at this time?
I think it was covered on cross-examination, not that line, but that idea was certainly covered on cross-examination by Mr. Hahn. I think there's no need to redact it because it accurately reports and it was covered on cross-examination. However, if Your Honor rules that needs to be redacted before it can be given to the jury, we object, but I don't need to be heard anymore on it.
All right, well, again, I do believe it was covered on cross-examination, and it's listed as one of the criteria for in the DSM-V for post-traumatic stress disorder. And so again, we'll address it again if there's a request to see that exhibit at some point. Okay, at 2 p.m., we started with a sidebar. That's the one that ended up getting fairly lengthy. Court excused the jury, and we addressed everything after the jury was excused and before they came back. And there was a voir dire of Dr. Benson. And so that's addressed. I don't think anything else either counsel would like to say about that.
No.
Okay. Okay, and then the last sidebar, approximately 3:36 p.m. And there was an objection on relevance. Court sustained. Mr. Nelson asked for a sidebar. It was following the question, follow-up question, because I think the witness, Dr. Benson, had said, well, you know, maybe you want to cover that with Dr. Hopper. He'll be coming, and he could maybe talk to that more than I can, essentially. And then the follow-up question by Mr. Nelson was, you know, is Dr. Hopper, is something to the effect that Dr. Hopper's renowned or recognized expert, something to that effect.
I believe my question was consistent with what I think the requirements, not that I'm trying to do that under 90308 sub 18 exception, is he a recognized authority in this field?
That sounds like the question. I sustained the objection, and we had a lengthy sidebar. And again, I don't know anything else you want to put on the record regarding that. Before you do, I just want to say this. At the time, I was concerned about the fact that the way the time was going, that there wasn't going to be any time left for cross-examination today, let alone redirect. As it turned out, Mr. Nelson, you did a good job of getting moving after that, and there was plenty of time. I thought the state would probably cross-examine significantly longer, and I was concerned about time. And so anything else either counsel would like to say about that sidebar?
I think there's a legal basis, aside from the time consideration, to sustain the objection as well. It was a question to bolster the credibility of a future witness and anything elicited after that would likely have been cumulative if it was in the ballpark of what Dr. Hopper would testify about anticipated tomorrow.
Okay, and I also believe that it was sustainable on a legal basis, but the other aspects of the discussion, again, I appreciate the seriousness of this for both parties, and I don't want to undercut you, Mr. Nelson, in front of the jury, as you'd indicated. It's not the intent of the court. It's just trying to keep this moving at a reasonable pace. And so, anyway, appreciate your patience, and we'll see you in the morning. Anything else this evening?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, we'll be in recess. Bond will continue. Thank you.
It doesn't roll. I just figured that out. Okay, thank you.
She said it doesn't roll. I just figured that out. The chair.
Learning new things every day. Dr. Thomas, would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Lindsey, Lindsey, Thomas, Thomas.
Can you tell us what your profession is?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
What training did you have to prepare you to become a forensic pathologist?
I have a bachelor's degree from Oberlin College in Ohio. Then I have a medical degree from the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. Then I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, also at the University of Michigan, and that was a 4-year training program. And then I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office in Minneapolis.
Do you have any board certifications?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
What year did you begin working as a forensic pathologist?
Well, I finished my fellowship in 1988, so 31 years.
Can you tell the jury where you have worked as a forensic pathologist?
After I finished my fellowship, I worked at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. And then in 1997, I started working at the Minnesota Regional Medical Examiner's Office, which is also in Minnesota, south of the Twin Cities. And I was the chief medical examiner for 8 counties in Minnesota. And then in 2013, that office merged with Hennepin County, and so then I worked back at Hennepin County, and then I retired from Hennepin County in 2017. And since then, I've worked part-time in various places around the country.
Where are you licensed?
Wisconsin, Minnesota, Nevada, Utah, and Tennessee.
Do you belong to any professional organizations related to your field?
Yes.
What are those?
The National Association of Medical Examiners, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, College of American Pathologists, Minnesota Coroners and Medical Examiners Association, Minnesota Medical Association, American Medical Association. There may be some others, but those are the main ones.
Have you done any teaching at the university or medical school level?
Yes, I've taught at, I've taught forensic pathology fellows. I've taught pathology residents at both of those at Hennepin County. And then I've taught at also pathology residents at the University of Minnesota.
Have you published any articles in your field?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
10 or 11, something like that.
Have you given presentations and lectures?
Yes.
Do you know about how many?
I really don't. I mean, I've talked to law enforcement and to other forensic pathologists, coroners, medical examiners.
Oh, no, not coroners.
Lots of student groups. So I'm sorry, I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that takes up several pages in your curriculum vitae?
It does,
The
yes.
listing that you haven't memorized?
Right.
Okay. And have you given any presentation and lectures specific to sharp force injuries?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell the jury what those are?
The most recent one was last year to the South Dakota Coroners Association. I gave a talk on interpreting and evaluating sharp force injuries.
Did you also do one in 2006 in Minnesota?
Yes.
Have you taken post-fellowship training?
Well,
Or gone to conferences?
right. Yes, I've gone to lots of conferences since I finished my fellowship.
Have you received any awards in your field as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those are?
Actually, I just got one last week, which was kind of a surprise, from the National Association of Medical Examiners for my service to their organization. I'd previously gotten one also from the National Association of Medical Examiners, and I had gotten one from a police department in Minnesota for assisting with a particular case.
Have you, I'm going to ask you about testifying. You've had a long career, so I'm just going to limit it to the past 10 years. In the past 10 years, have you testified in court regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
And in those past 10 years, approximately how many times have you been called as a witness by the prosecution?
I think it's like 34 times, so it's about 60% of the time that I've testified has been for the prosecution.
How many times for the defense in a criminal case?
I think 6, so about 11% of the time.
Okay, well, those numbers don't add up to 100, so are there also civil cases?
Yes, so civil cases are like wrongful deaths or motor vehicle crashes, nursing home deaths, things like that. And that's the rest, like 30% of the cases.
Okay. I am going to ask you about questions pertaining to this case, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 715. Did you write a report in connection with what you reviewed in this case?
Yes.
Is that exhibit 715?
Yes.
Judge, I would move exhibit 715 in evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 715 will be received.
All right. Were you, in your review of the case concerning the death of Alex Woodworth in the state of Wisconsin versus Ezra McCandless, can you please advise what you reviewed that's relevant to forensic pathology?
I reviewed the provisional and final autopsy protocols on Mr. Woodworth, autopsy photographs, Wisconsin State Crime Lab reports, Dr. Tovar's report, photographs of Ms. McCandless, Wisconsin State Patrol crime scene documentation report, scene photographs, the Dunn County Sheriff's Office reports and diagrams, Ramsey County Medical Examiner evidence and release forms.
Okay, did you also review, well, go ahead. Go ahead with the list.
Multiple statements by Ms. McCandless, photographs of a knife, photographs of the vehicle, medical records from Mayo Clinic, Eau Claire Police Department reports, and a chapter from a medicine textbook.
Thank you. So what I'm going to first ask you about are cuts to Ezra McCandless and other injuries. First, let me ask you about Ms. McCandless. Have you examined all of the cuts to her in Exhibit 174 and I think it's 260? I'm sorry, I forgot the numbers on the back of those blow-ups.
636, 637, 638.
Have you examined those injuries?
Yes.
And what would you call those injuries?
They're mostly sharp force injuries. They're incisions, meaning that they're superficial. But a couple of them I would consider puncture, meaning that they're a little deeper.
Where do you see the puncture wounds?
Those were on her leg. Let me describe it better. The outside or lateral aspect of her upper right leg.
Medically, are you able to determine whether or not these wounds are self-inflicted or inflicted by another person?
No.
Why not?
Well, all I can tell from looking at the photographs is that they're sharp force injuries. So it's the sort of injury that we consider to be inflicted by something like a knife or piece of glass or, anything that has a really sharp edge. But there's no way looking at a wound for me to tell whether it's self-inflicted or whether someone else did it. There's just no way to tell.
And would it be scientifically acceptable for another physician to make that determination?
Objection.
I'm going to overrule. Go ahead.
I don't think there's any way that anyone can tell how those injuries occurred.
Let me ask specifically, when you look in exhibit number 174, and particularly looking at the wounds in the first few pictures, the vaginal area, the inner thigh, would you say that those lines are all parallel or not?
No. Some of them are parallel and some of them are perpendicular, and then a little further along, they're more diagonal.
And in your opinion, can these be inflicted by another person if the person being cut is laying still?
Yes.
Do you know what defensive wounds are?
Well, defensive wounds are a term that we use as forensic pathologists to describe injuries that are in certain locations that are consistent with someone attempting to defend themselves. So it could be a gunshot wound through the hand when someone put their hand up. It could be a bruise in a certain location, but typically we use it with sharp force injuries. And most often we think of wounds to the hand because if someone is wielding a knife, we're likely to put up our hands to defend ourselves. But it can also be on the leg or whatever, an arm, whatever body part is being used to try and get the implement that's causing injury to go away. It doesn't mean that they are defensive wounds. It's just that we have, from experience, seen these in cases where someone was being injured with a knife. And so I would say they're consistent with defensive wounds.
Now, I'm going to ask you specifically about the wounds to the palm of Miss McCandless's hand. That's in exhibit number 638. Is that wound what you would call a defensive wound?
Yes, it's certainly consistent with a defensive wound.
Do you do something else then to try to resist him?
Yes, my hand,
Go ahead,
my leg is between his knees at that point, gripping the seat. I decided then to knee him in the groin.
So that I included because, well, actually, hold on. Let me hold that thought. I think I actually included the clip.
What happens when, well, you decided to knee him in the groin. Did you actually do it?
Yes.
What happens then?
He reacts and he drops the knife at that point.
In your professional experience with all the years you've done autopsies, have you seen defensive wounds that are similar to that hand wound?
Yes.
You told it to us today, this morning, or actually this afternoon. You need Alex in the groin and the knife fell out of his hand, correct?
Correct.
And then you grabbed the knife, correct?
Correct.
Right. It's not what you told Detective Prock, is it?
I don't believe so. I would have.
In fact, you told Detective Prock that you grabbed the knife by the blade, correct?
I believe I've said that, yes.
All right. And got it away from Alex by grabbing it by the blade, correct?
I might have said that, yes.
And you said that it hurt a lot when you did that, correct?
Correct.
And do defensive wounds to the hands have to be deep?
No, they can be deep or superficial, or, I mean, it totally depends on, how much pressure is being applied, how sharp the knife or implement is. There's lots of factors.
The reason I included those clips is because I find it so interesting that, this medical, forensic pathologist rather, she's it kind of reminds me a bit of like in Karen Reed, right? Where you had the two different medical examiners and they said a lot of the same things, or rather, I guess forensic pathologists said a lot of the same things, right? And so I don't think she's any more or less qualified than the other one. In fact, she seems, if anything, maybe even a little bit more qualified. Although having said that, they didn't really go as much into the background of, I think it was Dr. Mills who did the autopsy for Alex Woodworth. But anyway, you know, this doctor seems highly accomplished and knows what she's talking about. But I find it so interesting that, you know, Ezra did change her story about the knife, and I didn't include the full clip, but the full context from on Cross is he actually references how she changed her story after they had like some other proceeding where they showed the pictures from of what it usually looks like with a defensive wound. When it's the ones that we actually saw as well in the trial, where it shows what a hand would look like, and it's like got this huge gash, and that she like changed her story after that or something along those lines. So she changed her story about, instead of grabbing the knife, she kneed him in the groin and he dropped the knife. But now it's like, well, you know, this, you know, now we're hearing testimony that they could be defensive wounds, but it's like too late. She already changed her story. So shout out to Black Widow. Glad you're here, my friend. Good morning to you. So yeah, anyway, it's just interesting.
I'm going to ask you also specifically if you would look in exhibit number 174. There is a picture with a red mark to Miss McCandless's neck. Do you see that in there?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at the red mark that you see on her neck, what is that consistent with?
So it's along the right side of her neck, sort of just below the angle of the jaw. And to me, it looks like what we call an abrasion or a scrape. And it's where the superficial layer of skin has just been removed. So it could be from anything causing friction that scrapes the superficial layer of skin.
Is that wound consistent by being grabbed on that side of the neck by if Miss McCandless was grabbed on that side of the neck with somebody else?
Yes.
By somebody else, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's consistent with, say, a fingernail scratch, you know, sort of a large, not just a little cut, but more of a broad. It's consistent with some fabric perhaps being grabbed and rubbed. So yeah, it's consistent with that. Mm-hmm.
Do you see in some of the photos also that she has some small injuries to her lips?
Yes.
And what are those consistent with?
Those could be either very superficial sharp force injuries, like with the tip of a knife or something sharp, or they could also be scrapes, like with a fingernail or something.
Let me ask you some questions about whether or not in your practice you have seen injuries in autopsies from sexual. Well, first of all, do you know what BDSM is?
Yes.
What is it?
Bondage, dominance, sadomasochism, I think.
Okay. And
for Pete's sake, so they had to find somebody who knew what BDSM was. By the way, though, that's how you know that this speaks to her credibility, because that answer she just gave about the mouth injuries, if you can even call them that, where she said they could have been from fingernails, like a great answer in the terms of the fact that like it was a very honest answer, because that half of that answer is actually really bad for the defense, right? Like, and Ezra could have done that to herself, right? By the way, Black Widow, have you seen Ezra's new profile picture? Because let me know if you haven't, and I will show it to you.
Your practice, have you seen injuries from BDSM practices?
Yes, I have seen cases like that.
All right. Are you familiar from looking at medical literature of injuries that have occurred from BDSM practices that are seen with sharp force implements or knives?
Yes. I haven't seen any personally, but I'm familiar with that in the literature.
All right. I'm going to move to ask you now some questions about the injuries to Alexander Woodworth and the autopsy. First of all, what is the definition of homicide?
So, as forensic pathologists, we have 5 options for manner of death. It's natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. And homicide is a term that we use when the death is at the hands of another. So, for example, we might use it if 2 people are out hunting and one inadvertently shoots the other person. We would consider that a homicide because it's death at the hands of another. Like, sort of the flip side is motor vehicle crashes we consider accidents, even though the person may be charged with criminal vehicular homicide. So the point about our terminology for homicide is it doesn't translate into a legal term. It could be, self-defense, it could be manslaughter, it could be murder, it could be any range of things. But from our perspective, it's just death at the hands of another person.
So it's fair to say that just because something's a homicide does not necessarily mean there's criminal responsibility. It could be, that depends on other factors.
Correct.
All right. Let me ask you about measuring a person's height at autopsy. When you measure a person's height at autopsy, is that necessarily the same as their height when they were alive?
No, I'd say more often than not, it's probably not the same height. The reason is when you're standing up, at least I don't know about you, but when I stand to be measured, I stand as tall as I can. Whereas when someone is lying on a table, we're measuring from the bottom of their foot to the top of their head. But if their knees are bent slightly, or if, they have really thick shoes and they get measured before the shoes are removed, there could be quite a bit of variability.
And would it be typical for somebody to measure shorter at autopsy than they are in real life?
Yes, because of the knees being bent, I would say it's probably more common.
And would it be consistent with what you've seen if somebody is 5'11" and they measure 5'8" at autopsy?
Yeah, that's certainly possible.
Thank you. All right, now I'm going to ask some questions as to Mr. Woodworth's injuries. What is your opinion as to what his cause of death was?
I agree that his cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries.
And in layperson's terms, would that be saying he bled to death?
Yes, he bled to death from the cuts and stab wounds that he got.
You've reviewed all of his wounds, right?
Correct.
Did you review all of the photographs from the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's office?
Yes.
And looking at the totality of the wounds, how many wounds were there to Mr. Woodworth?
I don't remember.
16.
Okay. Does 16 sound familiar to you?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Mm-hmm.
And looking at those wounds, how long could Mr. Woodworth survive after receiving all of these wounds?
So sometimes people get wounds that we can tell are pretty much immediately fatal. So, for example, if someone has their carotid artery cut, which is the main artery that takes blood into the brain, someone will bleed out very rapidly from that. Or if they have a wound to their aorta, which is the main vessel that takes blood from the heart, or some really major artery. Virtually everything else, like with Mr. Woodworth, there's really no way to tell exactly how long someone would have lived. Certainly, he had significant injuries, so I don't think he would have lived a long period of time, but none of his injuries were so immediately or instantly fatal that he would have died right away. So that's about the best I can do. Minutes, maybe several minutes, maybe a half hour, but I don't think several hours. So
All right.
I can't really be more specific.
So you're giving a range of minutes at the low end to 30 minutes at the top end? Is that kind of where your belief is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, yes.
Now, does that include you're considering the wound to the head, correct?
Yes.
All right. After receiving these wounds, would Mr. Woodworth be able to walk?
Well, none of these wounds would be instantly incapacitating. So, if someone had a wound to their spinal cord, they wouldn't be able to walk, but he didn't. So I would say yes, he would be able to walk after these.
What about talking?
Again, none of these wounds interfered with his vocal cords. So I would say yes, he would be able to talk.
Would Mr. Woodworth
again,
be able
this is
to?
all consistent with what we heard from the medical examiner who performed the autopsy. This isn't contrary to that. So.
With these wounds, if he had suffered the majority of these wounds in a vehicle, would he be able to get out, walk for 10 to 15 feet, lay down, and then get back into a vehicle?
I would say yes. Again, none of these wounds would prevent him from doing those things.
Well, then you took my next question away, which is why you reached that conclusion, but that's
Sorry.
fine. Would he be able to take off his coat?
Yes, I would think so.
Would he be able to take off his shoes?
Yes.
What about why would he though?
I'm going to ask specifically about the injuries to his lungs. All right. First of all, I'm going to ask you about what a pneumothorax is. Could you please explain what that is?
Sure. The way our lungs work is they're kind of like bellows that when you take in a breath, it's the expansion of your rib cage that causes the lungs to expand. And so it's kind of a negative pressure actually suctioning your lungs out to open them up to take in air.
Crazy.
And when someone has an injury that allows air from the outside to get into the space around the lungs, so on the inside of the chest but on the outside of the lungs, then that prevents that kind of bellows action. And so air inside the chest cavity is called a pneumothorax. So pneumo is air and thorax is the chest. And when someone has a pneumothorax, that can put pressure on the lungs, and depending on the size of the pneumothorax, it can completely collapse the lung or just, put a little pressure on the lungs.
Character.
Were you able to observe when you looked at the autopsy photos whether or not Mr. Woodworth had a pneumothorax?
No, I couldn't really tell.
How long does it take a pneumothorax to develop if one is stabbed in the lower lobe of their lungs?
So I would say it's really variable how long a pneumothorax takes to develop. It would depend on the size of the wound, the direction of the wound, whether it was more open or more closed, where in the lungs the wound occurred. So I would say it's probably pretty variable.
And can somebody have a pneumothorax but still be able to walk and talk?
Yes.
All right. And just to look at the photographs of the lungs and the autopsy pictures in exhibit number 4B, you have examined, and just so it's clear, you've examined all of these photographs that are in exhibit number 4 from this trial?
Yes.
That were taken by the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
All right. So you're looking at the page, that's sharp force injury 16. I think it's sharp force injury 16 and sharp force injury, let's find the other one, just to clarify. All right. So looking at sharp force injury number 8, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the lung that has a sharp force injury in the lung.
All right. And looking at the last page at sharp force injury number 16, what is that?
There are two photographs. One is the lung and one is the inside of the rib cage.
Okay. So with those examination of those injuries in mind, were they, and considering the other photographs that you've examined, was there any major vessel that would bleed a great deal cut in those injuries to the lungs?
No. So the main vessels to the lungs come from the heart, to and from the heart, and they're in sort of the center part of the lungs. And his wounds to the lungs were more in what's considered the periphery or the distant part of the lungs. And so there aren't any large vessels there. They're just little vessels.
Can you explain to the jury what a hemothorax is?
So hemo, meaning blood, is the hemothorax is the accumulation of blood in the chest cavity. So again, inside the chest, but outside the lung.
Did Mr. Woodworth have a hemothorax?
No.
How long does it take a hemothorax to develop with a stab wound to the lungs?
Well, again, it really depends on where in the lungs the injury occurs. If it's centrally and one of the main vessels is hit, one of the large vessels, then it will develop almost right away. But if it's more peripheral, or depending on, the size, there are a lot of variables, but it may take quite a while, minutes or longer to develop.
And would his injuries to his lungs prevent him from walking for 10 or 15 feet?
No.
Or talking?
No.
So is it fair to say he would not have developed complications from the stab wounds to his chest that would immediately cause him to be able to walk, talk, or live for this period of minutes to 30 minutes?
Yes, I would say the injuries to his lungs would not be immediately either fatal or incapacitating.
Okay, I would ask you to also look in that exhibit 4, for photographs of a wound to his lower abdomen and the scrotal area.
Yes, sharp force injury number 11.
Would that wound...
Oh, sorry, and number 12.
Okay, I was just going to ask you that. Would either of those wounds cause the person who suffered those wounds to feel an urge to urinate? Did Alex say something to you as he's standing up there?
Yes, I was confused. I didn't.
Well, I just want you to tell us
What he said to me, what I heard him say to me was that he needed help to go to the bathroom. He needed help doing this.
When he said to you he needs help going to the bathroom, what do?
I instantly just wanted to help him, so I got out of the car and I approached him.
I would say yes.
Why is that?
These wounds entered the urinary bladder. Let me just check. I think it was number 11, the one to the lower part of the abdomen, entered the urinary bladder. And so that would feel like obviously very irritating to the urinary bladder, and there may be blood accumulating in the bladder, but also when you feel an irritation of the bladder, it feels like you have to empty your bladder. So I wouldn't be surprised if someone with that injury felt the need to empty their bladder.
Have you looked at all of the scene photographs in this particular?
So that's where that crazy story came from. Wild, right?
Case?
Yes.
And in looking at the scene photographs, where did you observe blood?
Both inside the car and outside of the car.
And medically, would that be consistent with him being stabbed in the car, getting out, walking or laying down, and at some point returning to the vehicle?
Yes.
Are all of your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, then, who's going to cross-examine?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ralph, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Dr. Thomas.
Morning.
Oh, Judge, I'm so sorry. I forgot to ask a question of Dr. Thomas. Counsel, is it all right if I do that?
All right.
Yep.
Beg your
Be open,
indulgence,
direct.
thank you. I forgot to ask you, you were hired by the defense in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you're hired by a party, if your opinion is adverse to what they're interested in, do you tell them that?
Oh, yes.
Does the fact that you get paid by counsel affect your opinion one way or another?
No.
All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Noroff, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Thomas. I'm going to refer to Exhibit 715. That's your written report in this case.
Yes.
And I just want to go through all of the different materials that you were provided. So you were provided the provisional and final autopsy protocols, correct?
Yes.
And then did you receive 5 different discs of autopsy photographs?
There were a lot. 5 sounds about right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then it indicates Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory reports that you reviewed. Are those specifically the toxicology and then DNA results?
Probably, yes.
It indicates you reviewed Dr. Tovar, that's a defense expert's written report.
I don't remember who that was, sorry.
But you reviewed still his report.
Right.
You reviewed different photographs of the defendant spanning approximately 2.5 months.
Yes.
The state patrol crime scene documentation report and photographs.
Yes.
Is that the diagrams?
Yes.
Okay. And then the different statements by the defendant from different agencies, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive any transcripts from the defendant's interviews with the Detective Proc?
I don't know if they were transcripts or just summary statements. I don't remember.
And then you indicate photographs of a muddy tack force folding knife?
Yes.
Do you recall, was it the same knife that had a EMT written on the handle?
I don't recall.
Scene photographs, do you know who took those scene photographs? Did they say crime lab on the bottom? Or?
I assume it was either the crime lab or state patrol or Dunn County Sheriff or, law enforcement agencies that were investigating.
And then medical records from Mayo Clinic relating to the defendant?
Yes.
Eau Claire Police Department reports?
Yes.
And then a chapter on forensic emergency medicine.
Yes.
Fair to say there's thousands of documents of reports in this case?
Yes.
Did you review all of them?
I reviewed all of the ones that I had.
Okay, so all of the ones that the defense provided you, you reviewed?
Right.
Okay. Is there anything else I'm missing that you were provided?
Not that I know of or can think of at this point.
And doctor, is it fair to say your specialty and primary focus is performing autopsies?
At this point, I mean, it certainly has been most of my career. At this point, since I've retired from my main job, I do autopsies some, and I do consulting, and then I also work with a tissue donation organization reviewing medical records. So at this point, my practice is a little more varied than just autopsies.
But you're not an emergency room physician?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm strictly a forensic pathologist.
And so as a forensic pathologist, your patients, if we want to call them that, are deceased?
Correct.
Okay. And when you perform autopsies, and I know it's been some time since it's been your primary focus, but when you did them, you generally received the body, some clothes, and maybe a little bit of background information. Does that sound right?
So I think the answer to your question is at the time you do the autopsy, you may only have a little bit of information, but before a forensic pathologist comes to a conclusion about the cause and manner of death, we look at all kinds of information. So past medical history, past social history, maybe psychiatric history, what was happening around the time of death. Then we look at the scene information, the autopsy, the toxicology, maybe some other studies, and put all of that together.
Sure. So, I mean, you look for background information related to the patient who you're doing the autopsy on.
Correct.
So you don't generally, though, wait for DNA results related to the scene. You don't wait for transcripts of written recordings. I mean, your primary concern is the patient or individual you did the autopsy on, correct?
It really depends on the specifics of the case. If we need some of those ancillary tests in order to determine the cause or manner of death, then we would wait. But if the cause and manner of death are pretty clear right from some preliminary information, then you're correct. We would not have to wait for that.
And in this case, to determine the cause and manner of death, you didn't need the thousands of documents and DNA results.
No, this was pretty straightforward.
And in this case, you never examined the actual body of Alexander Woodworth.
Correct.
So I want to talk about the second page of your report now on Exhibit 715. And because we went over, you received a wide array of information. But looking at page 2, the third full paragraph that starts with on 3/22/18. You see
Yeah.
that portion?
Yes.
Is it correct to say that, I guess, this narrative portion is essentially a abbreviated summary of the relevant information that you received from the defense?
Yes.
And so, to be clear, you're not stating to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the information in this narrative portion is correct?
No, this is just a summary of the information that was provided in various documents.
But as a professional witness, you would agree that your report needs to be accurate, correct?
Yes.
So would you agree that on the second or third full paragraph, you wrote, Jason Mengel contacted the police because he was looking for Ms. McCandless. And then around 12 o'clock, the Eau Claire police contacted her.
Yes.
And if I told you that it was in fact a janitor across the street from Alexander Woodworth's house who called the police and not Jason Mengel, would you agree that this portion of your report is not accurate?
Yes, if that was true.
Then if you look at the
For conceding that.
fifth paragraph down, in the middle of that,
Remember, this was based on information she was given, but at least she still conceded it and didn't make excuses.
that paragraph that starts with on 3/22/18, she stated she had been physically and sexually assaulted by Mr. Woodworth, but was unable to clearly remember what had happened. Did you see that sentence?
Yes.
And if I told you that no witness has testified that the defendant said she was sexually assaulted by Mr. Woodworth, would you agree that your
Judge,
report?
I'm going to object to that.
Really?
What's the basis?
What?
The basis is she's saying if no witness has testified, Ms. McCandless testified that she was attacked and
No, not
being
sexually
cut in the
assaulted.
labia certainly.
Are you joking? What? This is, dude. They have argued, I'm sorry, they've argued throughout this entire trial. They have argued, the defense has argued, whenever it's come up, they've said, but she's never testified. She's never said, we've never asserted that she was sexually assaulted. And she also didn't say that in her testimony. What's the judge going to say? Oh my God.
Would, in my opinion, be defined, or the labia, or the vaginal area,
No, stop.
mons pubis
Stop.
would be defined as a
Stop.
sexual assault. In my opinion, it's contact with weapon with an intimate part of the body.
Well, I'll sustain your objection to that extent.
Thank you.
Wow. I'm surprised about that.
Okay, so your ultimate opinion in this case is you agree with Dr. Mills, Kelly Mills, who testified, I think, really early in this trial, that the cause of Mr. Woodworth's death was complications of multiple sharp force injuries. Is that right?
Yes.
And your report indicates that the primary complication was loss of blood, right?
Yes.
And that's, I think you start primarily from the neck and scrotum.
Yes.
I'd like to show you a couple of the photographs from exhibit number 4. That's the PowerPoint that Dr. Mills.
Right, she has them up there.
Yep, I want to put them on my screen so I can go through some of these.
1 minute, counsel, I just want to.
Okay. So if we look at slide number 7, which depicts sharp force injuries number 2 through 4, do you agree with Dr. Mills that these wounds proceeded through the soft tissue of the neck into the right external jugular vein muscle and then through a small branch of the internal jugular vein?
Yes.
And that these wounds were approximately 1 inch each deep and 5.5 inches in length?
Yes.
Judge, I just want to point out there's multiple pictures showing.
Oh,
this
sorry.
Time. If counsel wants to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Slide number 12. This depicts sharp force injury number 12 to the scrotal sac, correct?
Yes.
And looking at this wound to the scrotal sac, it would have bled profusely, correct?
Yes, it looks like there's bleeding within the scrotum Also.
And if we go to the next slide, slide 13, that injury correlates directly with the both underwear and pants in this case, correct?
Yes.
You also opined that the injury to the head could have contributed to his death?
Yes.
And that's as a result of bleeding in the subdural space, putting pressure on the brain?
Yes.
And looking at slide number 5, this wound was approximately, do you agree, about 1.5 inches above the right ear canal?
Yes.
And this injury actually went through the temporal bone, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree it takes a substantial amount of force to stab through a bone?
Yes.
And would you agree that the trauma caused by the force going through the temporal bone could result in dizziness and disequilibrium?
It certainly could, yes.
And you agree that this caused bleeding outside of the brain, right?
Yes.
And you also observed, as well as Dr. Mills, a subarachnoid hemorrhage in the right temporal lobe of the brain?
Yes.
And a subarachnoid hemorrhage can lead to permanent brain death or damage, correct?
Yes.
And that blood on the brain can put pressure, causing a number of variety of issues, correct?
Yes.
Finally, you opined that the stab wounds to the lungs could have contributed to his death as well?
Yes.
And I don't believe your report indicated which wounds those are, but I believe based on your testimony today, that was sharp force injury number 8, is that right?
Yes.
And this stab wound was actually quite deep at 3 3/8 inches in depth, correct?
Yes.
And if I told you that the blade of the knife used in this case was approximately 3.5 inches, the depth of this wound was approximately the entire length of the blade.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And that wound goes, if I turn to the next slide, through the slide number 11. Actually, I think I'm on the wrong slide. No, here it is.
No, that's right.
Yep, and it actually went through here, right on this picture over to the right, through the lung, correct?
Yes.
And then there was a second wound to the lung. If I turn to slide number 17. And that's as a result of sharp force injury number 16, if I understood your testimony correct?
Yes.
And the depth of this wound was 2 3/4 inches, correct?
Correct.
And this goes into the lower lobe of the lung as well, correct?
Yes, the other lung, the right lung.
So if I show you slide number 19, this is showing both of the internal organs as it's going through into the lung, correct?
Yes, the rib cage on the left side and the lung on the right side.
And there are small blood vessels by the lungs, correct?
There are small blood vessels in the lungs and also in the chest wall.
So Alex sustained injuries to both his left and right lungs that could have contributed to his death, in addition to the neck, scrotal sac, and head wound into the brain.
Yes.
Okay, I'm done with exhibit number 4, but I still want my screen up if I could. Because I want to show you, actually, would you agree with the testimony of Dr. Tovar that the injury to the scrotal sac would have been very painful?
Yes.
In fact, if I show you exhibit number 14 that's previously been entered into evidence, that is the underwear, and it's absolutely saturated with blood, correct?
Yes.
And if you look at the underwear, it looks like it's supposed to be white in color, correct?
Correct.
And because of an injury to the scrotal sac, I'm done with the screen, thank you. They could cause a person to reach in the area of that injury, correct?
Certainly.
And pain could cause a person to be kneeled over in pain as well?
Sure.
And would you agree that the internal jugular vein is a large vein?
Yes.
And that there's a substantial blood flow through that vein as well?
Yes.
And would you also agree that severing of the external internal jugular vein would also result in large blood loss?
Yes.
I need the screen one more time, sorry. If I show you exhibit number 25, you don't need the lights. This sweater shows actually a large amount of blood loss on the upper portion of the sweater, correct?
Yes.
And if we turn to exhibit 22, it covers a good portion of the sweater as well, correct?
Yes.
And if you lose a sufficient volume of blood, you'll go into shock, correct?
Yes.
And if you lose a sufficient volume of blood, it will also cause you to lose consciousness, correct?
Yes.
In the next part of your report, you opined that it's possible that the defendant's wounds were self-inflicted as well, right?
Yes.
And aside from suicide deaths, you don't see a lot of self-inflicted knife wounds, correct?
Well, there's a phenomenon known as cutting that especially teenagers, but even some adults do, that is not generally thought to be a suicidal gesture, but is something that we see in people that we do autopsies on, is that kind of cutting. But I'm not sure if that's your question.
Sure, no, I appreciate the explanation. But would you agree with me that an ER doctor who sees patients who are still alive would see more cutting or self-inflicted wounds as you describe them?
I guess it would depend on their practice. Certainly, as forensic pathologists, we see cutting both in this sort of non-suicidal way as well as suicides. But I'm sure ER physicians see it also.
It's a fair answer.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 195. Is this the chapter that you received from the defense regarding forensic emergency medicine?
Yes.
And I'm going to direct your, if you don't mind me touching it,
that's
sorry.
okay.
I'm going to direct you to page 14. Okay, do you see where, if you wouldn't mind reading where this first line that starts with patients?
Patients with self-inflicted wounds may visit the ED, emergency department, claiming an accident, self-defense, or assault.
Yep, and if you could continue.
When the patient history, injuries, and forensic evidence are not consistent, the forensically informed emergency clinician is in a unique position to extrapolate the truth.
Okay, and would you agree with that statement?
It's a little grandiose, I would say, extrapolate the truth. I think emergency physicians, probably like all of us, are pretty skeptical about the patient.
And I'm pretty sure that that was the thing that was entered into it, like that. I'm pretty sure that was what Dr. Tovar was using. That was the first defense expert, the first defense witness of the entire case in chief, whose name I couldn't remember earlier, and I had to look it up because it feels like such a long time ago. But that was the guy who, I'm pretty sure that's where that came in. That's why she's bringing it up. And this doctor wouldn't have seen that witness, isn't familiar with it. So she's just assessing this based on it, the information. And anyway, it's interesting. It's sort of like discrediting his testimony, right? Which is smart because he was a mess, right? Anyone that saw it, like, this is a way better expert than Dr. Tovar, and he was obliterated. So, whereas this is a really credible witness. And again, if you're smart, right, and you've got the other party, whether it's in civil or criminal, right, the other party brings in an expert witness who's really credible and knows their stuff and is answering fairly and not getting agitated and not being defensive, but they're just answering fairly and honestly. The best thing you can do is use them to your advantage, right? And as we're seeing, right, this witness isn't being cagey or whatever, in my opinion. It's just a really good example of how by asking a different question, you're going to get a different answer, right? So you can use that witness to your advantage just by asking questions differently or, what have you. So.
History and interpret it in the context of all the information they have.
But emergency physicians get to talk with the patient, get to observe the injuries firsthand, correct?
Right.
And then if you could just continue with that sentence.
With an understanding of how to identify the patients with self-inflicted knife wounds, the emergency clinician can provide appropriate referrals, conserve resources, and assist law enforcement in the investigation of an alleged crime.
Thank you. And then you also testified about a red mark on the defendant's neck, right or left, I guess I'm not sure, but, and you indicated there was a number of things that it could be consistent with, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that it also could be consistent with someone pushing on the neck to get someone's face out of their way?
That's interesting because I don't think we'd heard that before, at least not that I recall. The idea that maybe that red mark, I mean, it looks like a chemical rash like we talked about previously, but if it was Alex's hand trying to push her away, interesting. I hadn't thought of that.
It would require, because it's more of an abrasion to my eye, it would require more friction, I think, than just skin on skin. But anything that could cause friction could cause it. So fabric from a vehicle or, yeah.
Okay. And are you familiar with petechiae?
Yes.
And what is that?
Petechiae are little tiny hemorrhages that are most frequently seen in the whites of the eyes or the eyelids, and they're little tiny burst blood vessels.
And you indicated at autopsy in your report that Alex was 5 foot 8 inches and 137 pounds. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what the autopsy report said.
And you basically testified that the defendant's wounds could be consistent with self-inflicted and also could be consistent with someone else inflicting those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Doctor, you're being paid for your opinion today, correct?
I'm being paid for my time, yes.
And prior to testifying here today, how much have you charged the defense?
So I charge $400 an hour, and prior to today, I had about 19 hours, and then I'll have whatever time I'm here today.
And what's your charge for testifying?
It's just an hourly rate.
And what's that hourly rate?
$400.
Wow.
And do you get paid $400 for your travel time as well?
Yes.
So you've
Wow. Can you imagine getting paid $400 to drive an hour? That's wild.
already been charged or paid $7,600, and then you'll get additional for your time today.
However long it takes today, yes.
And in fact, yesterday you testified in a homicide trial for.
Well, what is the objection?
The objection is what she testified to yesterday is irrelevant. She's
Well, what you testified to is irrelevant, but what would be the relevant?
I mean, she's testified 6 times in the past 10 years for the defense. That's been brought out.
Okay. Well, I'll sustain the relevance in the test. What she testified yesterday.
And your only involvement in this case, though, it was because you've been hired by the defense. You weren't involved as a fact witness at all.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Wait, any redirect?
Yes, I do.
Shocker.
Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna, it's probably a good time to do it then. Before we continue with redirect, we have to switch out court reporters.
Switch out court
So
reporters.
Of course.
I think this is probably a good time to take a short recess. So
Bathroom
we'll
break?
take a 10-minute recess until 9:45. Okay, all rise. Thank you. All right. Okay, Ms. Fishny, go ahead. You had something you want to put on the record?
Your Honor, I have a request, a demand of the state to provide exculpatory evidence that has not previously been requested by the defense. However, it's been requested. Well, it's been requested now. I mean, we have a general request for all exculpatory evidence, but in light of counsel's questions as to the payment of Dr. Thomas, we would like, we are aware that Dunn County Service, that
Y'all, did you hold on? She says, I have a request, and then she changes it to demand, and then she uses the words exculpatory evidence. So what's happening?
Good time to take a short recess. So we'll take a 10-minute recess until 9:45.
What do you guys
Okay,
think?
all rise.
Before I play it, do you think there's actual exculpatory evidence all of a sudden that's just come to light?
Thank you.
Exculpatory
All right. Okay,
evidence.
Ms. Fishny, go ahead. You had something you want to put on the record?
Your Honor, I have a request, a demand of the state to provide exculpatory evidence that has not previously been requested by the defense. However, It's been requested.
The judge does not look worried.
It's been requested now. I mean, we have a general request for all exculpatory evidence, but in light of counsel's questions as to the payment of Dr. Thomas, we would like, we are aware that Dunn County's service, that Ramsey County's medical examiner services are not free for Dunn County, that Dunn County has been billed for the autopsy as well as the time that Dr. Mills has spent preparing for and testifying in this case, as well as time spent for meeting with the prosecutors. And a request for exculpatory evidence is always timely, including post-conviction. So we have requested that Ms. Nodolf obtain those numbers for us. I don't expect them to be available this instant, but I would like them prior to the close of the defense case.
All right, I don't know whether they've received the bill yet, but any objection on the part of the state?
Your Honor, we don't have an
Judge,
objection.
I'm going to ask that Ms. Nodolf respond.
Your Honor, we get to decide who responds to arguments, and I'm responding. Your Honor, it's our position that that is not exculpatory information. I mean, obviously, there's payment, officers are paid hourly wages for their work. Contractors are paid hourly for their work. That are hired, they're not hired to provide an opinion per se. They're hired to do work. Certainly, Dr. Mills is not paid by Dunn County. Dr. Mills is paid by Ramsey County, and Ramsey County bills Dunn County for any time. But it's not the same as what a witness is paid to by a party for a specific opinion in a specific case. It's a totally different thing. It's not exculpatory. We're going, I understand Ms. Nodolf has made the request, and we're going to try to get the information for the defense. But we don't consider it exculpatory information. It is not exculpatory information.
Definitely not.
What Dunn County paid to Ramsey County to do an autopsy. As I understand it, and as I understand every county, there's a set fee for an autopsy. You pay X amount of dollars for an autopsy, and then we reimburse Ramsey County for time. But again, we're not paying Dr. Mills. Dr. Mills is being paid by Ramsey County, not by Dunn County.
All right, well, I've never really heard of this issue before. Certainly the defense could have asked that question while Dr. Mills was testifying, but the state's not objecting to get that information. Any idea how long it would take to get a hold of that information, Ms. Nodolf?
I sent an email.
Okay, perhaps maybe someone from your office can contact them, during a break, and maybe you can reach some sort of stipulation as to what the fee was involved in terms of autopsy and for testimony. I think it's fair. I mean, the defense again could have asked that when the other witness was on the stand, and I understand. But exculpatory evidence would be evidence that would tend to, negate the guilt or lead to evidence that might tend to make guilt less likely on the part of your client. I'm not sure how. An autopsy from, a medical examiner's office would be exculpatory evidence, but if you're saying it goes to credibility just to show that the state's witnesses also receive a fee for their service, just as defense witnesses receive a fee for their service. I mean, it's more of an argument thing, a credibility thing, but I certainly don't believe that the failure of the state up to this point to having not provided the bill from the autopsy that they failed to disclose exculpatory evidence, just so that's clear. Okay?
Judge, and I'm not trying to say that. We made a general request. I'm now making a specific request, and I frankly didn't think of it because, quite honestly, I think questions about fees are silly. But since the state has made a big deal out of it, I'm making that request. That's
it does go to credibility, and it's generally acceptable with professional witnesses and so forth, but I have never seen anyone ask, whether law enforcement officers are working for free or not. I mean, they all are getting paid for their time. So, in any event.
Maybe
all right,
we're a
well-
little different than the other lawyers who've come before you.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sure.
All right. So I guess I'm not going to enter an order because the state has said that they will work diligently to get that information. And then again, perhaps the parties can just reach a stipulation. Another accommodation may be to allow the defense to call
I'm sorry. This is great.
Dr. Mills. Just,
Maybe we're a little different than the other lawyers. Dude, this judge is the patience of a saint with her. I'm telling you.
just ask her that question by telephone if you wish, but
We're not going to do that. We'll just wait for the information. I'm sure that it can be obtained quite easily once somebody looks it up.
all
So
right.
we can handle it by stipulation.
Yeah, certainly, again, court-appointed expert previously cost a lot of money also. So I understand people are doing this.
Right. Everybody's getting paid,
Well, almost everybody's getting paid.
except us. No, I'm just kidding.
All right.
Sorry, I can't resist cracking jokes sometimes.
Okay, are we ready to bring the jury back in, Mr. Nelson?
Judge, after this witness, the defense intends to call Dr. Hopper. We just, again, request a break in between witnesses so that I can get set up, and I believe Mr. Hahn may want to put issues about his testimony on the record. I don't want to speak for him, but I just knew that there was something that we would want to put on the record, and it's probably easier to do outside of the presence of the jury than at a sidebar or something else.
Okay, well, I think it makes sense to break. Well, you just have redirect, right?
Yeah,
So
it's
maybe-
not very long. I
Okay.
do have a few questions that were raised
Yeah.
across.
Well, I mean, I hate to bring in, for a short redirect and then have the jury leave right away. Is there some way we can address that now? Is it significant? How much time do you think it would take?
Just a few minutes, I think, Judge. But the bigger thing is, I think, getting Dr. Hopper, so that's defenses.
That's all we've got today, so we've got plenty of time. I understand the bring them in, bring them out, but it would be a short break, so I guess I'll defer to Your Honor, but.
Okay, well, what I'm gonna do is we'll finish up this witness and I'll tell the jury that we're, they're gonna have a few breaks today. I'll remind them that, we said that right from the outset, there will be recesses from time to time. And, so we'll do it that way then. Okay, so let's finish up then with Dr. Thomas and then we'll do the other. Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Doctor, you were asked some questions about sharp force injuries number 2 to 4. There was a picture on the screen. I won't bother to display it again, but those are that's the slice to the side of the neck. Can a person make that injury without lifting the knife from the flesh? The knife, continuously making contact as opposed to one wound, lift, 2 wounds, lift, 3 wounds, lift?
Yes.
Okay, so that could easily be perceived as just one act as opposed to 3 separate acts, right?
Right.
Okay. The next question I have has to do with pain. You were asked questions about being in pain from the scrotal wound. Does everybody react to pain in the same way?
No.
Have you seen in your practice where someone has eventually passed away, someone with substantial injuries, including painful injuries, who's walked around afterwards?
Yes.
Or who's been able to function?
Yes.
Been able to fight?
Yes.
Been able to attack somebody?
Yes.
Okay. And you were also asked, about the bleeding from the jugular vein, and in terms of the bleeding from the jugular vein, and would that bleed very quickly, or does bleeding from a vein occur more slowly?
So bleeding from a vein occurs more slowly than bleeding from an artery, because an artery will actually will spurt, whereas a vein isn't under the same pressure that blood pressure in an artery is. So it will leak out. Having said that, it's a pretty big vein, so it would leak out, at a pretty significant amount, and ultimately result in death if it's not staunched.
And have you observed people who have received cuts to the neck where there's bleeding put a scarf around their neck in order to stem the bleeding?
I haven't seen that personally, but I can certainly imagine the urge would be to try and stop the bleeding.
What about taking off the shoes,
In terms
though?
of the bleeding
that
from
one.
the head, the subdural, which I think everybody agrees can ultimately be fatal, would it take a while for it to develop to that point?
Again, there's a lot of variability, but it takes a while, yes, for the amount of blood to accumulate in the brain or on the surface of the brain to put pressure on it.
You were asked whether or not that wound could result in, I think, dizziness, disequilibrium, or perhaps I want to say disorientation. Is it also possible that it might not result in those things occurring?
Yes.
Okay.
Question.
By the way, you were asked a bunch of questions about getting paid. Are you aware whether or not Ramsey County charges Dunn County for conducting autopsies and for the time of the forensic pathologist to come testify?
I'm sure they do.
All right. And when you were working as a medical examiner covering multiple counties, did your county charge for your time both performing an autopsy and testifying?
Yes, there's a couple of ways it can be done. One is if, different counties do it differently, but one is if your county gets reimbursed and you just keep your regular salary. But the other way, sometimes people will take a vacation day and then they'll get paid themselves. So different places do it different ways.
But is it fair to say that when you were doing this, you were paid also in addition to doing the autopsy, or if the county was paid, whether you were paid or the county was paid, the county that was using the information had to pay for time meeting with you, testimony time, travel time, all of those things?
Sure, yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions about exhibit number 145, and
more, though, isn't it?
I'm going to ask you about those as well. If I could please have the Elmo on.
Yay, Elmo.
Okay. And what I'm specifically going to ask you about are the things that are in this box. Characteristics of self-inflicted knife wounds, correct?
Yes.
One of the, can you please look at these factors and tell us, when they talk about characteristics, first of all, is it fair to say that characteristics mean commonly seen?
Yes.
Okay. And what about sparing of sensitive body areas? Can you explain what that means?
So the thought behind this is that if someone is cutting themselves, they will, well, first of all, it obviously can only occur in areas that the person can reach themselves. And it also tends to be in areas that are easier to reach. And the thought is that people won't do it in areas that are super sensitive. So they tend to do it on their thighs or their forearms, someplace, but not genitalia, I would say.
And what about the mons pubis, labia, or generally near the area of the very inner thigh, or I guess what we might call the crotch? Would that be what you would call a sensitive area?
Yes.
Okay. Does it also note that these wounds are usually on the non-dominant side of the body?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about, you were saying that as a forensic pathologist, sometimes, first of all, there's a provisional autopsy report is done and then a final autopsy report is done, correct?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, not all offices do a provisional autopsy report, but for the offices that do, the idea is you want to get information back to the investigating agencies to let them know sort of what you found initially and what your initial thoughts are. And then once, as the forensic pathologist, you've gotten more information, whether it's past medical history or scene or social or all of the information that you might get about the person, or whether it's additional toxicology or other laboratory tests or microscopic exam, things like that, that then you put it all together, and only then, when you feel like you have all the information you need, do you do the final autopsy.
All right. Is it fair to say that in medicine, one can reach an initial opinion, but if further facts come to a physician's attention, that it can be appropriate to revise a diagnosis?
Absolutely.
And does that apply to emergency room physicians as well as people in your field?
Objection, relevance, and calling for speculum.
Sustained.
They have done that. They've done that time questioning with every witness since day one, even if it wasn't medical. Like if I don't know if you guys remember, but these defense attorneys, whether it was Fishny or Knudsen, I think usually it seemed like it was Knudsen, but even like the law enforcement people and stuff, same thing. If you get new information, will you change your opinion? I don't know what there must be motion in limine. Because we don't know what the new information is. It's just, they just keep asking this question, which is, it's pointless because the jury's not going to find out what the new information is. So who cares? Like, if had been able to talk about what the new information, whatever it is, if it exists, right? If they'd been able to get that into evidence first and bring that to our attention, then asking that question to the witness, even if the witness doesn't know what the new information is, would at least make sense to the jury, because they would be like, oh, I know what they're referring to, but there isn't any new information. This is so stupid.
I'd like to approach.
Oh my God, why?
All right, the objection is sustained. And just to rephrase.
Yes, I'm going to rephrase my question.
For Pete, the way she said that, as if she won something. You lost, man.
I guess what I'm asking
you, it was sustained.
is this: in all fields of medicine, if a doctor receives further information about a patient, if that doctor is still involved with that patient, is it appropriate to revise their opinion?
Relevance.
Yes.
Okay. And if the doctor's not still involved with the patient, but there are other physicians who look and discover other materials later, is it appropriate to say that their diagnosis may be more complete based on receiving additional information?
Yes.
Okay. And
I wonder if what they're getting at now, this is me trying to extrapolate this, because again, they're not able to say they're not completing their thought even outside the presence of the jury. Like, we've not heard them articulate what the hell they're talking about whenever they ask these questions. And again, this is not the first time. We saw this with so many witnesses. I'm trying to figure out what the hell they're getting at. I'm wondering if what the thing is that they're trying to get at, which is ridiculous because it's not coming into evidence and they're not going to get to talk about it. But I wonder if, like, you know what this is? This is like they had this strategy going into the trial. And I've mentioned this with other things with them, with Miss Fishny especially, where she's like hell-bent on an idea. And it's like she didn't realize that the thing didn't come. Great example, actually, with Jason Mengel. Or sorry, not with Jason Mengel, with Ezra. When Ezra was on the stand, and then she made that slip up where she said, now Jason Mengel testified that there was a knife in the room. And it's like, that didn't happen. Like, it's like she was so prepared for him to say that or whatever, that, I mean, there must have been something to exclude that, right? But she was so prepared for him to say that she couldn't actually pay attention to the trial. And so she was still stuck on that idea. It's like kind of like that, right? So it's like, it just makes me wonder if, like, you know, she's not able to adapt or adjust to the fact that there's certain things that aren't coming in. But she can't change her strategy or she didn't go back and revisit her questions. It's wild. But my thought is trying to figure out what the hell are they getting at? I'm wondering if the thing that they're getting at is the fact that she was in those other car accidents, maybe? Or the fact that, I mean, that's got to be what it is, because that's the thing that they've been trying to get in this whole time that isn't coming in. And that the new information, quote unquote, would be that she'd had these other accidents. And then I guess the doctors are then supposed to make the connection, ER doctors, mind you, make the connection that, oh,
that means she must have PTSD from the car accidents, that it's related to this, and then that it somehow changes the nature of her injuries. I mean, which even if they were able to get that information in about the car accidents, that's still such a stretch that like okay, the new information, quote unquote, if that's what it is, even if you were to provide it, it honestly, maybe they're better off just leaving it a mystery, honestly. But the jury's probably confused as all get out. I mean, I am. I'm trying to be less confused. Anyway.
Finally, I just want to ask you about the marks to Miss McCandless's neck. And you talked about, I think you used the word fabric against the neck. So what I just want to ask is, her neck abrasion, I believe you called it an abrasion, could it be caused, when you say fabric, from clothing such as shirts or multiple layers of shirts or sweaters?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Any recross?
Just briefly.
Why would it be from her shirt? What? I thought she was going to say scarf. That would have, well, I guess that would have made less sense because Ezra testified that scarf was around her eyes. Oh my God, what a mess.
Doctor, briefly, when you do an autopsy from start to finish, how long does that take in general?
Oh, it really depends. If it's a healthy young person who dies of a drug overdose and they have no injuries, it might take an hour. If it's a potential homicide with multiple injuries, it could take, sometimes it'll take all day, depending.
Sure. And so in this case, when there's 16...
Judge, I don't think that's within the scope of the cross. So I'm
All right,
objecting.
objections beyond the scope. All right,
Yep.
sustained in that.
And I asked you on direct if you never examined the body of Alexander Woodworth, and you also never examined the body of the defendant, Ezra McCandless, correct?
Correct.
All you saw were pictures of any scratches, correct?
Correct.
Nothing else.
All right, thank you, Dr. Thomas.
Thank you.
I think that you're free to go. Is that
All right.
true? Okay, so anyway, thank you, and you have a good day. Okay, I'd like to take up then any issues related to Dr. Hopper that we need to address before he testifies. So who wants to go with that? And that's going to be Mr. Nelson and Mr. Hahn, is that right?
Yes, and so maybe I'll just start because
So Dr. Hopper
Dr. Hopper's going to testify.
not going to be on this episode. He'll be on the next episode. But this is like their grand finale, the defense for their case in chief. And again, I will say, kudos to Wisconsin for providing defense attorneys with proper and adequate funding for experts. We don't always see that being the case because they're able to get, this is the way it should be. They're able to get experts just as good, and they're like that lady, Dr. Thomas, $400 an hour. Like, she's a real deal expert, right? It's not like they're having to get some person off the street. But Dr. Hopper is like this Harvard, whatever. He's like the fanciest of the fancy experts, dude. And he's like the memory expert thing. And so, he comes, but this is what I mentioned this earlier, how he comes in and he's on direct for like hours. And, I guess they're making the most out of having him testify. Although again, if he's charging by the hour, but anyway, but then Spring Chicken comes in and I think it's Spring Chicken's best cross and it's like 18 minutes or something short. So, now having said that, I think there's plenty of times where they stop and they discuss issues and, sidebars and putting things on the record and what have you. But anyway, so they're just so you guys are aware. So they're referencing Dr. Hopper, who will be their next and final witness, but we will see him on the next episode. So.
In our disclosure of his opinions, which I know there was much discussion about, in its document 227, Your Honor, the last paragraph is when the defense had disclosed what his opinion would be. I have informed Mr. Hahn that the question that I will ask related to that last paragraph is as follows.
Were Ezra McCandless's March 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, 2018 statements consistent with the principles you've testified about? Question mark. He would then answer, I may or I may not ask, how so? Because I may have already covered that. But I am not going to be using all of the words that I had previously indicated based upon my discussions with Mr. Hahn. So I don't know if he has further discussion or wants to just flesh that out some more, but that's what the defense wanted to let everybody know.
Okay, Mr. Hahn?
My concern is addressed with the rewording of the question that's anticipated to be asked of Dr. Hopper, because it was initially, is it consistent with the brain being under attack? And I think that suggests that he would be testifying as to whether or not she actually was attacked, so testifying to her truthfulness of her statements and something that's in the province of the jury. So as long as questioning and Dr. Hopper stay within the lines of the principles that he talks about or the interviews that he reviewed have portions that are consistent with the principles that he will have already testified to, I think that's fair game. But if it goes outside of there, you'll hear some objections.
Okay.
All right, Spring Chicken.
So
By the way, I love Spring Chicken's suit on this day, and it's on the day, again, coming up on the next one is Spring Chicken's best cross, in my opinion, and he's got snazzy outfit. I love the colors. Very nice. Nice change from what we were used to seeing. Although it is odd that all three of the attorneys at the prosecution table are wearing some shade of gray. Funny, again, because the gray is not what you usually see. And Miss Nodoff typically is wearing like bright colors. But anyway, yeah.
This isn't going to take a real long time then, is it?
No,
Okay.
I think
so
we're in agreement.
but
I just wanted to make a record so we were clear when we got there that we were all on the same page.
All right.
Argue about it more if you want.
Well, do you have some more?
No, Judge.
Okay. Well, I did want to discuss with counsel a little bit. You know, I had said earlier that it's mandatory to sequester a jury in a first degree or Class A felony, and it certainly was prior to a recent revision. So I did some checking, and there's still potentially some concern with the constitutional dimension on that, but Section 972.12, it used to have a subsection 2, and it was modified, I think, in a 1987 piece of legislation, again in 1991, and subsection 2 was repealed in 1991, or it was 1991 Act 39, I believe it was. In any event, the way that it currently reads appears that it's within the court's discretion as to sequester the jury, whether it's a first-degree intentional homicide trial or not. What I'd like the parties to think about as we are planning, the closing days of this trial, is to whether what I want input from the parties. We certainly would be prepared to sequester the jury once the case would go to them. It might be the more prudent thing to do. On the other hand, there are potentially downsides with that as well. Obviously, the jury has been instructed repeatedly on not watching any news reports or not listening to any conversations, so on. But there is, I think, really a saturation of coverage about this matter, but they would essentially be potentially exposed to that every day. So if we did continue, if things work out where we would instruct the jury first thing on Friday morning and, in closing arguments, perhaps, it would be a moot issue. But if we get to Friday evening, if the jury has had a long day, the court has to make that decision at that point in time. And so I just want counsel to think about that. You don't have to argue it right now, but I just want you to bear that in mind.
And obviously, Judge, if we should probably know that before Friday, because if they're going to be sequestered, we can't have them go home to grab their bag.
Well, that's just it. That's what I want to be able to tell the jury. And that's the other thing is, if I want to tell them whether they should pack, an overnight bag. But also,
A jury party, yeah.
may end up,
Jury party.
being a bus ride to a nearby town, just be given the hotel situations and so forth. So, so we have to, that's one thing we're thinking about. Okay, Mr. Nelson?
Regarding that issue, Judge, is it, and I'm sure the answer is probably it depends, but it's Your Honor's practice to let them deliberate until 4:30, 8 o'clock, midnight, defer to the, how long?
Being a bus ride to a nearby town, just be given the hotel situations and so forth. So, so we have to, that's one thing we're thinking about. Okay, Mr. Nelson?
Regarding that issue, Judge, is it, and I'm sure the answer is probably it depends, but it's Your Honor's practice to let them deliberate until 4:30, 8 o'clock, midnight, defer to the, how long, the question to me is how long would they be in sequestration if they're essentially deliberating until midnight, they go home and sleep and come back. That's different than if they deliberate until 6 p.m. And then they're may or may not be in sequestration. So that's one of the things that at least the defense would like to know, so that we can have that information before we make that decision.
All right. Well, and I would like to get some input from the jury on what they think. So maybe ask the bailiff to ask them to think about that and give some feedback.
Yeah, and Judge, my preference as it relates, first off, as to sequestration, I don't think the state's going to have a position one way or the other on that. I think whatever decision Your Honor makes is fine with the state. As to how long they deliberate, I think that's just best left up to them, not even discuss it ahead of time. But, what I think is typically makes sense is to just tell them, look, we're not going to keep you here overnight or, all night. If you want to take a break and, start again in the morning, just let the bailiff know. Or if, because I've seen juries wait and, deliberate for, until later in the evening and they don't want to take that break. And I've seen others that say, look, we're tired, we want to take a break, and we don't want to continue. And I think you just need to leave that up to them and what their feelings are on it. I've never seen a jury that's shy about telling the court that we want to just continue or we want to take a break.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. DeVore, and I see it that way. I think the jury, when you get to that point, if the case goes to them, that I will give their input considerable weight. Okay, and so that sort of covers what I wanted to just address then here, and maybe a few other things. So we're ready to bring the jury back in? Are we ready for Dr. Hawk?
I need to go and get him. I need to plug in my computer. I need some exhibits marked, so certainly by 10:30.
Need a restroom break?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right, then we'll just take
He's so considerate always of everybody. It's really amazing. He's always asking, if people want a restroom break. I mean, I've never heard this in any other trial where the judge is always making sure that everyone's like basic needs are met, like human needs. And actually, we're going to hear it in I think it's in the next episode. We're going to hear them discuss people's hunger schedules and bringing snacks for the jury and stuff. I've literally never heard that ever in a trial. It's really considerate.
brief recess. How long do you think you need?
It's 10:30.
Okay.
And that's it for this one, my friends. There's that scroll. One more time just for fun. I'm not making any squirrely crystal balls, but I just want to watch it one more time because I love it. So magical. I just love it. I just love it so much. It's like all my favorite things. But that's it for this one. So tomorrow we have Koberger. Actually, it's why I made the squirrely crystal ball, because I made some squirrely crystal ball predictions in that live stream, a couple of them, and literally all of them came to fruition. It's kind of creepy. So that's why I ended up making that bumper, but it's my favorite one anyway. So I have more and more fun with each one, as it seems like. But so tomorrow is the Koberger, where we're going to go over the judge's order granting the change of venue and the rest of the death penalty, motion to strike the death penalty documents that we didn't cover last time. And if there's anything else that comes out, we'll also cover that, of course. So we'll go over all those documents, and then on Friday we'll have the next Ezra episode. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So we'll have the next Ezra episode on Friday, and that one will be, again, we'll get to hear from Dr. Hopper, and I believe we'll also hear them. Trying to think what else, because see, I'm a little bit actually ahead of the game with the videos. We might hear a little bit of arguing about the jury instructions. I'm trying to remember where all that fits in. I think we might hear some preliminary arguing about the jury instructions. But yeah, but then after that, we do have, and then we have, right, I forgot, we have the state's rebuttal case. We have the state's rebuttal, and then the jury instructions, right, okay, and then closing arguments. So anyway, so everyone just be on the lookout for those. Again, we'll have Koberger tomorrow, aka Thursday, and we'll have next Ezra on Friday. So, but that's it for this one, guys. So I appreciate everyone being here. I'll get the timestamps going as always. And thanks for being a squirrel. Love you guys, and see y'all next time.